Good morning, everyone. The hearing is resumed. Before we move to the budget hearing for the DSWD, we would first like to tackle the first agenda item, which is a matter for discussion and decision by committee. This is with regard to the request of the DPWH to extend the deadline for submission of their proposed amendments to the budget for DPWH for fiscal year 2026. During the hearing conducted by this committee on September 5, 2025, regarding the proposed budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways for fiscal year 2026, the committee approved the motion of Assistant Minority Leader, the Honorable Laila De Lima, directing the Department of Budget and Management and the Department of Public Works and Highways to submit the revised proposals for fiscal year 2026 on or before September 12, 2025. The committee is now in receipt of a letter from DPWH Secretary Vince Dizon, dated September 9, 2025, formally requesting the extension of the said deadline from September 12, 2025 to September 15, 2025, Monday. I would first like to read the letter from Secretary Vince Dizon for consideration of the committee. Addressed to Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez through Representative Micaela Swansing, Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations. The letter is here. This is the official copy and original copy sent by Secretary Vince Dizon. And the letter reads as follows. Dear Speaker Romualdez, this refers to the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways for fiscal year 2026 as taken up during the hearing of the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriations on September 5, 2025, Friday. During the said hearing, the Committee on Appropriations deferred deliberations on the proposed budget of the DPWH for fiscal year 2026, pending the submission of its revised budget programs. The deadline for such submission was originally set for September 12, 2025, Friday. Considering the volume of items and documents requiring review, together with other matters that must likewise be addressed by the department, it is respectfully requested that the deadline for the submission of the revised budget programs be extended to September 15, 2025, Monday. This extension will allow us to exercise greater diligence and prudence in reviewing the National Expenditure Program. We respectfully seek the kind consideration of the Committee on Appropriations in granting this request. Rest assured of the Department's unwavering commitment to ensuring that the budget submission is accurate, transparent, and fully aligned with the administration's priorities. Very truly yours, Vivencio B. Dizon, Secretary, copy furnished Representative Ferdinand Alexander A. Marcos III, Majority Floor Leader, and Representative David J.J.C. Suarez, Senior Deputy Speaker. So this is the copy of the letter as read, and I would like to submit to the committee for its consideration and appropriate action the request of the Department of Public Works and Highways. With that, is there any member who wishes to make a motion on the matter?
Madam Chair, hearing the
Yes, Representative Dumogan.
hearing the request of our Honorable Secretary Vince Dizon, I so move for the approval of the said request.
Madam Chair.
May I,
No,
Representative
just a
Tino?
clarificatory question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead before we
So,
rule on the motion.
Oh, yes. So this means that the DPWH will be resubmitting, in effect, its proposed budget for 2026. Will this be in the form of errata?
I have yet to see the proposal that will be submitted by the DPWH, but as per my understanding, it's going to be, I'm not sure if they're going to do the errata form, which is from and to, but I can confer with Secretary Vince Dizon as to the form of that.
Okay.
But it will be submitted to the committee and we will hear it similar to how we've been hearing the proposals of the different departments.
Madam Chair, can I be recognized? Romel
Thank you,
Angara.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Tino. May I recognize Representative Romel Angara?
Madam Chair, I move that the committee grant an extension for the submission of the revised budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways on until September 15, Monday, 2025.
Several
second the motion.
several motions have been made on the matter. First by Representative Dumogan, then by Representative Angara. Both motions have been duly seconded, and with that, the motion is carried. Thereby, it has been moved and seconded to extend the deadline for the submission of the the revised proposal of the DPWH from the original deadline of September 12, 2025 to September 15, 2025, Monday. The motion is carried.
Madam Chair, again, may I be recognized again? Romel Angara.
Yes, Representative Angara.
Ma'am, in view of the granting the request of DPWH for the extension of the deadline for the submission of the revised budget until Monday, September 15 of 2025, I move to reschedule the committee deliberations on September 17, 2025.
Is
So
there
moved,
any
Madam Chair.
second?
I second the motion.
Before I rule on the motion, I would just like to provide a context to the said motion. In the hearing held for the DPWH last September 5, there was also a second motion that was approved, which is that the second hearing rather of the DPWH on their proposed budget will be scheduled no later than September 16, 2025. But in light of the approval of the committee on the extension of the deadline of DPWH from September 12 to September 15, it would be too short of a time for the members of the House of Representatives to peruse and review the submission of DPWH that would be submitted on September 15 if we would schedule the hearing one day after, which is September 16. 2025. So to allow the members of the House of Representatives and the members of the Committee on Appropriations to scrutinize the revised proposal of the DPWH with regard to their budget for 2026, it would be more prudent for the committee to add an additional day and thereby move the committee hearing of the second budget deliberations for the DPWH budget from September 16 to September 17, 2025, Wednesday. So with that, with the motion of Representative Angara duly seconded by the members of this committee, the motion is hereby carried. Therefore, the second hearing of the Department of Public Works and Highways budget proposal for fiscal year 2026 is hereby rescheduled from September 16, 2025 to September 17, 2025, Wednesday. With that, we will now proceed with the second agenda item for today's hearing, which is the deliberations on the proposed budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Committee Secretary, please acknowledge the resource persons and the House members present here in today's hearing.
Good morning, everyone. May we acknowledge the resource person and guests present today from the Department of Social and Welfare and Development, headed by our Secretary Rex Gatchalian, Yusek Evelyn Aribon, Yusek Adonis Sulit from Policy and Planning Group, Yusek Edward Justin Orden from General Administration and Support Services, Yusek Monina Josefina Romualdez, Operations Group, Yusek Diana Jose Cahipe from Disaster Response Management Group, Yusek Denise Florence Bernos Bragas from Regulatory Service Group, Yusek Alan Tanjusay from Peace and Development Group, Yusek Eduardo Punay from Innovation and Program Development Group, Yusek Fatima Aliyah de Maporo from Legislative and Intergovernmental Affairs Group. We also have our regional directors, Director Michael Joseph Lorico, Director Maria Aplaten, Director Maria Angela Gopalan, Director Lucia Alan, Director Venus Ribuldela, Director Barry Chua, Director Leonardo Reynoso, Director Norman Laurio, Director Joselito Stember, Director Arwin Raso, Director Tonison Luderly, Director Clarito Logronio, Director Riduan Hajimudin, Director Ramel Hamen, Director Ruelo Aradanas, Director Loreto Cabaya Jr., Director Marie Flor Libang. We also have our attached agencies head, Executive Director Angelo Tapales from the Council for the Welfare and Children, Executive Director Janela Ejercito Estrada from National Authority for Childcare. We have also Executive Director Glenda Riloba from the National Council on Disability Affairs. We also have Executive Director Tricia Claire Oco, Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council. Chairperson Michelle Ann Gonzalez from Presidential Commission for the Urban Poor. We also have Secretary and Lead Convener Lopez Santos from National Anti-Poverty Commission. We also have our guest from the Department of Budget and Management, Director Benjilit M. Zuniga. We also acknowledge our House members. Attendance. Senior Deputy Minority Edgar Irise, Deputy Minority Leader Antonio Tino, Deputy Speaker Christine Singson Mihan, Deputy Majority Leader Julian Jambaronda, Deputy Speaker Yasser Munto Balindong, Deputy Majority Leader Alisa Micaela Mica Gonzalez. We also have our Vice Chair, Vice Chair Jaysira Manaba, Vice Chair Maria Isabel Tagarbaria, Vice Chair Mercedes Alvarez, Vice Chair Kit Nika Attorney Mike Tan, Vice Chair Roger Gabiola Mercado, Vice Chair Gerardo Jerry Boy Espina Jr., Vice Chair Rodolfo Ordanes, Vice Chair Dale Corvera, Vice Chair Joseph Tan, Vice Chair Romel Rico Angara, Vice Chair Imari Lollipop Juano Dizon, Vice Chair Dante Garcia, Vice Chair Agustina Dominic Ditsetina Pancho. We also have Representative Alexander T. Pimentel, Rep. Wilfredo Mark Inverga, Representative Adrian Michael Amatong, Representative Carlos Andres Loria, Representative Dibo Tuan, Representative Ryan Recto, Representative Mauricio Dumogan, Representative Antolin Oreta III, Representative Rene Luis Co, Representative Elijah Rumboa San Fernando, Representative Gurley and Biloso. We also have Representative Salvador Plato. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Comsec. To our DSWD family, of course, headed by our beloved colleague, the Honorable Secretary Rex Gatchalian, to our undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, all the directors, regional directors, thank you so much for being here, the heads of the attached agencies. Of course, to our distinguished colleagues in the Committee on Appropriations and the House of Representatives, and our partners from civil society organizations who are present here today. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Today, we deliberate on the proposed budget and priority programs of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, and we warmly welcome again our beloved colleague and someone I look up to so much in public service, our Honorable Secretary Rex Gatchalian. And today, we will work together to review the department's fiscal performance and strengthen its mandate to uplift the lives of the Filipino people. We commend the DSWD for achieving a 4.3 rating in their recent agency performance review done by the Department of Budget and Management, a reflection of its strong delivery of social protection programs. Among these, the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, or 4Ps, remains a cornerstone initiative. The World Bank identifies the 4Ps as a contributing factor to an annual reduction in poverty of 1.4 percentage points, benefiting 1.5 million fewer poor Filipinos each year. It has improved school enrollment, reduced stunting, boosted local economic activity, and inspired greater optimism among parents, 87% of whom believe it helps secure a better future for their children. For fiscal year 2026, the proposed budget for DSWD is 223.202 billion pesos. Its major funded programs include: first, Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program, or 4Ps, amounting to 113 billion pesos for 4.4 million marginalized households. Second, protective services for individuals and families in difficult circumstances, amounting to 27 billion pesos for assistance during cases of abuse, calamities, and emergencies. Third, the Food Stamp Program, or Walang Gutom 2027, amounting to 1.9 billion pesos for 50,000 food-poor households with electronic benefit transfer, or EBT cards. Fourth, the social pension for indigent senior citizens, amounting to 49.8 billion pesos for a monthly stipend of 1,000 pesos for 4,085,066 senior citizens. And fifth, the Supplementary Feeding Program, or SFP, amounting to 6.1 billion pesos to provide nutritious meals to daycare children. As we deliberate on this budget, let us ensure that our social welfare programs continue to evolve not as permanent subsidies, but as pathways to independence. Strengthened monitoring, livelihood integration, and graduation strategies must remain at the heart of its reforms, so that support is both targeted and time-bound, and families are empowered to rise on their own. Maraming salamat po. And before I yield the floor to our Honorable Secretary Rex Gatchalian for the presentation of the DSWD's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026, I would first like to recognize the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, who will be sponsoring the budget of DSWD for fiscal year 2026, the Honorable J.C. Raman Nava. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to my colleagues here in the House of Representatives. Thank you. Again, we welcome Secretary Rex and DSW family and all our guests, of course. As mentioned by the Honorable Chair, DSWD is generally the department that shall promote and uplift the well-being of the poor, vulnerable, and the disadvantaged sectors of our society. It is primarily tasked to deliver the social protection programs and poverty reduction solutions. Likewise, we expect DSWD to provide the necessary social welfare programs and services to our communities in need. This morning, we are glad to have no less than the Secretary to brief us of how this would be realized, this mandate, and the budgetary requirements for the next fiscal year. So that's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Nava. I would now like to yield the floor to our Honorable Secretary Rex Gatchalian to present the proposed budget of the DSWD for fiscal year 2026.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I start, I must say it's good to be back, and it's good to see very familiar faces. Always nice to be back where I started. Madam Chair, of course, to our budget sponsor, let me go through the top line data of the DSWD to give everybody a bird's eye view of where we stand and where we want to go. Honorable Chairperson, esteemed members of the Committee on Appropriations, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present today the proposed 2026 National Expenditure Program for the Department of Social Welfare and Development and its attached and supervised agencies. Our presentation will cover two main areas. First, the 2026 budget of the department, including its attached and supervised agencies. Second, our financial and physical performance for major programs for the past 2 years. For 2026, the DSWD's total proposed budget amounts to 223.2 billion. The Office of the Secretary accounts for the bulk of this at 221.3 billion. For the attached agencies, the Council for the Welfare of Children, 202.6 million, the National Authority for Child Care, 721.1 million, the National Council for Disability Affairs, 170.9 million. The Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council, 133 million. For our supervised agencies, namely the National Anti-Poverty Commission at 369 million. The Presidential Commission for the Urban Poor at 248.2 million. The proposed 2026 budget for the Office of the Secretary is, as mentioned, it stands at 221.36 billion, higher by 2.57% compared to the 2025 GAA. Personnel services rose significantly by almost 5.24 billion or 49%. We have to thank the Department of Budget and Management for granting additional regular and contractual position to strengthen our personnel complement to deliver mission-critical services. MOE decreased slightly by 1.9 billion. As will be explained later, this is caused by the adjustment in the budget level of programs. Capital outlay increased substantially by 2.2 billion to invest in systems, facilities, and requirements to improve service delivery. Please allow me to highlight our financial performance for 2024 and 2025 as of July of the said years. As of July 2024, our obligation rate stood at 51%, with disbursement at 91% of obligations. By July 2025, we recorded an obligation rate of almost 79% and a disbursement rate of 82%. These figures reflect our improved absorptive capacity founded on timely delivery of assistance and prudent fiscal management despite the scale of our operations. Let me now present the department's major programs, activities, and projects. These include our flagship programs and new innovative interventions which form the core of our social protection mandate. Let me start with the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. This remains as our flagship human capital investment and poverty reduction initiative. Beyond cash grants, we celebrate stories of empowerment, such as FourPs graduates who are now professionals, teachers, and even top-notchers in national examinations. Through partnerships with private and government institutions, we have also strengthened employment opportunities for FourPs households in line with the Trabaho sa Bagong Pilipinas Trust. For 2026, the NEP amount is 113 billion, of which 98.4 billion is for cash grants, including the first 1,000 days support for pregnant and lactating women. As of July 2025, we already achieved 89% coverage for compliant households and 90% payout for beneficiaries under the first 1,000-day program. These figures are as of pay period 2 of the program. Overall, the program intends to continue covering 4.4 million households nationwide. Next is the Sustainable Livelihood Program. The Sustainable Livelihood Program empowers households by providing opportunities for income generation and enterprise development. To strengthen its impact, we are implementing a 5-year sustainability plan that ensures beneficiaries do not only start micro-enterprises, but are also guided to sustain and grow them. This plan focuses on market linkages, capacity building, and partnerships with the private sector and local government so that livelihood assistance translates into long-term economic resilience for partner households. For 2026, we are requesting 4.5 billion, of which 3.1 billion is intended for livelihood grants. As of July 2025, the program assisted more than 104,000 households, representing 39% of our annual target. The obligation and disbursement rates are on track. Under the program, the beneficiaries allotted time for social preparation to start their livelihood activities depending on the tracks chosen by the beneficiary. Despite the challenges in implementation, we remain committed to reaching 179,000 households by the end of the year, ensuring that families have access to sustainable source of income. Our center-based facilities provide care and protection to vulnerable sectors: children, youth, women, older persons, families, and persons with disability. The DBM has granted since last year the adjustment in cost of care, which ranges from 400 pesos to 500 pesos per client, depending on the sector served. This underscores the importance of continued investments in our centers and residential care facilities, or CRCFs, to serve the vulnerable sectors in every care facility. For 2026, the proposed budget is 3 billion pesos. As of July 2025, we serve more than 7,500 clients, equivalent to 87% of the target. By next year, we aim to assist around 8,000 clients in residential and non-residential care facilities across the country, ensuring that the most vulnerable Filipinos are given proper shelter, protection, and rehabilitative services. Our next major intervention is the supplementary feeding program, which provides nutritious meals to children enrolled in child development centers and supervised neighborhood play facilities. This is our contribution to the country's fight against malnutrition during the critical early years of life. For 2026, our budget is at 6.1 billion, which covers 120 feeding days for about 1.9 million children. The costs here are 25 pesos for every hot meal and 22 pesos for milk feeding. As of July 2025, the program has already reached 680,000 children, or 63% of its target. By next year, we will continue to expand coverage to ensure that no child is left behind in terms of nutrition and school readiness. In line with Sagip-Saka and the procurement reforms under EPAP program, the department continues to strengthen partnership with farmers groups, fisher folks, and community-based organizations to supply our feeding program. For this initiative, we implement procurement strategies aligned with law, specifically the use of negotiated procurement, community participation, and direct engagement with local producers. For calendar 2024, EPAP linked 467 community-based organizations with 259 completing contracts worth 1.7 billion pesos. Through negotiated procurement, community participation, direct procurement, and cash-on-delivery arrangements. For 2025, implementation has been further decentralized. As of today, 409 community-based organizations have been linked with 28 completing contracts amounting to 206.9 million. While many procurements are still ongoing, we are on track to meet our targets. Let me now turn to Social Pension Program, a lifeline for indigent senior citizens who have no permanent income or no pension or regular support from their families. For 2026, the proposed budget is 49.8 billion, intended to benefit more than 4 million indigent senior citizens. As of July 2025, we have already served 3.6 million senior citizens, representing 92% of the target, excluding BARM targets. This program directly reduces the vulnerability of our elderly, helping them meet basic needs such as food and medicine. Another important program is the protective services to individuals and families in difficult situations. This includes the assistance to individuals in crisis situation, or AICS, which provides immediate support such as medical, burial, transportation, and cash relief assistance. Beyond crisis assistance, we also implement community-based services that promote resilience and empowerment, including psychosocial support, referrals and programs for children, women, persons with disabilities, solo parents, and other vulnerable groups. For fiscal year 2026, the NEP amount is 27 billion, of which 25.4 billion will be for grants and subsidies or the financial assistance to those experiencing life crisis. As of July 2025, we have already served 6.6 million clients, equivalent to 96% of the annual target. By next year, we aim to reach 3.7 million clients, ensuring that timely assistance is always available to those facing emergencies and hardship. The DSWD also leads in disaster response and rehabilitation, ensuring timely relief and recovery assistance for affected families nationwide. Within the Disaster Response and Rehabilitation Program is our new initiative, the Project Lawa and Binhi. This combines water access projects and communal gardens to strengthen community resilience, promote food security, and cash for work opportunities. For 2026, the NEP amount is 1.94 billion. As of July 2025, more than 129,000 vulnerable families have been supported through the Cash for Work and Livelihood building under Project Lawa at Binhi, equivalent to 98% of the target. By 2026, we aim to assist 125,000 families under the Project Lawa and Binhi. Complementing our disaster response and management effort under Disaster Response and Management Program is the Quick Response Fund, which allows the DSWD to respond immediately to emergencies through the prepositioning of food and non-food through items, through the prepositioning of across the country, and the emergency cash assistance as part of our early recovery services. As of August 2025, the department maintains a nationwide logistic network of 13 hubs with a combined capacity of 1.44 million family food packs, 76 spokes with a capacity of 1.34 million family food packs, and 856 last-mile facilities with a capacity of 1.59 family food packs. This ensures timely, efficient relief delivery even in the hard-to-reach areas. As of September 6, 2025, the department maintains a ready pool of resources for disaster response. We have 302.8 million in standby funds immediately available to augment relief operations. In addition, our warehouses nationwide hold 2.23 family food packs strategically pre-positioned to ensure timely delivery to affected areas. Altogether, the value for our standby funds and food stockpile amounts to 2.76 billion, reflecting our readiness to respond promptly to disasters across the country. For 2026, we are proposing 1.25 billion for the QRF. As of July 2025, our obligation rate reached over 91% disbursements, ongoing at 59% for regular appropriations. Operationally, we have ensured that all disaster-affected families were provided with the response services and that food and non-food relief items remain pre-positioned in 785 local government units nationwide. These efforts reflect the department's commitment to zero delay in terms of response whenever disaster strikes. We now discuss one of our innovation programs, which is the Walang Gutom Food Stamp Program, which directly addresses involuntary hunger by providing electronic food credits to poor households. This program not only ensures access to nutritious food, but also stimulates local economies through partnership with local retailers and food producers. In March 2025, the Social Welfare Station survey reported a reduction of 41.5 in hunger prevalence among program beneficiaries. This validates the impact of Walang Gutom program as a targeted intervention against food insecurity. We continue to expand the program to ensure that our poor households receive regular food transfers in a timely manner. For 2026, we are proposing 1.89 billion primarily for food grants. As of July 2025, the program has already assisted 300,000 households, meeting 100% of its targets. By next year, we aim to reach an additional 50,000 households, scaling up progressively until we reach the universal coverage of eligible food poor beneficiaries by 2027. For reference of the honorable members of the committee, complementing the Walang Gutom program as a locally funded project is the recently approved foreign-assisted project entitled Reducing Food Insecurity and Undernutrition with Electronic Vouchers or Refuel Project. This is placed under the unprogrammed appropriation in the fiscal year 2026 NEP. The Pag-Abot program is our newest initiative that seeks to provide targeted support for highly vulnerable individuals, including those living in streets and in urban poor communities. It combines case management, psychosocial services, and reintegration support to ensure holistic assistance. For 2026, we are requesting 807 million with 586 million dedicated to grants and 66.6 million for outreach operations. As of July 2025, the program has reached 1,711 beneficiaries, equivalent to 34.22 of our annual target. These individuals have been provided with comprehensive social protection services under the Pag-abot framework. We continue to scale up implementation to ensure that by 2026, more vulnerable individuals and families living in streets and urban poor conditions are assisted. The Tara Basa Tutoring Program is a reformatted education assistance initiative. Instead of providing one-time cash assistance, the program now engages college students and youth development workers as tutors and learning assistants while providing cash for work support to their parents. This dual approach improves children's learning outcomes while generating income for poorer households. The Tara Basa program is funded under the Kalahi Seeds Kapangyarihan at Kaunlaran sa Barangay. As of July 2025, the program has deployed over 6,500 college students as tutors, 3,200 youth development workers, and reached more than 55,000 learners alongside support to parents. For fiscal year 2026, we aim to expand the coverage to almost 45,000 learners and families, making it a critical intervention for education and poverty reduction. The Kalay Seeds Kapangyarihan at Kaunlaran sa Barangay continues to empower communities to plan, decide, and implement projects that address their own development needs. The KCKKB also implements cash for work for persons with disabilities and college student graduates from poor households. For fiscal year 2026, the program is allotted 1.78 billion, composed of 880 million for Kalahi Seeds KKB and 900 million for the Tara Basa Tutoring Program. In terms of financial performance, for fiscal year 2024, we had an allotment of 2.18 billion with 2.14 billion obligated, that's a 98% rate, and 1.97 disbursed, 92%. For 2025, the allotment was 2.11 billion with 1.71 billion obligated and 1.19 billion disbursed. Our physical accomplishments. In 2024, we completed 176 sub-projects, reaching 52,426 families with persons with disabilities and 25,440 families with college graduates for students through cash for work. In 2025, we completed 44 sub-projects supporting 25,440 PWD families and 25,440 college graduates students' families. For 2026, we target 224 sub-projects to benefit around 98,000 families with PWDs, 7,270 families with college graduates or students alongside tutors, parents, and learners engaged in Tara Basa. These accomplishments reflect the continuing role of KCKKB in community-driven development, empowering families and communities through implementation of solutions to their most urgent needs. In closing, the department's proposed 2026 budget of 223.2 billion reflects our continuing commitment to protect the poor, empower communities, and build resilience against risk and vulnerabilities. We thank Congress for the support given to DSWD over the years. We again seek your support to approve our budget proposal and other requests so that together we can uphold the welfare of every Filipino family consistent with the thrust under this administration of Bawat Buhay Malaga. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back the floor. Thank you for the opportunity to give you a top-line, a bird's-eye view of the DSWD.
Thank you very much, Secretary Gatchalian. Just wanted to, before I yield the floor to Vice Chair Nava to facilitate the interpellations from the members, I just wanted to ask a few questions, po, Sec Rex, with regard to the BURs. I have the time series data of the BURs of the department for FY 2020 to 2025. So I'm just looking at the second to the last category, which is the obligation and disbursement rate for FY 2024 allotments as of July 31, 2025. So, a few lang po, Sec. But before I'll contextualize my questions kasi the 4.3 rating of the DSWD with regard to the annual performance review is actually really, really good. So actually, if you look at the different programs across the board, mataas po yung utilization rate nung most of the programs. So actually, that's why there are certain programs that kind of catch my attention kasi medyo ano siya, exception siya, because the utilization rates are a little bit low for some of the programs. I'm also seeing some programs wherein the obligation rate is almost at 100%, but the disbursement rate is quite low. So I just wanted to understand perhaps the reasons behind these. So I just wanted to zero one by one lang po, Sec. It's just a few items naman po. The first would be the SLP, yung Sustainable Livelihood Program po, the obligation rate is already 100%, but the disbursement rate is only at 64.05%. So may I ask po for an explanation with regard to the roughly 35% shortfall, ano ba, gap between the obligation and the disbursement rates?
Madam Chairman, the SLP is one of our flagship programs to make sure that the sustainability of pulling people out of poverty is achieved. Actually, one of your Vice Chairman, Congresswoman Alvarez, is a big fan of the SLP, and I think that's why she's here. Madam Chair, the program entails a big chunk of time for social preparation, meaning once they submit the requirements, we obligate, but that doesn't necessarily mean we disburse immediately. They have to hurdle a lot of prerequisites, such as submitting a business plan, making sure that the bank account is in place. We have to make sure that everything is ripe for a proper entrepreneurial environment before they actually get the cash. So we did streamline it, making sure that the steps aren't as tedious as what they used to be. We also made sure that the proper safety nets are there for sustainability. So basically, in short, the social preparation time takes a bit longer than what we want.
So, Sec, just wanted to, kasi po, di ba 2 years din yung lifespan nung allotment under the SLP, di ba? So, since it's about, just looking at the gap, it's about 2.8 billion. Just wanted to get the assurance po
Yes.
that will be disbursed before the funding expires in December.
Madam Chair, I assure the good committee that we will be able to disburse that. The social preparation normally happens first half to third quarter of the year. So when everything's in place by the third quarter of the year, we start the disbursement. That's the assurance. I think if you look at the records, this was also raised by the prior hearing last year na medyo mabagal yung disbursement compared to obligation. But our records will show that we do 100% disbursement. Like last year, come end of the year, naubos ho yung buong pondo. Marami pang pending na application.
Okay, sounds good. Happy to hear that, Sec. Yun lang naman po yung gusto kong ma-catch tungkol sa SLP. Because again, it's a very popular program. So we just want to make sure that all the funds are disbursed before they expire. The next one po, similar to that, would be the Pamana DSWD LGU-led Livelihood. It has a similar trend. 97.5% obligation, 61.44% disbursement. So similar po ba yung reason as to why
It's a
there's a gap?
combination. But I'm sure this is one of the programs that had a FISARO provision or for later release, conditional release, pending the crafting of a joint guideline with OPA-PRU. So it took us some time to craft that. Second, the targets are also from OPA-PRU. So because there were revisions in the guidelines, the targets moved. So if I'm not mistaken, we got off the ground by May or June already. So we had to do the compliance to the conditional release provision, which is a joint memo circular with OPA-PRU for the guidelines. After which we had to OPA-PRU had to revise the targets before they can send it to us. And then third, the social preparation will take place. But Madam Chair, I want to point out that while all of those were happening, we were also fine-tuning our rollout plan for the social protection. So now that we have the targets, we are moving along smoothly. And we assure the committee that we will make sure that no money goes expired come end of the year or 2 years later.
Thank you, Sec. Another one that's a little bit interesting to me, sorry po, hinihimay ko kasi kanina, yung provision of capability training programs, the obligation is at 99.6%, but the disbursement is at 0%.
Madam Chair, there are 5 core competencies inside the department. 2 of them happens to be trainings, and the other one is standard. So this falls under one cluster. We were revising and still in the process of revising the capacity building side of the department. Actually, we are reintroducing the DSWD Academy. It's a facility located in Taguig. While we were doing the physical upgrading of the facility, we were also revamping the curriculum and all that stuff. Madam Chair, I do understand. So, Madam Chair, so while we were doing all of that, inabutan ho kami ng election ban. So now that the election ban's over, the guidelines are in place, the new curriculum's in place, we will start paying all those obligations that we've already obligated.
You know, because it's a standout for me. It's 100%. Sorry, it's almost 100% obligated, but 0% dispersed. So, it's roughly ano po sec? It's roughly 42.6 million.
Correct.
So I just wanted to check in.
Yes, Madam Chair. I know it's an anomaly given that we have a high obligation and disbursement rate. But again, Madam Chair, so again, the election ban period took a toll, so to speak, because first of all, we were waiting for the ban to lapse, and second, with the incoming new local government units taking their oath, there were changes in their local social welfare and development offices. So we were really waiting for the election period to get out of the way so that when the dust settles down, we would get a clear picture kung sino ng mga local social welfare and development officers ang kakausapin namin so that we can do the conduct of the training. So right now, for the last quarter or last remaining months of the year, we'll see to it that we train them, we capacitate them, and we disburse the 46 plus million that's with us.
Alright. Basta, yun lang po, Sec,
Yes,
kasi
Madam Chair.
sana po talaga maubos natin, magamit natin yung in-allot natin, especially since it's already been obligated.
Correct,
So it's
Madam
very
Chair.
important for the disbursement to happen before the end of the year.
Madam Chair, we share your sentiments. Actually, sa department, ang culture namin, bawal may natitira na pondo because that's a service denied.
Last one po, Sec, a little bit big of a gap also. For social marketing services, obligation is at 98.33%, but disbursement is only at 25%.
Madam Chair, again, the procurement for the social marketing took some time, but now it's already online, and we'll see to it that the disbursements takes place in the next couple of months. We'll make sure that the information campaign for the programs, especially to combat fake news, is all taken care of.
Kasi, Sec, it's roughly around 90 million that's still left to be disbursed from the obligation. So, yun na po, if we may ask the assurance as well of the good secretary
Madam-
that this will be...
Madam Chair, I just want to point out, I'm not sure if we're in the same point of reference. I think the data is December 2024.
Oh, because the header here says fiscal year 2024 as of July 31, 2025.
But we were if we'll submit to the department the current status, which is already, we've touched a lot of this. A lot of disbursements have already taken place. We will furnish the good committee the newer disbursement rates as of end of August.
Okay. Kasi nag-move na siya
Nag-move
in the
na siya.
last month.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good. Sige po. Sec, just wanted to highlight those few
Thank you, Madam Chair.
things. I'm a little bit, medyo OC po ako pagdating sa BURs and utilization rates for all of the departments. So, just, yun lang naman po yung gusto natin siguraduhin. I'm with you on that as well, Sec, that we just want to make sure that the funds that were allotted to the departments are utilized and implemented before they expire.
And we totally agree, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. That's it for me for now. I would like to yield the floor to Vice Chair Nava to facilitate the interpellations from our members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the committee invites questions from the members, particularly on the utilization of the previous budget and the proposed allocation for fiscal year 2026. As part of the House commitment to a greater transparency in the budget process, and in line with the current leadership's initiatives in the Committee of Appropriations to foster a more participatory budget process, We shall read the questions submitted by the civil society organizations after all members have propounded their questions to the agency. Secretary Rex Gatchalian and his team are requested to provide the necessary clarifications and to respond directly to the issues at hand to ensure that this committee and the public following this proceeding are fully informed of the participated impact of the proposed budget of DSWD and its attached agencies. May I remind our distinguished colleagues that each member is allotted 5 minutes for questioning or interpellation, excluding, of course, the response of the resource person. When you hear the first bell, it indicates that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your questions. The second bell means it's end of time. In accordance with the long-standing and respected tradition of the House of Representatives to accord preferential treatment to the minority members, followed by the independent and the majority members in an alternating manner, the chair now recognizes from the minority, Honorable Antonio Tinio. So we'll have Congressman Egay Erice instead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the DSWD family, of course, to Secretary Gatchalian. Good morning. More than the numbers, I will concentrate on the effectiveness and efficiency of some of your programs. Ang una po, yung Tarabasa tutoring program. I think we are both, Secretary and I are members of the Sinergia group of Dr. Nene Guevara. Gusto ko lang malaman paano po na-implement ito, yung especially natitrain ba yung mga teacher students, tapos paano nagkakaroon po ng database dun sa mga bata na tuturuan nila.
Madam Chair, the Tarabasa program is our reformatted EDUC assistance plan. Instead of just giving direct dole out as EDUC assistance, we reformatted to a cash for work program when I joined the department. So basically, the paradigm there is we enlist college students. Nung unang panahon no, mga EDUC students sila, but later on we expanded it to other degrees. And then they are drawn from local universities and state universities. They are paired up with grade 2 students who are non-readers. The targeting comes from the targeting for the college students comes from the looks and the SOOKs, looking at attrition, the poorest students. The targeting for the non-readers comes from DepEd. So basically, the non-readers are given to us by DepEd. Then we match them based on the location. So the closer the tutors are to the students, sila yung nagmamatch. A cluster can be around 5 to 10 students per cluster. So this is actually a precursor of the Aral Law, so to speak. So the benefit there is the tutors are trained for 5 days by DepEd, and we also worked with the Ateneo, Early Childhood Development Center, to come up with the modules. Those modules are checked regularly by DepEd, given that we don't have the competency for literacy. They are trained for 5 days, not just on how to conduct the tutoring sessions, but they are also trained on the other provisions like safe spaces, child welfare provisions. Noon, 3 days lang yun, naging 5 days to make it more intense, and then they are deployed. They work for 20 days on a cash for work basis. They get paid minimum wage, but the twist there is they only tutor for 2 days. So kesa 2 hours, 2 hours. So 20 days, 2 hours a day, but they get paid minimum wage for the whole day. So parang ano siya, it's social welfare with conditions to it. Further to that, we believe in DSWD about parent effectiveness, making sure that our parents know that their responsibility to be the first tutors at home. We also incorporate a parent effectiveness session called the Nanay Tatay Parenting Camp. So simultaneous yun. And the modules there are also prepared by, we drew it from Synergia Foundation's materials. And so parallel ho yan. While the kids are being taught how to read, the parents are being empowered how to become effective tutors at home.
I have met, Secretary, I've met with the DepEd and other agencies in my district, and I was told that until now there was no modules for this program.
Meron po, meron po. I think they're getting confused kasi they would always think this is aral already, but this is not. This happened even before aral was enacted. We will gladly furnish the committee together with your office the modules for parent effectiveness and as for the aral Tarabasa program, as well as the modules, the loose sheets that we use during the conduct of the trainings of the tutoring program.
Which agency funds the printing of these modules?
The department takes care of everything. The content comes from, we came from Ateneo together with DepEd. They check it regularly before we roll it out. But the total cost for the program is borne by our Kalahi Seeds program. As mentioned earlier, we spend around 900 million from the department in terms of grants, supplies. Kasi mga tutor are also given supplies like Manila paper, pens, ball pens, to make sure that they conduct the tutoring effectively. We will furnish the committee all the materials that we have, all the modules that we're using, as well as your good office, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can also interject one last thing. We, Congressman Romulo last year through the Basic Ed Committee also inquired about the Tarabasa tutoring program. So we have, we also submit to the Basic Ed Committee the materials for them to review. But again, the materials came from the education sector, not from us. Ang paradigm namin dun is how many college students, poor college students, can we help graduate out of college? Not by straight dole out, but by conditional cash for work.
Yes, in my district, we're also doing that, Madam Chair, but using the Tupad program. Instead of walis-walis, yun ang pag-tutoring ng mga students. Anyway, I will not belabor the point. The next thing is the SLP. Meron na po mga beneficiaries sa aming lugar, pero ang problema nila napakatagal nung processing ng program. So they would prepare yung iba instead of the SLP, pinaprepare na lang nila yung mas madali, yung IX, AKAP, yun yung pero mas maganda po sana yung SLP. Wala ba tayong magagawa sa department if we can at least mapaiksi yung process?
Mr. Chair, we've already streamlined the program. Initially, it would take almost 8 months to a year ng gestation. Now it's down to 3 months. We've cut the requirements, we've cut the training, the number of days to process. But Mr. Chair, meron kasing natutuklasan namin sa mga site, no? I've been going around talking to them. Talagang mas tempting yung direct AX na lang. Kahit sa kanila minsan yung 3 months natatagalan pa rin sila. So that's something that we're trying to teach them na talagang dapat pinaghihirapan to because developmental to. But Mr. Chair, we've trimmed it down to 3 months. But admittedly though, in some cases, it may exceed 3 months because of lack of manpower. The admin cost charged to it is quite small. So sometimes yung staff na nagpo-process, they're swamped with other things. But we assure you, we've already streamlined it from a high of 8 months to now down to 3 months.
Mr. Chair, the beneficiaries of this program is really, most of them comes from the extreme poverty level. So ang problema po kasi, kung may mga process, pinapapunta sila, may orientation, it will entail expenses for them. So napakabigat sa kanila ito. Can we possibly at least nasa naman sila, nasa position naman sila na in crisis situation. Siguro pwede ba natin silang bigyan ng IX before going into the, for example, training or yung iba kasi for example in my district I obliged the TESDA to train these beneficiaries. aside from the DSWD. Pero 5 days. 5 days sila nag-train. Ano ba? Sari-sari store, karinderya, basic accounting, value formation. It will take 5 days for TESDA to train these entrepreneurs. Pero kung sila ay mga nasa level ng extreme poverty, napakabigat sa kanila yung 5 days na pupunta sila sa venue, maghihintay sila. So can we then prioritize them as IX beneficiaries, then beneficiaries also of the program?
Mr. Chair, that's a very good point. Lalong-lalo na sa mga GIDA areas. Although we conduct the trainings on site, mahirap pa rin, naiintindihan ko po. And rest assured, we'll revisit the SLP guidelines to try to incorporate a logistic support fund drawing from the AIX, as you mentioned, para lang, kasi they're in crisis. They will definitely, as long as they qualify in that criteria, we will not hesitate to amend it and incorporate it.
Yes. May program po ba sa SLP na, for example, a group of magkakapit-bahay and they will just join their
Mr. Chair, there are two major tracks for SLP, the employment track and the entrepreneurship track. The entrepreneurship track takes two folds as well. May individual and meron tayong tinatawag na SLPA. They are amalgamated into an informal grouping called Sustainable Livelihood Program Association. We really encourage the grouping more than the individual track kasi mas matibay sila.
Thank you, Mr. Sir. And for my last concern, wala na po tayong akap ngayon, ano po? Wala na.
This year, meron pa ho. Meron pa ho tayong...
2026, for the 2026, moving forward, 2026.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, wala na hong AKAP for next year. Bukod na lang kung may matitira pa tayo for this year because it will cross over. Given that the good congressman has already raised the issue, if the committee would allow me to put up a slide that will show the status of next year's programming for AIX vis-a-vis the disappearance of AKAP.
Yes, I will be asking also
Alright,
AIX, but
yeah.
yung AKAP po, wala na po for
Wala na po.
2026.
Wala na po.
2026. Alam nyo, meron pong kultura na nagawa yung AKAP na hindi maganda sa communities. At palagay ko po kaya ako nanalo dahil yung maling implementation ng AKAP over an incumbent. Alam nyo, yung AKAP, masyadong madali yung requirement, low income, at wala namang absorptive capacity yung DSWD to distribute it na talagang masasala kung sino talaga yung dapat na ano. Sa amin po, sa aking distrito, nangyari po, yung mga barangay captains, sila po yung nagdi-distribute. At ang forms nanggagaling sa representative. Tapos po binibigay sa barangay captain. Yung barangay captain po, yung 5,000, nagiging 2,500 na lang pagdating sa beneficiary. Pagkatapos po, sa dami, up to May 2, nagdi-distribute po ng AKAP sa aking distrito. Sa dami, pati yung barangay captain hindi na kaya na maghanap ng mga beneficiary. Pati tanod po. Kaya lang po, pag yung tanod na naganap, mayroon pa siyang 500. So, 2,000 na. Pag matakaw yung kapitan, 1,000 na lang. Ganun po yung nangyari dun dahil hindi naman po talaga kaya ng absorptive capacity nung local DSWD para i-distribute yung minsan 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 per session. Meron pa nga po dahil sa ganyan na inaabot from 9 a.m. up to 12 midnight. Meron pa nga po doon na pumila, nakakuha ng 5,000 sa init, binawian ng buhay, natake. 15,000 po yung taol. Nag-abono pa ako ng 10,000. Bukod po dyan, sa halip na mangarap, na magtrabaho, magsimula na isang maliit na negosyo, sa dalas at sa dami ng pinamimigay, Ang nangyari po, ang pangarap na nila hindi na maghanap buhay. Ang pangarap na nila makakuha ng akap. Hanggang ngayon po, nararamdaman ko yan sapagkat hinahanapan ako bilang kinatawan ng aking distrito. Hinahanapan ako ng mga mamayan. Bakit dati marami? Bakit ngayon wala? So, may nabuo pong kultura, especially sa mga barangay officials. They would prepare na meron silang, I would give them AKA forms para may ma-distribute sila sa kanilang mga, lalo na mag-election ng barangay. Yan po yung, palagay ko meron dapat na intervention gawin ang DSWD para ma-realign yung pag-iisip ng ating mga mamayan pagdating po dito. Nangyari po pati IX, ganun din po nangyari nung nakaraang eleksyon. At mali na rin po yung, maski po yung wala naman sa crisis situation, talaga po naghahanap ng IX. Nararamdaman ko po ngayon yan. Pero ako po, sinasabi ko, ay yung mga programs na yan, dapat talaga, mas maganda pa yata, bigay ko na lang as students assistance rather than mga ganyang sistema. So, I don't think that the DSWD has enough social welfare workers to determine the eligibility of beneficiaries. Ang nangyayari po, ito po ay naging dole-outs. Naging dole-outs naming mga politiko. Gusto namin makatulong dun sa mga talaga nangangailangan, talagang deserving. Pero, siyempre, pagka kami nagde-determine, may political color. So, ako po, matagal na, I would prepare that the social welfare will interview the person in crisis, determine the amount that he or she needs, and the DSW personnel giving the money directly to the persons in crisis. Isa pa po, alam ko rin na yung inyong mga personnel, disbursing officers na pinapadala sa aming mga distrito, sa LGUs, marami sila, they are contractuals. Last time they were tempted. Kasi nga, contractuals, hindi naman sigurado yung employment. Pagkatapos po, kung sino yung dumating, sa halip na tingnan nila kung tama yan o hindi, pinababayaan na lang nila. At alam ko po na naging source of corruption. Kasi po, lahat ng mga binibigyan, hindi na nila chinecheck. At wala pong amount. Walang amount. So, 5,000, hindi na nila makikita kung 5,000 o 3,000 o 2,000 yung pinirmahan nilang na-receive ng mga beneficiaries. Moving forward, siguro po, iwasan na natin itong sistema na ito at kailangan po may intervention yung departamento nyo para hindi ito yung maging kaisipan ng mga contractual workers nyo and ng mga beneficiaries sa aming mga distrito. Salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Erice. I'd just like to inform you that you fully consumed. In fact,
Yes,
we
I'm
extended it.
finished. I'm finished.
Yeah, okay. So
Thank you po.
may we listen to the response of Secretary
Mr.
Rex?
Chair, we appreciate the observations. Clearly, there are guidelines to the effect of what the good congressman mentioned. We will work with his office to isolate these cases, and definitely we will deal with them accordingly if proven. So we will get in touch with the office of the good congressman to look at these cases. But rest assured that the guidelines for AIX and ACAP are there. In fact, the ACAP guidelines is already a joint memo circular by 3 departments. But if there are such cases, there are rotten eggs or there are wrong implementation, we will reach out to the office of the good congressman to get the details of such matters so we can deal with it accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary, and thank you, DSWD family.
Thank you. with no independent from the independent that would be questioning, we move to the majority. We recognize Vice Chair Rodolfo Ordonez.
Thank you po. Madam Chair, my dear colleagues, DSWD family, headed by our Honorable Secretary. This is regarding National Commission of Senior Citizens. Last April 2025 po, ay nagpanukala po kayo ang inyong ahensya sa Office of the President na maglabas ng isang executive order upang mula sa Office of the President ay sa ilalim ang NCSC sa DSWD. At ako po ay naniniwala na isang umiiral na batas ay hindi pwedeng i-amend ng executive order lamang. At bayaan yung basahin ko ang Section 3 of Republic Act 11350. Section 3, Creation of the National Commission of Senior Citizens. There is hereby created the National Commission of Senior Citizens, hereinafter referred to as the Commission, and which shall be under the Office of the President. Ginamit po ang salitang siyal na nangangahulugang ito ay isang obligasyon at hindi opsyon. Sa mga deliberasyon po ng Kongreso, bago po ipasa ang Republic Act 11350, idinain na ang dahilan po ng pagtatatag ng NCSC ay upang bigyan ang senior citizens na isang independent, autonomous commission na makakakilos ng mabilis at direkta. Hindi na kailangan dumaan sa mapusising bureaukrasya ng DSWD. Dahil po dito, ay nais ko pong itanong, ano po ang legal na batayan ng inyong suhestyon na isailalim ang NCSC sa inyong kagawaran? Dahil malinaw naman po sa batas na ang mandato ng NCSC ay nasa ilalim ng Office of the President at hiwalay po sa DSWD.
First of all, Mr. Chair, ako po ay sumasang-ayon na ang mga batas ay nirerespeto. Nanggaling ho ako dito sa Kamara at alam ko kung gaano kasakit pag hindi sinusunod ng ehekutibo ang mga batas. Hindi ko ho sinubukang isipin na kaya namin superimpose yung provision ng batas pagdating sa NCSC sa sarili naming opinion. That's very clear. We respect the law, and even up to now, we work closely with NCSC, but they have full autonomy from us. They have a board. They continuously work with us to develop synergies with DSWD. Yung sulat po namin sa Office of the President ay aming department position to convert them into a supervised agency. Magkaiba po ang attached agency sa supervised agency. Even the Office of the President, I believe, cannot convert a agency into a attached agency. At ang tanging pwede lang gawin ng Office of the President ay supervised agency. Magkaiba ho yung attached sa supervised. Ang hiniling po namin sa Office of the President ay gawin silang supervised agency, but we will again respect the Office of the President kung nasa kanilang opinion ay dapat na gawing supervised agency. Hindi ho namin planong saklawan ang batas, hindi ho namin planong saklawan rin ang opinion at ang desisyon ng Office of the President. Ang sa amin lamang po ay mungkahi na sana to develop synergies ay gawing supervised agency katulad ng relationship namin sa NAPSI at sa PCUP at dati sa NCIP. So again, we leave it to the discretion and the best judgment of the Office of the President. We have no desire, we have no intention not to follow the law that made them into a independent agency under the OP. But to the same degree, the OP also has the prerogative to convert them into a supervised agency that we merely supervise. Hindi ho yung papakilaman, kundi to supervise, to synchronize.
Apo. Maraming salamat po. At nabanggit ko naman kanina kay Yusek Di Vaporo na kung ano man po ang maging pasya ng ating Office of the President, tayo po ay susunod.
At isa pong pangalawang concern ko ay ang Section 11 po ng nasabing batas. Let me read po the Section 11. Transfer of functions from the Department of Social Welfare and Development to the National Commission of Senior Citizens. All functions, programs, projects, and activities which are being undertaken by the Department of Social Welfare and Development for the formulation, implementation, and coordination of social welfare and development policies and programs for the poor, vulnerable, and disadvantaged senior citizens shall be transferred to the National Commission of Senior Citizens. At maliwanag po yan, mismo ang Supreme Court, the Supreme Court has consistently enunciated that the use of the word shall in a statute connotes a mandatory order or an imperative obligation. It indicates a word of command and one which has always or which must be given a compulsory meaning. Nangangahulugan po na NCSC talaga ang dapat maging pangunahing ahensya sa pagpapatupad ng mga programa para sa ating mga senior citizens. At kapag fully transferred na ito, ay mababawasan din po ang bigat ng inyong trabaho at makakapag-focus ang inyong ahensya sa iba pang sektor na kanilang pinaglilingkuran at mga programa ang ipinatutupad. Nais ko lang po malaman kung ano na po ang status ng transition.
Mr. Chair, since I joined the department, we do regular meetings on the transition with NCSC. Sa katunayan ho, nilipat na namin early on, last year, I believe, yung assistance to senior citizens na programa. Wala na po sa amin yon. Yung centenarian na gifts or na incentives, wala na rin po sa amin yon. At sa katunayan, pati yung Expanded Centenarian Act, hindi na ho ibinigay sa amin yon. Yung accreditation ng mga senior citizen group, nasa kanila na rin po yon. Sa madaling salita, unti-unti na po naming nililipat ang aming mga function kasi yun ho ang nakalagay sa batas. Sa kasalukuyan, nasa aming budget pa rin ho ang social pension at dahil nasa aming NEP po yun, kami muna ho ang mag-i-implement. I believe the rationale there when we met DBM is the readiness of the agency na saluhin lahat ng function. We know for a fact na wala naman hong ahensya na gustong napakarami ng kanyang trabaho at ikagagalak ho namin na ilipat ang mga functions pertaining to senior citizens sa NCSC, pero gusto namin masigurado na handa sila, na ready sila. If you can recall, Mr. Chair, the good congressman probably knows this, makailan lang naman ho nagkaroon na ng mga regional offices ang NCSC. Sa katunayan, they're still in the process of organizing. Para ilipat namin ang buong buo agaran, ang social pension, ang pangangamba ho namin baka lalo tayong hindi ready nilang saluhin at lalong hindi ma-implement ng tama ang social pension. The wisdom there is the readiness of the NCSC to assume the full responsibility of the social pension. And we're talking about a very big population here. We're talking about close to 50 billion pesos with around 4.5 to 5 million senior citizens. So kami naman ho, handang-handa kaming ilipat yon, ngunit sinisigurado rin ho namin na handa silang saluhin ang responsibilidad na yon.
Okay po. Kasi po kaya po natanong ko yan, ang NCSC ay 6 na taon nang nag-exist at nakakadalawang chairman na rin. So ako po ay naiinip nga dahil hindi pa natin na itatransfer ang yung social pension. Well, kung yan po ang inyong opinion, ako po ay sumasang-ayon at naniniwala po ako na ang senior citizens, ako ay nagpapasalamat sa inyo, ang inyong pagmamalasakit at pagmamahal sa amin ay ganoon na lamang. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Secretary.
So, just, if you'll allow me to just put it on record again, na at any given time, that the NCSC will be ready to implement the social pension, and it's already deemed by DBM and the DS na ready na ho sila, lalong-lalo na sa implementors on the ground. We will gladly give up that function. Mamimiss ho namin kayo, pero yun ang nakaakda sa batas.
Maraming salamat po.
Madam Chair, follow-up
Thank you.
question, please.
May suggest the members, I'm very sorry, but we have a list of those who want to question right now. And I think we have to move on with the list. And this would go with the minority now. I beg the indulgence of all our members in accordance with the procedure that the committee adopts. So may I call
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Rene Luis Co of the minority. Okay. So the next, in the absence of the minority, we now call Representative Alexander T. Pimentel. So next would be the Honorable Mercedes Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, Mr. Chair, is it right that there has been a reduction in the funds for the program on protective services for individuals and families?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. The good congressman rightfully pointed out dahil mawawala ho yung AKAP, dati nandun sa protective services yon, malaking kawalan ho yun. And then, the budget for AICS also, or the assistance to individuals in crisis situation, nabawasan din ho. So put together, we're looking at close to around 50 billion worth of reductions. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but to be able to better explain it, if the good committee will allow me to flash the card that I wanted to show a while ago.
Yes, please,
Yes,
Secretary.
Can you pull that up? Can we?
And maybe if the good secretary can also explain what will be the effect of this reduction, and as well as the alternative if ever there are families or individuals who have a need of this program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we flash the slide? So if you can see, Mr. Chair, we put together the slide that shows AICS and its sister program, AKAP. For 2026, because of the reduced AICS budget, the target has been reduced from around 6 million to 3.6 million. So ang underserved natin for next year, projected if the NEP is to be followed, for AICS alone, 2.978,543 individuals is endangered of losing their AICS social welfare. So pag may kailangan sila, hindi itong numero na to yung madi-displace. Now, because AKAP has been deleted from the NEP, we're looking at another 4 million clients na sa kasalukuyan natutulungan ng programa, pero mawawala na rin ho. So if you look at the right-hand most slide, and if I can direct you to the projected service gap, that's 2.9 or 3 million for AICS, and then another 4 million for AKAP. So we're looking at around 7 million individuals who may not be able to help receive social welfare in their crisis situation. Now, that's the first part of it, and it's a bit alarming, and I'm very thankful for the committee for asking us about this. Now, the alternative thereof, I leave it to our policymakers. But again, there is a notion in the department that we merge the program consolidated into the AICS to make sure that people do not lose their service, their social welfare. But again, I put it on the table for our policymakers that even AICS itself has been reduced. So sana ho ma-reconsider ng ating mababang kapulungan yung dilema ng departamento na may mahigit 7 million tayong Pilipino, pamilyang Pilipino na maaaring hindi matulungan kung hindi natin i-restore o dagdagan ang provision para sa AICS.
So it is possible that we expand, with the help of the department, we expand the menu for AICS.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is something that we can do. Pero if we expand it nang hindi natin dadagdagan yung line item allocation for AICS, then we might be cannibalizing even the AICS allocation even faster than what it is right now.
Do we have like a data or information on the impact and effect of the AX program to our constituents? Because just like FourPs, I believe the Philippine Institute for Developmental Studies, they already have a study. So maybe it will be considered by the department to make a study as well for to help policymakers.
Madam, Mr. Chair, early on, I think I even mentioned it in the last budget hearing. The department's already procured a macro level anti-poverty study. The winning bidder, the winning contractor, is a group formed by former Socio-Economic Planning Secretary Shel Habito. So that will look at all the anti-poverty programs within the department and outside the department. We're talking about TUPAD, we're talking about MAIP, we're talking about AIX. So that study, unfortunately, is a bit delayed because of the election period. They couldn't do their field study and their field dates, but that study should come to a fore in the last quarter of this year, and we will make sure to furnish this committee as well as all anti-poverty committees of Congress the study so that we can see the impact of AIX and other anti-poverty programs of the government vis-a-vis poverty reduction.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I also would like to touch on what the good secretary said as my favorite DSWD program, the Sustainable Livelihood Assistance Program. Well, it is in the form of micro enterprise development, and there is also a track for employment facilitation. In your studies or in the past years, Mr. Secretary, what has taken up more rate in the SLP? Is it the employment track or the micro enterprise track?
I just don't. It's 70-30 in favor of the entrepreneurship track.
So we need to advertise or promote more the livelihood track.
What we have done, as mentioned in the last budget hearing, is to form linkages with other agencies that can capacitate them.
Yes.
For instance, DTI has a very strong entrepreneurship program. The OST has the same. For the employment track, there are also DOLE and DOT. Mr. Chair, in as much as we want to push for the entrepreneurship track, we also believe that some people would opt for the employment track. While we do advertise the entrepreneurship track heavily, we cannot eliminate the employment track, and we are relying on partner agencies to capacitate the beneficiaries.
And maybe partner with TESDA so that we can also develop skills for entrepreneurship.
Actually, we just signed a memorandum of agreement with them for FourPs and for our, I think, SLP as well.
Because I'm very saddened, Mr. Chair, as shown in the slide and as discussed earlier by our chairman, that the SLP budget for 2026 was reduced. So I hope that fellow members of the committee can be one with me in pushing for an increase of the SLP budget.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair. The good congressman is a partner in SLP. In fact, we're still looking forward to the mud crabs that she will send into our office as a product of her SLPA.
As you can see, I'm pushing for the entrepreneurial track. That's why I asked, Mr. Chair. But with regards to SLP still, what constraints, Mr. Secretary, have you experienced or the department has experienced in the implementation of the SLP?
The good congressman has mentioned this so many times, and it's not only her, it's the lack of manpower. The administrative costs isn't commensurate to the amount of work that's being done on the ground. So we are forced to take we're forced to take employees out of the central office allocation to deploy to the regions. Yan lagi ho yung iyak ng mga SLP offices namin in the regions na kulang ng tao given that there's a big social preparation timetable. Just to give you an idea, there are only 578 positions, contractual positions for SLP nationwide, vis-a-vis the close to 6 billion pesos that it's supposed to disburse with. So we would rely on other offices. So nakaka-cannibalize rin namin yung mga iba naming programs.
Maybe, but of course, with our experience in the district, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, we have linkages, we have a good working relationship with our local government units so that we will be able to implement the SLP better on the ground. So anyway, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to convey my support for the DSWD family and its budget, but I'd also like to thank DSWD for its support in the Negros Island region. Last month, we finally opened the regional office in Dumaguete City. Although I am from the other side of the island, but still we support it. And of course, I'd like to mention, to thank as well our regional director, RD Arwin Razo, who is present. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, and rest assured of our support for the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So the next would be Representative Adrian Michael Amatong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning po, Secretary Rex at sa buong DSWD family. First of all, I'd like to thank your organization kasi masipag yung mga tao mo doon sa distrito ko. Lagi silang ready tumulong at saka minsan overworked pero hindi naman nagre-reklamo. So, thank you very much. Well, thankful for your help. Gusto ko lang ding stress na baka kailangan pa namin ng more help sa inyo. Lalo na medyo nainggit ako, narinig ko yung partners kayo ni Congresswoman Alvarez dun sa SLP nyo. Baka naman pwedeng makipartner din ang opisina namin sa SLP nyo. Kasi as you all know, ang probinsya po namin I think it's the poorest, they say, in the entire country. So I would like to suggest that maybe not just Zamboanga del Norte, but also the other provinces na nandun sa top 5 or top 10 sa poorest, maybe we can come up with a catch-up plan. So during my first term, syempre medyo may pride tayo. We did our best to set up the fundamentals to give our constituents the chance na umunlad sa sarili nila. Unfortunately, our programs, it takes time bago mag-take off. Like we are in the process of establishing 2 economic zones in my area, in Liloy and in Sibuco. We are in the process of expanding our port in Lamao, Liloy. Tapos meron din tayong establish ng mga facilities so that in the future we'll be exporting products, coconut products, abaca products, dragon fruit, fish, and rubber products. Unfortunately, it's taking time. Baka po pwedeng matulungan nyo kami sa SLP program nyo, SL program nyo. We would very much appreciate to be included in your partners.
Mr. Chair, I had the chance to visit the district of Congressman Amatong, and we're going to deploy our regional director who's with us now, not just for the regular SLP, but because your area has former conflict areas na kung saan tayo nakita sa Siriway, the 3S, Siriway,
Shokon and Sibuco.
Yes, as you pointed out, that these are not just areas of high poverty incidents, but they
Yes.
used to be former conflict zones.
Yes.
So we will also deploy the Undersecretary for Sustainable Peace, because there's another SLP track for former conflict areas. Yun yung kaninang tinatanong sa akin na pamana. So we will employ both so that we can use both in your home district.
Yes. If you can check with your people dun sa ground, makikita nyo na contrary dun sa sinabi ni Kong Egay kanina, hindi namin ginamit yung DSWD funds para sa pamumulitika. In fact, most of my AIX and TUPAD funds were not used during the campaign period because hindi tayo naniniwala na dapat dole out yung gamitin natin. It should be our programs that will keep us in our current position. So baka nang po pwedeng hindi talaga namin kaya eh. As much as we'd like to do it on our own. In the meantime, while hindi pa nagmamaterialize yung mga plans namin, talagang nakakayaman, talagang I will plead for your help for my constituents. So I know you have the heart for them. In fact, I really appreciate you going to Sibuco. This one of the, yun yung isa sa mga lugar na ayaw puntahan ng mga government officials and employees. So I really appreciate that you and together with Secretary Galvez pumunta talaga kayo doon and you saw for yourself how difficult life has been for my constituents. So I would I will coordinate with your office, Secretary. Sana magtulungan tayo. Hopefully in the few years time, from 56% poverty incidence in my district, maybe we could reduce it to a more manageable level. Actually, I have an ambitious goal of less than 20%. Hindi ko alam kailan namin ma-attain yun, but with your help and other national agencies, maybe we can do that in the next 5 or 6 years.
We'll do, Mr. Chairman. We'll make sure to get in touch with the good congressman's office.
Thank you very much. Hindi ko na po pahabain kasi alam ko naman tutulungan niyo naman kami. Mamaya na lang tayo mag-usap. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. We will have next Representative Girly Veloso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maayong buntag sa tanan. And welcome to the House of the People, the DSWD family, and of course to the most able Secretary, Secrex. Maayong buntag. Mr. Chair, please allow me to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for doing a very excellent job in carrying out your mandate to help the most vulnerable Filipinos. I would like to also to mention that an excellent job also that you're doing through the Malasakit Center Act or the Republic Act 11463 by deploying the DSWD representatives inside the centers. You have helped realize, sir, the vision of the true one-stop shop, where patients no longer need to run to other offices, but can already access your help right inside the Malasakit Center or the hospital. I can personally attest to this, Mr. Secretary, in my visits in the Malasakit Center. First-hand ko pong nakausap yung mga pasyente and of course the DSWD, kung ano yung mga naibigay na mga services, yung financial assistance ng DSWD inside the Malasakit Center. I've seen it right before my eyes, sir. My prayer, Mr. Secretary, is that we may fully implement the vision of our President for the zero balance billing and the full implementation of the universal health care. But we also know the reality in the ground that zero balance billing na nga yung pasyente, but despite of that, may kulang pa or yung patients natin sometimes have no fare, walang pamasahe po to go home, no food to eat, or minsan, sadly, in cases of death, wala silang pambili ng mga kabaong or coffins. This is where DSWD's role becomes truly vital. That is why I humbly pray that the department may consider setting aside funds so that patients need not go outside the hospital or return after several days just to receive assistance. Because not all representatives of DSWD inside the Malasakit centers are capable of giving financial assistance. Kasi sabi nila, they are not regulars, job orders lang, so they are not capable of disbursing the funds. So once mag-discharge si patients, babalik pa din sila after 3 days or minsan pag emergencies, pupunta talaga sila sa region. So sa regional offices ninyo, so na-defeat talaga yung purpose of a one-stop shop. So I think that's all yung gusto kong i-relay sa inyo, sir, na sana ma-realize na talaga yung long overdue na pinag-usapan natin na talagang right there and then, on time, yung pagbigay ng assistance inside the Malasakit Center or inside the hospital. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, as mentioned when I had a chat with the good congressman, we are disbursing inside the
Yes.
Malasakit centers. We are. In fact, on top of what we are disbursing right now, we've already passed on to the Department of Health the amended joint memo circular to improve the menu of services pa.
Yes.
We've already, on the side of the DSWD, we've already signed off. We've incorporated new menu items there, like in transpo allowance and all that. So we're just awaiting for the DOH to sign and so that we can publish the new memo circular. But rest assured that on the side of DSWD, we do disburse whatever is allowed in the existing joint memo circular. But
Yeah.
we've already sent the expanded JMC to DOH for their consideration.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chair, talagang it's long overdue. Last year pa yung JAW na hinihintay natin, and I would like to commend DSWD kasi talagang nag-sign na po kayo. It's just lang that wala pa po talaga na kompleto yung signature. But yeah, thank you for that. And with regards to the representatives that really on time yung nagbigay inside the center, it's not all. It's definitely not all representatives inside the center na talagang nagbibigay, because yung reasoning nila is really they're not capable of dispersing. But siguro 50% or 60% of the representatives inside the center real time pong nagbibigay. Thank you po.
Mr. Chair, I just want to put on record that all our DSWD reps inside the Malasakit Center are bonded and they can disperse cash. Minsan lang ho talaga sa great demand, baka na timingan lang ho nyo na naubos yung cash niya. Kasi we're one of the main pillars inside the Malasakit Center. But lahat ho sila are empowered by our existing memo circular and the JMC to disburse of cash accordingly.
That's a very, very welcoming update. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair. And finally, I would like to manifest my full support to the budget of DSWD for the year 2026. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and DSWD family. Thank you.
Thank you. We now recognize Representative Salvador Pleito. Okay, next, Vice Chair Brian Po. Wala rin. Vice Chair Dale Corvera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Secretary and the DSWD family. First of all, I would like to convey to you my support to your budget as our way of thanking you for the support you have given to my district in Agusan del Norte. Meron lang ako isang concern, Mr. Secretary, considering na galing din ako sa local government as Chief Executive. And this is about the supplementary feeding program in which meron ding supplementary feeding program ang DepEd at meron din sa local government units. How do you cascade this to the ground na walang duplication na mangyayari? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, yung supplemental feeding ng DSWD is limited to our early childhood centers and the play sessions, yung daycare sa madaling salita. While si DepEd is contained sa K-6. Now, ours run for 120 days in a calendar year. And then, if ever merong mga local government initiatives, that will be on top of it. How do we know na walang sapawan ho? The drive of the department now is to download the funds to the local government units. In fact, yan ho ang direktiba namin, and a vast majority, ilan percent? A vast majority, is close to 56% of the fund is downloaded. Kasi nga gusto ho namin, una, wag magsapawan yung initiative ng local government but maging complementary. Pangalawa, because this is part of the drive to connect our farmers with our supplementary feeding, we encourage local government units to use the Sagip Saka Act in order to do community procurement para ho matulungan rin natin yung mga magsasaka. So yun ho ang aming sagot doon sa tanong para hindi ho mag-overlap yung mga feeding programs.
Yun lang sana ang concern ko, Mr. Secretary, kasi ang DSWD is one of the departments na na-devolve sa local government. So kung tutuusin, wala na mga foot soldiers ng DSWD. Hanggang regional office lang kayo. Kaya concern ako baka mag-duplicate sa local government unit dahil daycare din yung target ng LGU. Pero sa sinabi mo ngayon, kampante na po ako, Mr. Secretary. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We call Representative Alisa Micaela Gonzalez. Next, Vice Chair Uging Mercado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My colleagues, my classmate in Congress, the 17th Congress, the Honorable Secretary, Honorable Rex Gatchalian, Undersecretaries and Assistant Secretaries, the Regional Directors and Provincial Directors of DSWD, good morning. This is not a question, Mr. Secretary, and the officials of the DSWD family, but an expression of 100% support for their budget. And if possible, for the Honorable Appropriations Committee to further increase the budget of DSWD. DSWD has been the top performing departments that truly touch the lives of the Filipino people. More so because at its helm is one of the most capable young technocrat and the statesman of this generation. We can hear from the manifestations of our colleague the performance and the innovative approach of solving the social crisis facing our country. And for this, I would like to congratulate you, my dear classmate. Thank you very much. My only concern is on the policy. You have been an LGU executive. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I served for 9 years in the city of Valenzuela as mayor.
I'm also former governor of Southern Leyte. So, on policy, there has been a law, the Local Government Code of 1991. It has been approved in 1991, and I think it's still effective until now, 34 years already. So I'm thinking about your management acumen, that we can, as what you said, ameliorate or amalgamate the this law with the policies of our national government, more particularly the DSWD, where we could further enhance the strength and the capability of our LGUs towards self-reliance and empowerment. It is an ambitious approach, but who knows, with your way of doing things where you can really achieve result. You are our hope. You are our hope in this local government implementation. So, first, ano ba talagang criteria for a National Department Secretary to visit a particular LGU or province, especially as from the Jeddah area, Southern Leyte?
Mr. Chair, before anything else, I'd like to thank the good congressman, a classmate of mine when I joined Congress, for the good words towards the department and to this representation. Medyo loaded yung tanong, so iisa-isahin ko ho. Una, nagpapasalamat ho ako. Pangalawa, like him, I practiced local government for quite some time. And before I joined the department, I was actually chairing the local government committee in Congress, which after I left, si Congresswoman Alvarez took over. we agree that doon sa local government code, devolve ang social welfare. In fact, Congressman Dale pointed that out. Pero alam rin ho natin na may limitations because we have smaller LGUs who do not have the financial capacity to implement programs. Meron nga tayong mga LGUs na walang mga social workers. Normally, may napunta ng mga LGU na yung secretary ni mayor, siya na rin yung business permit person, siya na rin yung social worker, all bundled into one. So one of our approach is, when we talk about social welfare, we talk about resources, and resources first and foremost would be people on the ground. Wala kaming boots on the ground. So we will really rely on local government unit to implement the programs. So what we kanina nabanggit ho namin, we are coming up with the DSWD Academy. It's a facility in Taguig that's about to open the end of the year. It's part of our capacity building. So one of the things that we want to push is kung walang social worker, we will now start working with social welfare assistants. Yan yung mga they act as social workers pero hindi kinikilala na yung mga signature nila. So what we had in mind was to empower them na pag may nag-train sila sa academy namin, yung signature nila should be accepted for certain issues. Hindi naman lahat, obviously. I know I am in a department na maraming social worker, pero the academy is run actually by one of our undersecretary who is both a doctor and a social worker. So what we are looking at is to empower social welfare assistants to do certain things. May limits, pero we empower them also. We work with them so that the standards of social welfare at the national level is achieved at the local level. That's one. Number two, in terms of resources, magkapatid ho talaga yung problema ng social welfare and the NTA, yung allotments natin. And when I was a chair of the local government code, we wanted to look into the NTA, the cytos of taxes to make sure na poorer LGUs get more so that they can do their own social welfare. Pero habang wala pa ho yan, our Social Technology Bureau, which is headed by our Innovations Undersecretary, continues to develop programs para ho sa mga LGUs natin, more particularly those that are the farthest from the city centers, the GIDA areas, the poorest, the farthest, the most underdeveloped. So we use the social technology programs and we normally pilot it in the poorest areas like the food stamp. And then we transplant the programs to them. So now I've addressed the manpower resource and how we want to empower social welfare assistants. Number two, we are passing on programs that we develop at a national level, yung mga innovations natin to the local government units. And then I wanna answer yung paano, kailan ang pupunta. Pag inimbitahan niyo ako bukas, pupunta ho tayo. Our credo in the department is nobody stays in the office for long periods of time. We have to be out there. And when I say out there, it's normally the most farthest from the city center, the off-beaten tracks. We have to go there because that's where poverty exists. And that's where we normally pilot or initiate our programs.
The invitation will follow ASAP.
Next na lang ho nyo sa akin, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. I'm just curious, ano itong SLP, Mr. Secretary?
The SLP is called the Sustainable Livelihood Program. Matagal na ho yan sa departamento even before us. We just streamlined it to make it easy. Ito ho is a part of the development side of the department. While we do a lot of social welfare, dyan kami kilala, yung mga ayuda. Pero binibigyan emphasis ho ng ating Pangulo yung development. Matagalang programa para maiahon natin ang ating mga kababayan mula sa kahirapan. Dito, we partnered with national agencies like Trade and Industry to capacitate para makapagsimula ng mga negosyo. Then the department provides the initial startup capital. Ito ay para sa mga mahihirap natin na kababayan na gusto magnegosyo o gusto magtrabaho. And they're informal. So meaning wala silang access to capital. Hindi sila makapunta sa small business corporation kasi hindi sila makautang sa mga bangko dahil informal sila. So that's where the department comes in.
Please include Southern Leyte, sir.
I think the regional director is here, so she will make sure that she includes Southern Leyte.
Yeah. I would like to congratulate our department on the so many programs, which are not only programs, but it has achieved a degree of success, and it's becoming a model for management, program management. So since our province is a GDI and at the same time a calamity-prone province, I would like to ask about this standby funds preposition relief stockpile, QRF. Uh, these are things that really applicable to us, and we'd like to know how were you able to allocate 1.2 billion for QRF and standby? How do you what is your procedure in having this stockpile of relief goods?
We have a program under the President's direction called Buong Bansa Handa. There, the 1.2 billion is actually used to buy family food packs, non-food items, and we also use it in certain extreme cases pag may state of calamity, emergency cash transfers. Pero primarily napupunta yan sa food stocks and non-food items. Ngayon, the President wanted, Mr. Chair, to make sure na omnipresent ang DSWD. Hindi pa ho tumatama yung kalamidad, dapat nandun na ho kami. And we can only do that if we have warehouses nationwide. Clearly, renting warehouses is going to be very expensive. So we will talk to local government units to borrow their existing warehouses to pre-position goods. There are 3 types of warehouses. Hubs are big ones in city centers like Pasay, Cebu. Diyan kami nagpre-prepack. Spokes are mid-size ones. Yan yung mga nasa provincial level. And then last mile nasa mga GIDA. Actually, I had the opportunity to speak with the brother of the good congressman about pre-positioning in Southern Leyte. And I believe we have pre-positioned goods in Southern Leyte. We will furnish the good congressman the locations of our pre-positioned goods or stockpile in Southern Leyte.
Thank you.
As of today, Mr. Chair, just to put it on record, we have 11,945 family food packs stockpiled in various warehouses in Southern Leyte. And if the good congressman will lend us more warehouses, we will gladly add more.
Thank you very much, my friend, Mr. Secretary Rick Gatchalian, and our chairman. Thank you very much for the very informative talk or manifestation that you have given this committee. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you,
very much.
Konging. Thank you very much. We recognize Representative Salvador Pleito.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, at our colleagues and our esteemed guests, Secretary Gatchalian at the DSWD family. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Gusto ko din i-congratulate Secretary Rex Gatchalian sa kanilang maagap na pag-preposition ng mga DSWD relief goods sa mga areas na nadadaanan ng bagyo. At maayos at mechanized na ang kanilang repacking. Tunay po na kahangahang ito, Secretary, mabilis at napagtugon ng ating pamahalaan. Kaya congratulations po sa inyong lahat. Gusto ko lang itanong, Secretary, Mr. Chair, paano po ang coordination ng DSWD sa ibang government agencies gaya ng Department of Health tungkol sa health grants at ang Department of Education para sa educational grants to ensure a seamless delivery of services? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think the good congressman, before anything else, thank you, Congressman Pleito, for the kind words to the department. I think the good congressman is referring to the 4Ps compliance. Remember, bago ho natin i-pay out sila, bago sila mag-qualify, kailangan uma-attend yung mga kabataan sa paaralan at yung early childhood interventions, health interventions nangyayari. Right now, it's DepEd that provides us the compliance kung yung mga bata pumapasok sa paaralan. At yung health centers naman ang nagbibigay ng information card sa amin hinggil sa health interventions. Admittedly, medyo tedious siya. Kaya ngayon, nag-streamline ho tayo kung saan sisiguraduhin natin by next year, mas mabilis yung turnaround para hindi na namin masyadong ginagambala ho ang DOH at ang DepEd pagdating sa compliance ng 4Ps.
Thank you, Secretary, for that response. Dito po naman po, ayoko na itanong na kanina, sa Quick Response Fund po, what are the protocols for its release? Meron po ba kayong close coordination with local government units para mapagbigyan talaga yung mga karapat-dapat? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, the protocol with the QRF lies between the memo circular ng DBM at saka ng OCD, wherein the built-in of the DSWD is around 1.2 billion. Pag naging kalahati na po yan, we can apply for reimbursement. The DBM director, si Director Bench is here. She can confirm it that ganun ho ang proseso. Pero pagdating ho sa coordination sa local government units, yung iba't ibang mga programa na pwede namin i-charge sa QRF, normally yan naka-coordinate sa LGU na meron silang state of calamity bago namin ma-access yung emergency cash transfer, or the source document on releases for family food packs for augmentation is the DROMIC report, which is the disaster report that emanates from the local government unit. Hindi kami makakapaglabas ng family food pack, hindi kami makakapaglabas ng emergency cash transfer pag hindi ho namin nakukuha yung situation report or yung DROMIC report from the ground sa LGU.
Thank you, Secretary, for that response. Sa mga nakikita po namin na mga sistema po ng DSWD, ano po ang mga plano ng DSWD para lalo pong ma-modernize ang inyong systems, such as implementing digital payments for beneficiaries and how this will improve service delivery and reduce fraud? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Not only, Mr. Chair, we've embarked based on the instructions of the President, we have to make sure that we do things efficiently. The department's already started to streamline the steps, but at the same time automate our processes. Case in point, we recently launched early this year the DSWD help system, which is available in the eGov app. People applying for minors travel abroad authority, yung mga minors traveling abroad, need not come to our office. They can apply everything online, pati na rin ho yung interview process ng social worker nandun. Pangalawa, for our social welfare and development agencies, mga foundations, NGOs, they also need not come to the office to get their permits. So we fully digitalized our permitting system. Second, new programs like Walang Gutom is no longer manual. They have electronic benefit cards where the food credits are loaded. So at the top of those cards in our retail accredited retailers, they can get their food supply already for the food poor families. Now, Mr. Chair, we've also embarked on using e-wallets for our 4Ps beneficiaries through the ePanalo program. Working with GCash and Globe, we are hoping to migrate majority of our 4Ps beneficiaries from basic deposit accounts to e-wallets. And last, Mr. Chairman, we are already embarking on automating especially the guarantee letter side of it. We already have a working prototype, which hopefully we can roll out in the coming months. We just want to make sure that it's foolproof before we do so.
Maraming salamat, Secretary, at sa inyong mga tugon. Sa kadahilanan, yung mga magagandang programa at nararamdaman po talaga ng ating mga kababayan sa 6th District ng Bulacan, sa inyong mga ginagawa, sa inyong mga staff, kay Director Benos. Ako po ay sumusuporta sa proposed 2026 budget. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We recognize now Representative Nathaniel Oducado.
Madamo, salamat, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the very proactive Secretary and to the highly efficient public servants of the department. Ngayon ko lang po nakita na napaka data-driven and digitally integrated ang programs natin sa DSWD. So I'm very happy po. My question po, I was scanning through the programs, and one of the innovations that I saw with the department was yung therapy program. Actually, it's one of the programs na I saw po that recognized unpaid care work sa Philippines. And can I ask lang po, how much budget do we have for it? And do we have programs of similar nature sa pipeline ng department?
Mr. Chair, the good congressman is referring to a pilot program under the Kalahi Seeds portfolio, wherein it's a cash forward program for our people with disability. Pero these innovations are in its pilot stage, but when we get the terminal report, we want to grow it. Now, may similar programs there that falls under our innovations cluster that looks at other psychosocial interventions for our most vulnerable sectors. Case in point, we have a running program with POS, yung sa animal welfare. We use therapy pets for our care facilities. So that's also in its pilot stage, but POS Philippines wants to expand it because research shows that pets do have a healing, calming effect on people who have undergone massive trauma. So meron kami mga care facilities where the doctor dogs or the angel pets come in and look at and help in the psychosocial intervention. We also have our intergenerational program wherein yung mga senior citizens namin who are capacitated and living in our care facilities, sila naman yung tumutulong on morals and values formation for yung mga bata na nakatira naman sa aming care facility. We are also piloting a program that will look after the parents with children with disabilities. It's under the working tagline Cherish program that hopes to give financial assistance, empower our parents to be able to deal with the disabilities of their children. Hindi lang financial, it's holistic. May psychosocial siya, meron siyang capacity building on how parents can cope with the disabilities of their children and the needs of their children.
Ganda po ng programs. Mr. Secretary, gusto ko po sana mag-coordinate sa department, especially because I filed a bill involving stay-at-home mothers. And I'd like to get the data and hopefully craft a better policy on this. For my next question po, I'd like to know po what are the programs natin, especially with children with autism, and how much budget do we have for it po?
Mr. Chairman, we have a running program for it's a pilot it's two programs actually. One, as mentioned kanina, it's a working pilot we call Cherish, wherein we provide material and non-material interventions for our families with children with special needs. And when we say special needs, that includes children in the autism spectrum. It's a working program, it's a pilot program called Cherish under our innovations cluster. We will definitely furnish you the terminal report. Once the pilot is done, we'll furnish the committee. Second, we are working with the NCDA, yung NCDA namin attached agency, wherein we want to look at launching PedDev caravans to help our parents get the assessment for their children with special needs. Alam ho natin na the line to get your assessment from PedDevs now is very, very long. So we want to work with the Association of Private PedDevs to be able to cascade assessments nationwide. It will be a tall order, but we're working with them. And then two, we're also working with the private sector in trying to set up sensory rooms in malls. You see them in other countries, in airports. We're piloting one in SM right now, and hopefully we can launch it soon. Basically, ang paradigm namin doon, there were days nung unang panahon hindi naman normal na may lactating room for pregnant and lactating women. So now we want to make the initiative na dapat may mga sensory rooms rin for children with special needs in our commercial establishments.
I'm very satisfied with the answer, Mr. Chair, and I'm very happy that this department is adopting to the changes of what our society needs. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and continue to do a good job. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Representative Ricardo Cruz Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, hindi man ako magtatanong na eh. Susuporta na lang po ako sa ating pong magaling, masipag na Secretary ng DSWD, sa ating kasama, Rex Gatchalian. Nais ko lang po magpasalamat sa inyong patuloy na pagsuporta sa mga programa sa ating distrito sa Taguig at Pateros. At maraming salamat din po kay RD, Attorney MJ Lorico. Shout out. Nandito ba siya? Sa palagiang pagtugon sa aking tanggapan para sa ating mga kababayan. Actually po, Mr. Secretary, salamat po kahit may bagyo, kahit walang pasok, walang sweldo, napapakiusapan ko po sila na pumunta sa Taguig at tumulong sa aking mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po at ang inyong lingkod po ay sumusuporta po sa DSWD.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Congressman Cruz.
Thank you. We now recognize Representative Milagros Aquino Magsaysay. Wala. Okay. Moving forward, we recognize Vice Chair Ditsitina Pancho.
Morning po, Mr. Chair. First, we support and respect the parochial concerns of our colleagues, especially our Honorable Erice. Pero siguro po, meron lang konting problema po dun sa regional area po, dun po sa kanilang distribution regarding sa IX and ACAP. Pero in our district, in Region 3, under the supervision of Ma'am Venus, ay very effective ang naging AX and ACAP sa amin pong district. Kasi napakalaking tulong po na yung full supervision po ng ating pong region sa distribution po natin at napakalaking tulong po ang AX, especially po dun sa mga pasyente po natin na kinikimo, dinadialysis, sinetherapy, at ganun din po yung ACAP. Yung ACAP po kasi ang tinutulungan po niya yung mga kababayan po natin na kinakapos ang kita. So, nandiyan po yung tricycle driver, nandiyan po yung market vendor po natin, nandiyan po yung ating mga jeepney driver po natin. So, kinakapos sila, hindi sila tamad, kundi kinakapos po sa kita. So if there is any problem with the system of AX and ACAP, may I suggest, Mr. Chair, that let us not stop the lifelines, AX and ACAP, but this is an invitation to our Secretary Rex Gatchalian. Let us work together. Let us improve, strengthen the system, and let's work together to support the continued security these programs deliver to our people. Kasi napakalaking tulong po nito sa ating pong mga kababayan. So if I may ask yung ating pong Secretary, do you have any suggestion po how can we strengthen the system? Thank you po.
Mr. Chair, the notion of the good congressman is much appreciated. We definitely know that there's no perfect program. And what we intend to do based on the observations of Congressman Erice is to reach out to him and try to figure out where the gaps are and move accordingly. Siguro, mas maganda tanungin ho namin si Congressman Erice kung ano yung mga observations niya para ma-plug namin yung mga butas ho ng programa.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Is there any more?
Thank you po. Ayos na po.
Thank you. We recognize Vice Chair Joseph Tan.
Thank you, po Chair. At siyempre kay Secretary, no, paras naman ang pananaw namin ni Apo Congresswoman Pancho sa amin sa distrito namin. Naging okay naman dahil magaling si Director Alan Lucy. Kaya lang aalis na yata. Hanggang next year ka na lang ba? Dapat Apo Secretary, malagyan natin ng kasing galing ni Apo Lucy. Kaya wala kaming problema sa amin dun eh. At tinutulungan din naman natin sila. Siguro case to case lang naman yan, Apo Secretary. So, una, no, nakita ko nga ho itong Walang Gutom 2027 food stamp. Hindi ko nasamahan si Secretary nung pumunta sa Santiago. It so happened kasi, Mr. Chair, ang Santiago City, isa sa awardee ng Walang Gutom Award, yung barangay Nagasikan. Kaya maraming salamat sa tulong ho nyo. At nakita ko naman talagang naggayahan yung buong barangay sa programa natin sa Walang Gutom Award. At nabasa ko nga ho to, base sa survey nga, no, nung bago natin lunsad, meron tayong mga 750,000 na parang kumakalamang sikmura. Ngayong March 2025, 41.5%. Dati, 48.7%. So, a difference of 7%. So, yun ang nakita kong diferensya na marami tayong natulungan na 7%. 7% of 750,000. Pero more or less, nasa 49,000 kung ano nagkakamali. So, ano ho ba ang target natin? Para at least, hindi lang 7%, Mga ilang taon ho kaya natin matutugunan to, Apo Chair?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just have to contextualize it. The program being referred to is the Walang Gutom na Food Stamps Program. Based on the PSA data, there are 750,000 food poor families nationwide. Food poor is defined as yung mga pamilyang hindi kumikita ng lalagpas na 9,000 kada buwan. So, na nag-roll out yung Walang Gutom program, the enrollees 300,000 pa lamang po. But by the end of the year, it will scale up to 600,000 and then by next year, 750,000. We are confident na based on the survey ran, yung survey na ho nila yan, ang divisor ho niyan is 300,000 pa lamang ho. But based on the survey, in a 6-month time span, we were able to reduce hunger by around 8 percentage points from its initial get-go. So, the intervention works. And yung survey ho, hindi ho kami ang nagpa-survey niyan. Ang nagpa-survey niyan is the private sector, Globe and Mondenisin using SWS. It's the same survey ran annually or quarterly by SWS, yung hunger survey. Ang difference lang, sa SWS, they look at the whole country while tayo, we look at the food poor families. Kasi our rationale there is, if we eliminate hunger in the food poor families, the national average will decline on number of hungry. So kami, we're confident the marching order of the President stands na dapat when the time comes that he comes down from office, wala nang pamilyang Pilipino na gutom. In fact, I think may interview siya yesterday, ang birthday wish ng Pangulo is wala nang pamilyang Pilipinong gutom. So he's really a dead set in ending hunger, and I believe this is the only program in any administration where the president is fully funding the anti-hunger program. For the first time, all the attention of the president is he's looking at this program. This is his legacy program to end hunger once and for all.
Natanong ko rin ho kasi ito, Mr. Chair, no, Apo Secretary, kasi nung ako ay City Mayor din ng Santiago City, isa rin sa programa ko to, sa bawat bakuran may pananim, mayroong silang hindi na kailang pumunta pa sa pamilihan at doon lang meron na silang aanihin. So kaya napakainam ho tong programang ito. Sa nakita ho kasi natin mga 6 months lang to, no? Bumaba na tayo ng 7%.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Siguro kung tuloy-tuloy ito, wala na talagang makakalaman sikmura. Secondly, no, gusto rin ho nating malaman lang, Mr. Chair, Apo Secretary, yung tungkol sa mga halfway home natin, tsaka yung bahay pag-asa. Yung humang lahat ng LGU natin, kasi usually itong may mga problema na kabataan, lalo't higit yung mga children in conflict with the law, yung 18 years old pababa, at yung mga naabusong mga babae at mga kababaihan, lahat ho ba ng LGU na 1,400 plus 140 plus na mga cities, compliant na ho ba sila lahat?
Actually, Mr. Chair, hindi ho kasi we only have around 117 operational bahay pag-asas nationwide. That's a sad fact na marami pa ring LGUs natin ang hindi nakapagtayo because admittedly so because of limited resources. Hindi naman sa ayaw ng mga LGU, kung hindi wala lang talagang pondo. To solve that, Mr. Chair, in this budget season, we're making it known that the position of the department is not to lower the minimum age of criminal liability. Instead, we still believe in restorative justice. And ang pinupush ho namin is maybe we can help by setting up regional bahay pag-asas. That's what our Juvenile Justice Welfare Council is moving for. We will again ask the help of our policymakers this budget season na kung may mahahanap pa ho, baka once and for all we can set up regional bahay pag-asas.
Maski siguro per province, no? 82 provinces lang naman. Hindi ba kaya?
Rightfully so, sana ho. Pero we know that there's tight fiscal space in the budget. So kung meron ng susobra, maybe we can start with regional and then later on move on to provincial until ma-achieve natin yung goal of 1 LGU, 1 bahay pag-asa.
O kasi nakikita ho natin talagang karamihan pa doon sa mga 18 years old pababa na lalaki, puro sa drugs related. Hindi ho kokonti ang bilang at talaga namang marami din. Kaya maganda rin naman kung talagang maumpisahan din natin by regions. At para at least yung mga hindi pwede pang isama ron sa mga talagang masama sa BGMP o whatsoever, malagay muna natin Kaya nga tinawag na bahay pag-asa, no? At ito pa ho, no, meron pa tayong programa sa Mr. Chair, no, Apo Secretary, kasi tungkol ho to sa mga runaway minors, strandees, mendicants, yun ho yung mga nasa lansangan na walang pinupuntahan, tsaka mentally challenged. Minsan ho kasi, maski imikot tayo sa Metro Manila, makikita mo may kumakatok sa iyo. Kasi ito naman kung tutusin, kaya naman gawin sana ng LGU kung gagawin. Wala ho ba tayong directive na dapat mayroon tayong mga ganun man lang para sa ganun doon sa mga stranded na mga kababayan natin, may puntahan sila, pang overnight lang, o kaya doon sa kalat, sa lansangan na naglilimos, alagaan na lang natin. O bigyan natin ng livelihood o whatsoever. Kasi mapapansin ho natin, may kilik-kilik na bata at yun ho yata ang pang-umang nila para mabigyan. Di po ba, no? Hindi ho nila nararamdaman, bukas makalawa may sakit na sila dahil sa pollutions. Di po ba? So, ano ho ba nakikita natin pwedeng intervention sa ganito? Sa strandees, mendicants, abandoned senior citizen, at saka sa mga mentally challenged. Apo, yeah.
Mr. Chair, tama ho yung sinasabi ni Congressman na trabaho ho, responsibility ng mga LGU to. Naging mayor ho ako ng isang LGU sa Metro Manila. Pero alam rin natin na marami nang ginagawa yung mga LGU. So that's why nung sumali ho tayo sa departamento, ang utos ng Pangulo natin, maglunsad ng national program for this. So ito ho yung pag-abot program. It's been running since 2023. Now, ang difference ho nito, it's nationally, we have close to 100 plus social workers going around Metro Manila, trying to convince our families in street situation to move into our shelter. Now, we have already profiled close to 12,000 families in street situation in Metro Manila. Ang sumama ho sa amin is around 7,000. Bakit ho may choice? Kasi it's a rights-based approach. Hindi ho sa pilitan kasi alam natin hindi ho yun pwede sa social work at sa human rights. So ang ginagawa ho namin, kinukulit sila. Paulit-ulit, babalik-balikan. Meron lang ho talagang ayaw sumama despite everything that we do. Kaya nga ho, ang na-profile namin sa Metro Manila is around 12,000. Kalahati lang, kulang-kulang kalahati ang sumama sa amin. We put them in a shelter. Yung shelter happens to be a former Pogo hub in Pasay. Doon ho namin sila temporary nilalagay for a month maximum. Then we bring them home to their home communities with the livelihood grants na kasama. Now, the difference here is also we track them. Every time may nakukuha ho kami sa kalsada or may sumasama sa amin, they're given IDs and we get their biometrics. Para the next time around, ma-operate ho at sumama ho ulit sila sa amin, malalaman namin kung bumalik na sila sa Metro Manila or hindi pa rin. It's a challenge, but the department is up to it and we're continuously working with local government units in Metro Manila to make sure na we expand social protection to our families in street situation.
Kasi nakikita ho natin, Mr. Chair, no, Apo Secretary, lalo nyo na sa curfew, yung mga bata na minsan naglagawa ng panukala na pag 10 p.m. na sa gabi, pagkalat pa sila o nagkasala, nag-away, hindi naman ho pwedeng diretso sa munisipyo ho yung mga bata, lalo kung minor de edad. So dinadala sa barangay. Ako noon, ang kinukuha ko talaga, yung parents ang talagang kinukuha natin. Pinagsasabihan. At dapat hindi na maulit. Siguro, yun din, LGU rin naman, pero talagang tulong-tulong tayo, Apo Chair.
We share the sentiments of the good congressman and yung mga parent effectiveness classes namin are things that we help with the LGU para nga preventive rather than reactive.
Tama. Okay, kumusta ho ba yung tungkol sa child-friendly cities and municipalities? Kumusta ho ang katayuan? Meron pa ho ba tayong competition doon o kaya award sa mga compliant na mga cities and municipalities?
Tuloy-tuloy po yun under our attached agency, the CWC, Council for the Welfare of Children, and it's still incorporated as part of the seal of good local good of governance. Kayo, Mr. Chair, kasi the good former mayor, now congressman, is a Hall of Famer actually, and his city is something
Chamba lang, chamba.
Ginagamit naming working template. Meron pa ho, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Apo Secretary, at siyempre, tamang-tama, andito ka rin sa Secretary, no? Ayan dyan si Chairman. si Chairwoman, tama-tama po Secretary, yung mga kulang mo na sinasabi mo, pwede mo nang iungot mamaya para at least madagdagan pa. Alam ko naman na talagang lifeline natin talaga yung AIX na madagdagan. Di bali akap, marami na tayong niyakap. Hindi, joke lang. Actually, talagang dapat madagdagan. At alam ko naman, yan na masasabihin ho sa inyo mamaya ni Chairperson Swansing tungkol sa mga, lalo't higit yung kailangan natin na tulong, po, Secretary. Maraming salamat po at magandang umaga sa bawat isa.
Thank you, Kong Joseph. We now recognize from the minority, Representative Nico Dasa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maupay nga aga sa ating Chairwoman, Chairwoman Mika Swansing, to our Vice Chair, our good Secretary Rex Gatchalian, along with the DSWD family. Katulad po kay Kong Nat, I'm a big advocate for those with special needs. So I just had a clarificatory question, Mr. Chair, if I could clarify. I heard that we have a pilot program such as these sensory rooms that are that's in a commercial mall. Is this a specific program with a programmed appropriation, or is this at the initiative of the good secretary and their office?
Mr. Chair, it's a most pilot programs fall under the Social Technology Bureau. May line item yan. So it's a combination. Some are lodged inside the NCDA, the National Disability Affairs Office. Some are part of the Social Technology Bureau or under the Office of the Secretary. These are pilot programs, and we want to make sure before we ask for a line item to it that they're successful and they work. So they're small pilots lodged in different offices of the department.
Okay. So perhaps, Mr. Chair, is this something that legislation could address if the Secretary would recommend? Is there potentially legislation that could perhaps further solidify such programs?
Most definitely, Mr. Chairman, and we'll welcome it. I understand there are numerous bills pertaining to taking care of our families and our children with special needs, and we would gladly make sure that we provide the necessary data to make this legislation work and they will get this legislation passed. We would definitely welcome that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, I'm delighted to hear the response now of the good secretary. Actually, that was my only clarificatory question. So actually, I just wanted to share, as we all know, the DSWD has been at the forefront of protecting the vulnerable, empowering the marginalized, and delivering timely and compassionate services to our people. So with that, also I'd like to acknowledge our good secretary, our undersecretaries and assistant secretaries, as well as our regional director of the Eastern Visayas, Grace Subong. They have been great friends to the Eastern Visayas region, especially to my province of Northern Samar. So I hope we can continue to strengthen and deepen our coordination and partnership. And I would like to manifest my full support for the budget of the DSWD to the committee. And in fact, if we can provide even more funding so we can assist with more of their services and programs, that would make this representation very happy. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we move on to the majority. We have Representative Chino Miguel Almario.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to Secretary Rex, to his undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, and also, of course, the entire DSWD family. First of all, I'd like to thank the good secretary for answering all the questions in utmost speed, efficiency, and precision as usual. This is why I think Congress loves to work with Secretary Rex, because he gives the right answers in the most efficient way possible. And if there's anyone who can expedite and to optimize any system, I'm sure it's Sec Rex and his team. I was just looking at the Quick Response Fund, because our region was also affected by this. And strikingly, and as we've discussed, and at least for the consumption of the honorable body, looking at the 2024 appropriations, so there was an allotment of 1.7 billion, 750 billion pesos, but there are 7.8 billion in replenishments. And of course, now coming into 2025, there is 1.2 billion in the GAA, and now we have 1.3 in replenishments. And considering that there is climate change, that there are different disasters coming in, Mr. Secretary, could you help enlighten at least the August body on what has happened, on why these replenishments are coming to these amounts then?
Mr. Chair, that question is a fantastic question. Contextualize ko lang ho. Built-in sa department budget, yung mga amounts na binanggit ni Congressman Almario, we started off with 1.7 a couple of years ago, and then now it's down to 1.2. Every time nag-50% ho yung utilization namin, the joint memo circular between DBM and OCD allows us to reimburse. So you can imagine, parang may mothership ng pondo. That's where all the departments with QRF, na may QRF, doon kami nakatap lahat. So understandably, nandun ho yung pondo for that may flexibility as to which department will be able to use it. Kung mabilis ka, like in our case, mabilis kami because of response. Nasa amin ang food packs. We're the lead agency for response. Food packs, emergency cash transfer kung wala na tayong halimbawa yung magnitude ng problema sobrang laki na the AX is not suffice, we use emergency cash transfer. So we would reimburse at 50% level. So madalas ho kami nagre-reimburse since I joined the department because coincidentally sunod-sunod ho yung mga trahedya na nangyayari sa ating bansa. There was a year last year na may 7 sunod-sunod na bagyo, pero nung Enero pa lang meron na ho tayong problema sa Davao region. Meron kaming taon na may 2 bulkan na sumabog ng sabay in 1 year, may bagyo, may oil spill, all packed into one. So we would really want it to stop, but we don't control nature. So now, for the longest time, we've also always proposed a bigger built-in ng QRF. I think in the last budget season, si Congressman Emano pointed that out, na baka the replenishment mechanism takes time. Hihingi kami sa DBM, mabilis naman yung DBM, I'm not saying they're slow. I'm just saying because of the documentary requirements, natatagalan rin kami mag-ipon ng liquidation and all that. Pagbigay namin sa DBM, the crisis is ongoing. So I think before I even joined the department, the notion was to move it at 3 billion built in for the department. Para while we reimburse, meron pa rin kaming nagagamit na 50%. So again, I want to put it on record that the DBM has been very cooperative and very responsive to our needs. Pero we're dealt with the cards given to us in the NEP. So for the kind consideration of the committee, the recommendation of the department always has to increase the built-in. Sa start ng taon, kumbaga the seed money given to us, sana mas malaki. So that the 50% is something na matagal maubos. Kasi at 1.2, that means 600 million we can reimburse. But 600 million for a region-wide disaster is actually very limited, as the good congressman has seen in the whole Davao region. So thank you for bringing that to the attention of the committee. So ang tanging hiling lang ho namin sana is kung pwedeng lakihan, and it will not entail any additional appropriation because the quick response is there already. It's statutory and mandated by law. It's just giving us more at the start of the year so that may legroom kami maka-respond in a faster manner.
Thank you, Secretary. So with that, I guess it is on record that it will greatly help the department and the nation also, since after all, as what the good Secretary has said, sunod-sunod yung mga bagyo. And recently, we've seen that as well. And just to also put on record na rin that Davao region has benefited greatly with the ECT, emergency cash transfer, because admittedly, ang dami na rin mga households na completely destroyed yung mga bahay, no? And I'm sure na si Yusek Dayan Kahipe has also seen that din. Special mention na rin. And through that calamity, there have been 3 changes na rin in our regional director. Pero because nga na that program has always been very kumbaga very strong in and of itself, na even with the change of leadership pa rin on the regional level, continuous pa rin yung implementation ng emergency cash transfer. And with that, again, Mr. Chair, I'd like to strongly recommend to the committee for the increase of the budget of DSWD, especially pertaining to the Quick Response Fund, for it to be at least 3 billion pesos. I think, as what the Secretary said, hindi naman, it will not really move mountains. It will not really disturb anything else. It's already there. It's just more of allowing DSWD to tap in to a bigger pot while a disaster is happening, for them to be able to utilize and to mobilize more quicker response than for those families in need. So with that, I'd like to also thank na rin our Regional Director of Region 11, si Regional Director Ruelo Aradanas, who is also here. And again, Secrex, thank you so much for all your help and for everything that you do also for the country. Thank you.
Commissioners, I'd like to thank Congressman Chino, our chairman for the Social Services Committee. Again, I use the word reimburse. Actually, it's replenish. So we replenish once we hit 50%. Again, the notion is it will not entail additional appropriation from anybody. We're not going to take from anybody. It's in the QRF general fund na matadagdagan yung startup capital namin. I want to call it startup capital kasi yun yung embedded sa budget namin at the start of the year. So there's always been that recommendation year on year from the department to move it to 3 billion. So we're not taking anything from anyone kasi as the Congressman pointed out, ganun din magre-replenish rin kami, and sometimes the replenishment is always greater than the seed money given to us. So if move up yun to 3 billion, we can respond faster.
Thank you very much. We'll take note of that recommendation. We recognize Vice Chair Maria Angela Garcia.
Thank you very much, Chair. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. To the DSWD family, Secretary Rex, of course, special mention to our regional director, Director Venus. Hello po sa lahat. Sec, isa po sa pinakamalaking budget natin ngayon ay dun sa FourPs, sa Pantawid family. I think it's like somewhere between a little over 50%. Correct, no? And my first question regarding this, so out of the 220 billion budget, we're allocating sa NEP 117 more or less billion pesos. My first question, Mr. Chair, is that last year medyo malaki yung drop sa budget natin sa GAA. So I wanted, but then I saw that yung NEP 2025, more or less same yung hinihingi natin, pero bumaba sa GAA. So I wanted lang first to ask, ano yung hindi natin masyadong na-fundan for this year, and meron ba tayong catch-up plan for 2025? Because nga I saw na medyo yearly, medyo it's in the same percentage out of the total budget.
Mr. Chair, off the bat, wala ho tayong na-deprive. All grants at this point in time have been paid. Now, to contextualize it, the grants kasi are paid in arrears of every 60 to 75 days. So, even if there was an appropriation of 100 billion, hindi namin kaagad yan gagamitin sa start ng year. So, at this point in time, tsaka lang namin yan magagamit. We have already lodged a augmentation request to the DBM to finance the potential shortfall that will come to a fore in the last quarter of the year. So, wala ho kaming dinideprive. Wala hong nalilate na grants except if the documentation is not correct at this point in time. I'm in constant communication with Secretary Amina, and she has prioritized this as our augmentation for this year. Sa katunayan, sa unprogrammed funds, I believe there's a line item there called SAGIP. And SAGIP is social welfare driven. So every year we do get augmentation, and this time of the year we've already lodged a augmentation request. Now, just for the record of the committee, the total population of 4Ps kasi used to be 4.4 million, which is based on the PDP, Philippine Development Plan. But meron na po tayong napag-graduate na 1.4 million in the past 2 years. The President is very clear to make sure na yung mga maaayos na ang buhay, ma-exit na natin para makapag-incorporate tayo ng mga bago. Now, we're now down to 3 million, and we are still waiting for the CBMS to come in. So we have received portions of CBMS last Friday. We will sift through it. So meaning, dahil bumaba kami to 3 million, hindi na meron rin talagang konting savings, not because ginusto namin mag-save, we're not depriving anybody of anything, except that the targeting system just came online last Friday. So it's a convolution of everything, but I want to assure the good committee that all grants at this point in time has been paid. Wala ho tayong dinideprive kahit sino at wala ho tayong delay. Nasa taas na ho ng agenda ng DBM yung fund augmentation namin to bridge the potential gap for the remainder of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sec. May we know how much is the requested augmentation?
Actually, the request is 17 billion. So it's a far cry from the 50 billion which I've explained because nga ho, nasa 3 million na rin lang ho tayo at this point in time.
Thank you, Sec. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Still related, Sec, to the 4Ps. I noticed in the program description that we are also looking into the first 1,000 days of the children within the 4Ps. And for me, this is very important because this is where stunting happens, and this is the first 1,000 is the days of every child is the most critical. May I know how this is being implemented? Kasi for me, like Sec, who used to be a mayor, ito yung walang captured group pa. Hindi sila nasa daycare, wala sila sa DepEd, nandun sila sa bawat household. May we know how this is implemented?
So one of the innovations based on the instruction of the president is to look at the first 1,000 days. So we've introduced a new type of grant to cover for the costs entailed for a pregnant or lactating mother or a mother with a child from 2 years old na makapunta sa health center. So the conditions there are monthly pre- and postnatal visits. They do 8 counseling sessions in the health center or in their nutrition offices in the LGUs, and immunization for newborn children. It's already running. We've introduced it early this January. And right now, the physical target is 139,767 pregnant, lactating women or women na may mga anak hanggang 2 years old. The actual accomplishment physical target is 126,385. It's going to hit the target. It's a bit challenging for us because may attrition to eh. Pag yung anak nyo lumagpas ng 2, tanggal ka kagad dun sa grant na yon. So it has to be very sharp from our links, our case managers to be able to track down the pregnant and lactating women.
Thank you very much, Sec, Mr. Chair. I'm siguro I would like to ask if we have some sort of study about this, and if the department will propose a similar program not only for those covered by 4Ps but the first 1,000. Again, for me, is quite important because it's the first critical. The first 1,000 days is the most critical in every child.
Right now, there's still no direct impact assessment on this grant in particular because, one, it just started this year. Whereas the good Congresswoman knows that we can't also assess it based on the grant standalone. There's this misconception always na ang malnutrition has something to do lang about feeding the child. But it takes both nutrition-specific and nutrition-sensitive interventions. Specific are the inputs you give the mother and the child. Sensitive is the total environment, wash facilities, accessibility to food security, early childhood centers. So there's one program running in our department that is a co-branded program with the Department of Health. It's the Philippine Multisectoral Nutrition Program. It's like Kalahi, na community-driven development, except that my dance entailed between nutrition-specific and nutrition-sensitive. Nutrition-specific is under the jurisdiction of DOH. Nutrition-sensitive is under DSWD. This program aims communities. It looks at communities with high stunting rates. We are looking at around 235 outside the BARM region. Tapos na ho kami sa site namin. We've fully implemented the nutrition-sensitive part of it, which is around 30% of the ODA. The 70% is with DOH, and I do have an eyeball in what they're doing, but I think the DOH will be in a better position to discuss their 70%. So on top of the 4Ps, we're also looking at the community level wherein the stunting prevalence is quite high. But the president has made this, again, on top of ending hunger, this is a variant of the problem. He's made it agenda number 1 for DSWD and DOH.
Thank you very much, Sec. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Secretary mentioned CBMS being just released, and we're also quite anxious to see how the CBMS, which is survey from 2024, is merged and harmonized with all the data sets that we have across the agencies. Sec, still with 4Ps, we mentioned that around 2.3 million families are graduating this year.
Mr. Chairman, it's a total of nakagraduate na. Mr. Chairman, I just want to contextualize. When we say graduate, their lives have improved. They're level 3 or self-sustaining na sila. 1.5 since up until 2024 in the administration of Marcos Jr., of President Marcos Jr., ano na ho tayo? 1.5, diba? 1.4 million families have graduated because their lives have improved. Now, I'm not sure if you're pertaining to the forced exit. The 1.4 includes this year's graduates, cumulatively. But next year, we're looking at a forced exit, a mandatory exit of 1.8 million. Ito ho yung mga tumama na ng 7 years, and the law prescribes that they are exited from the program because they've reached the maximum cap.
Thank you, Sec. During the TESDA DOLE hearing, this was brought up. The number I remember was 2.3. Maybe we will just check the accuracy of the numbers. But one program that ties into TESDA is all the either forced exit or graduating this year should have a catch with the TESDA program, so that the additional skills training, etc., or scaling up of skills so that they are able to get out of the poverty level is handled. So one question is this budget going to be from DSWD or from TESDA?
Mr. Chair, that the whole concept of post-program aftercare is something that we've been pushing for. The reason being, we don't want them to slip back into poverty. Kasi very susceptible to shock sila eh. One crisis, balik na, spiral down to poverty. So we've been pushing for skills build-up through TESDA, a graduate in every family through the free higher ed law, entrepreneurship through DTI, and we form linkages with all of them. They've been very cooperative. Pero admittedly, they also have their own priority sets. So sometimes we would, as I told the chairman, we would endorse over the years, and this came out in one of the hearings here in Congress, to CHED, but our graduates or the kids of our family, 4Ps families, are not given the priority that they deserve. So one of the ideas that we've been studying is a voucher system, wherein hopefully we get, not in this budget season, we're still fine-tuning it, you won't see it in our budget, is to come up with a stronger aftercare, after program support for the families, whether you force exit or you graduate. Wala pa ho ngayon yon. We're still fine-tuning it. Kasi nga ho, we know that TESDA, no matter how hard they want to help us, or CHED, limited rin ho yung kapasidad nila. So we were thinking of getting more funding, hopefully for 4Ps, to continue the investment in human capital and a voucher system that they will accept para talagang siguradong nasushoot. I just don't have the data, but we'll furnish the committee. Over the years, doon, for instance, sa CHED, the rate of acceptance in state use or looks for 4Ps families has gone down significantly. I think the new chairman of CHED verbalize that kasi we gave her the data, and she would also promise to address that.
Thank you, Sec. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, last two questions, please.
We already had the bell.
Okay, last one question,
Okay,
Mr.
just
Chair,
one
and I will
question,
just
please.
ask in the second round. Sec RQRF is 1.2 billion, and I listened to the other queries about it. May I know how much of this is the food component, the family food tax, and of that, do we have a value and volume of the rice component? The reason why I'm asking, because I have to wind up, is that is the rice with the rice component, is it possible to purchase this from the farmers? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, just briefly, I forgot to answer the CBMS question. The CBMS was portions of it. 2 million, 2.5 accounts have been given to us, poor and near poor. We have to cross-match that, and hopefully, like you said, tugma siya. Dapat yung mga pamilya na nasa 4Ps namin, sana nandun sila. We will get back to the committee once we do the cross-matching. It's quite tedious. We probably need a month to do that. But rest assured, we're working closely with PSA to get the balance kasi meron pa siyang 1.7, 1.9 na hindi pa nalilipat sa amin yung mga names. So that's with the CBMS. Now, for QRF, wala hong fixed na percentage. What we can do, we can provide the committee with historic data, but it really changes from year to year. The food tax is a mainstay, but the emergency cash transfer or the cash for work component of the QRF is there as long as the requirements are met. For instance, if there's a declaration of state of calamity, we can use the ECT. Pero pag wala siya, hindi namin nagagamit. So we can furnish the committee the 2 years breakdown between food, non-food, and cash accordingly. Now, for the QRF, we are bounded by an old executive order that requires us to buy rice from the NFA. It's a President Estrada executive order that bars us from buying commercially except in cases when NFA certifies non-availability. But recently, NFA has so much rice that they have been providing us what we need. So yun, Mr. Chair, so one can only assume that it goes also to the farmers because NFA has been buying a lot from the farmers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Thank
time's
you.
up na ba?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Sec, and
Yes.
thank you, DSWD family.
Maybe next time, second round.
Second round, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now recognize Representative Antonio Tino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Sec Gatchalian and the DSWD personnel here. Sec, there are, out of a 38,000 workforce in DSWD, there are only 3,374 in the approved plantilla positions. So matagal na pong issue to sa DSWD, napakarami pong mga job order and contract of service. And a lot of them are for the implementation of your programs, including, for example, the 4Ps program. And there was a time when this was this was still not a permanent, not necessarily a permanent program of the department early on, pero meron na, naging batas na po ito. So ibig sabihin, practically it's like a permanent program of your department. So ang concern po is job security of your implementing officers, no? So what is the DSWD plan to increase the number of regular workers? How are you going to address the question of regularization of your workforce? Kasi syempre po habang JO or contract of service, walang employer-employee relationship. Alam na po natin yan. Tapos yung sweldo benepisyo hindi necessarily the same.
Mr. Chair, this is I share the sentiments of the good congressman na dapat our workforce are given plantilla positions. Since we joined the department, we have been asking for DBM to give it to us regularly. We are barraging them lalong-lalo na for workers who have been in the department who have institutional knowledge. Mahirap mawala ho yung mga yun eh. They know the programs very well. The good news though is to zero in on the 4Ps. The DBM has recently approved close to 5,000 plantilla positions. So we're now in the process of regularizing our case managers, our links. And with the promise that DBM said once we finish the 5,000, they will give another 5,000. So the first 5,000 loaded na ho yun. And just to give you the context sa 4Ps, there are around 14,000, 12 to 14,000 links or municipal or city links. So a quarter of that is already being regularized as we speak. We got the green light last month. Requirements are being submitted. Pag natapos namin yun, DBM said they will process another quarter of it. So we're on our way to getting more regular positions for our case managers.
Okay. So yung 5,000 po, this is for 2025.
Yes, we're working on it right now. We got the green light
Okay.
last month, Mr. Chair.
In the 2010, your proposed 2026 budget, meron po ba diyang provision for a set number of new positions?
Mr. Chair, the contractual positions kasi bear benefits to it. So in effect talaga, we always tell DBM na wala namang significant change na mangyayari. They just get their security, pero sa cost implication, yun at yun na rin. So right now, DBM is in the process of assuring us that more of these contractual positions will be converted na to regular positions.
That's not entirely accurate, Mr. Chair, kasi pagka regular na sila, meron pa silang GSIS, no, yung RLIP, may automatic appropriation din, di ba?
Mr. Chair, ang contractual ho, meron din ho nun.
May GSIS sila?
Yes, ang
Okay.
contract of service ang wala.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yung mga casual and contractual. So you're saying yun yung mga may employer-employee relationship.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, just as a point of information, for the 4Ps program, we only have 153 contract of service employees left. So yung mga natitira, so may mga 4,000 to 5,000 na maging regular na.
Okay.
Yung maraming chunk nun are contractual. That's why we were telling DBM na i-convert nyo na sila to regular dahil yung cost implication the same.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's a good clarification. Hindi na pa sila job order. Karamihan hindi na job order and contract of service. But
sa 4Ps po.
Contractuals with sa 4Ps. Para precise po, could you submit the complete updated data on your personnel? You know, ilan yung regular na plantilla position, tapos yung casual, contractual, plus the job order and contract of service.
We will do as directed, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Ngayon, doon naman sa may concerns na nakarating sa amin na sabi nyo nga, you are in the process of regularizing. However, apparently may mga kaso na matagal na sila na project officer or whatever, but they are not prioritized and their years of experience are not weighted accordingly. Kaya minsan na mas naunahan pa sila ng mga bago. So, is there consideration for yung experience nung mga matagal na dun sa sa position, even though casual or contractual?
Mr. Chair, share the sentiments of Congressman Tino that with the tenure dapat comes great wisdom, so we keep them. Unfortunately, we are also bounded by eligibility requirements that's beyond DSWD. We would really love to convert all of them into regular plantilla positions, pero we would like to ask the committee to help us intercede with CSC to look into their governing guidelines on who gets to be regularized first based on the eligibility.
Well, ako naman, for as long as eligible, then between a relatively new applicant, kumbaga, for a position and a more experienced one, yung matagal na, dapat meron namang weight yung may position. Hindi po ba ganun ang guidelines ngayon?
Mr. Chairman, the guidelines aren't from us.
Okay.
These are prescribed by the CSC. But we share your sentiments, and we have been talking to everybody to look into putting more weight into tenure kasi stock knowledge yan, and we would be sad if they go. So again, but it's not for us to tinker with those eligibility requirements.
If I may just share, even though kakain to sa oras ko ng pagtatanong, sa DepEd po naging usapin yan. Mga 10 years ago, marami pong mga teacher na job order contract of service ng LGU. No? Tapos, pag may plantilla position sa DepEd, naunahan sila ng mga new applicant. So, kami po, we were able to include a special provision in the DepEd budget, yung special provision that would consider the years of experience as job order contract of service. So baka pwede pong may ganun tayo sa DSWD. Payag ba kayo doon?
Mr. Chair, if it's placed in the GAA or the NEP, we will have to implement it as prescribed by Congress.
Okay. So hopefully the committee will take note of this and I will follow this up, no? Okay. Again, for your job order and contract of service, apparently, is it correct that the compensation for your job order and contract of service employees has not been adjusted for 2 years to keep pace with increases mandated by the SSL? So tumataas na po yung yung sweldo, pero hindi pa raw nakaka-adjust yung compensation rates ng mga job order and contract of service. Is that correct? At
Mr.
pwede
Chairman,
po bang magawa ng paraan ito kung totoo nga?
Mr. Chairman, it's only this year that we were not able to adjust accordingly because we don't have department savings. But for the prior years, it's comparable.
Okay. How about for next year? Will you be able to assure that the necessary adjustments will be made? Kasi may isa na namang tranche ng salary increase next year.
There would be, Mr. Chair, I would love to do all of this. Regularize them, increase their salaries, give them all the benefits. Kasi I work with them. But unfortunately, we might be in the position na may madi-displace naman if we, kasi savings driven ho siya eh. If we don't generate the necessary savings, then we won't be able to adjust.
Pero yung compensation for job order and contract of service is from MOE.
Yes, if there are savings to it.
Pero Mr. Chair, hindi ba pwedeng dapat idagdagan ng MOE para naman ma-compensate ng makatarungan ang compensation ng mga job order and contract of service? Kasi pareho rin naman ng trabahong ginagawa nila sa regular. Tama po ba?
And unfortunately, yung MOE namin ho this year nabawasan pa ho.
Mr. Chair, so please take note na job order and contract of service, in name, yes, pero sa trabaho, regular ang ginagampanan. That's my experience in other agencies, no? So, dapat po may karampatang dagdag na budget para sa kanila. Okay po ba? Okay.
We will not object to that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you po. Okay. So, I think time na. Pwede pa ba, Mr. Chair? One last. Okay. Okay, one last po. Ito matatandaan to siguro ni Kong Raman kasi noon pa tinatanong na natin. This has to do with your implementation of programs and the unliquidated cash advances. Kasi po, alam natin yung halimbawa pag-download nyo ng pondo sa mga LGUs, for example, to implement certain programs, that can be hampered if there are unliquidated cash advances. And according to the 2023 COA report, 2.2 billion yung unliquidated cash advances pa at 500 billion plus of that mga 10 years old na, no? At marami doon, pinakamalaki sa central office about 250 billion, but among the regions 173 billion million na ito, no? 173 million is in region 10, for example. So, totoo ba, tama ba na nakakahadlang sa pag-download ng pondo yung unliquidated? Therefore, this has an effect on the delivery of services. And what are we doing about the unliquidated cash advances?
The first part of the question, these prior years unliquidated
Yes.
have been are subject to litigation. Ito yung mga PDAF issues.
Okay.
So they're in litigation one way or another. Now, we still instilled guidelines in the department na bago kami makapag-download sa mga LGU, dapat fully liquidated. That will protect us from further downloading. But it is not going to hamper operations at all because we have regional offices that can step in. For instance, for social pension, our regional offices will be forced to do the payouts pag hindi kaya ng LGU dahil may unliquidated siya.
Okay.
Rest assured that services will never be hampered because we have regional offices or provincial satellite offices that can step in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We take note of the request of the Honorable Tino, and may we also request the Honorable Secretary to furnish us the copy of the list that is requested by Congressman Tucci.
Will do, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now recognize Vice Chair Brian Poe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much a line of questioning, but more of a manifestation of support. No, for the DSWD, Secretary Rex has been at the forefront of all of our natural disasters. He has been there side by side with the President, helping our constituents across the country. Kaya nagpapasalamat po ako. But aside from that, I also wanted to ask just one question. When we're talking about DSWD, we normally talk about things in terms of numbers, data, percentages. Pero DSWD also has a very humanizing factor, no? You get to spend the most time with the constituents who are in the most need. Mr. Secretary, are there any specific cases or individuals that you would like to highlight before the committee as a testament to what DSWD has been able to do for our constituents po?
Mr. Chair, I think every evac in the opening statement I gave a while ago, we do agree that DSWD is more than just numbers. We talk about lives. We talk about a solo parent whose lifeline was AKAP or AIX. We talk about a family in a crisis situation. We talk about senior citizens. I think it will be unjust for me to single out a single individual. This goes to every single individual that is assisted by DSWD. I think they by themselves, one way or another, is a true testament to what our social workers, our development workers across the department does day in and day out.
And Mr. Secretary, just for the information also of the other Kongs here, beyond the 4Ps program, once they've graduated from here, do we still monitor, do we still support these individuals?
Mr. Chair, that's where the synergy with the local government unit comes into play. Yung whenever they're graduated, we turn over the case files to the local social welfare and development office to do the case management and the further interventions. But as mentioned a while ago kay Congresswoman Garcia, we still want to go into the picture by coming up with an aftercare program for them because we know that local government units have limitations. So I come from the LGU, and I know that no matter how hard they want to help, limited resources hampers that wanting to help. And I think the national government has an obligation to make sure that the investment to human capital doesn't go to waste.
Mr. Chair, I bring this up because when we're talking about yung mga subsidies na binibigay natin, usually binibigay natin sa poorest to the poor. Pero importante din yung middle class natin, lalo na yung mga near poor, na hindi dapat sila mag-backslide into levels of poverty that they had previously just come from. Kaya if there are other programs that we can support with the DSWD, if we may be made abreast of these programs, please let us know.
Mr. Chair, I want to re-emphasize the earlier discussion with Congresswoman Alvarez. The AIX program doesn't look at the class level or the economic status of a person. It looks at the level of crisis. So, kanina we discussed how the lower NEP amount for AIX can be detrimental to our constituents as a whole, not just the poor constituents. I was talking about a potential displacement of around 7 million heads, individuals who used to benefit from a bigger AIX or a bigger AKAP account. So that's why I'm very appreciative with the line of questioning, because it gives me time to highlight again the urgency of revisiting for this August body to revisit the NEP in terms of AIX and AKAP. Furthermore, the Sustainable Livelihood Program, which we discussed a while ago, also had cuts to it. Sana ho mas mapalaki yun, because again, SLP is just for the poor. SLP can look into the near poor or those that are in danger of slipping back to poverty. Kasi the level of crisis is what we look at, not just the economic status of a person.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield the
Thank
floor.
you. Thank you. We now recognize Deputy Minority Leader Jesus Manuel Suntay.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any questions.
Thank you. So we move on. We recognize Representative Tony Roman.
Good afternoon, Secretary Gatchalian. Dito ho, walang gutom, baka nagugutom na kayo. Sumubo muna po kayo. Multitasking. First, I just want to thank the DSWD for the assistance to the First District of Bataan, Hermosa, Orani, Samanan, Bukay, among the different departments. I always say this, it's a dole, and actually DSWD is really felt by my constituents. So thank you very much for the AIX and the AKAP. And also the timely response to typhoon, the food packs that you deliver. With respect to the food packs, I think I think the other congressmen here might, this will resonate with them. Yung ano ho, yung hubs, is there yung hubs kung saan ho kinukuha yung mga food packs, like from Bataan, we get it from San Simon, Pampanga. Is there a plan to actually include, to establish more hubs that's closer to our province?
Mr. Chair, as discussed earlier, we have 3 types of storage facility that we employ. Hubs are the bigger ones. And then the mid-sized ones are the spokes. And then we have last mile hubs, last mile area facilities for GIDA areas. Renting will consume our MOE and our QRF. So what we're doing right now is asking local government units to lend us their facilities. Lagi ko nga sinasabi, the more you lend us facilities that qualify the storage standards, kami na ho maglalagay nung laman.
Okay. So that will be implemented for this budget year, 2026.
It's always been there, and the good congressman can refer to us LGUs in his area that might have spare space, so that we don't have to use our MOE in rentals, or we don't have a whole lot of capex to build. So we sign partnership agreements, pre-positioning agreements with the LGUs, so that we can use their facilities.
That's good to know. And then concerning the Walang Gutom program, first I laud the DSWD for launching this program, Walang Gutom. The budget, as I see it, has not increased. It has stayed the same for Walang Gutom. This program was launched in Metro Manila, right? Was piloted in Metro Manila?
It was piloted in 5 areas across the country to look at the implementation across different terrains. We did it in Caraga for disaster areas. We did it in Bicol for GIDA. We did it in Tondo for highly urbanized. We have one in Isabela, and one more, Siargao. So the pilot's done. We're now in the scale up. 300,000, the first 300,000, and we were showing the figures a while ago. We're in a private sector group commissioned a survey that clearly it's working. Mr. Chair, as mentioned in the opening statement, the line item is stagnant. It's 1.89 billion. But there is a sister mechanism inside the GAA in the unprogrammed. It's an ODA entitled Refuel. That is where the gas for this program for the scale-up will come in.
Magkano po yun?
It's $700 million or 69.3 billion pesos. Yan ho yung ODA na naka-incorporate for the next 2 years. For the next 2 to 3 years.
An ODS, I understand, is a loan.
Yes,
Is
it's a
that-
loan.
What is the number of food insecure families in the Philippines?
According to the PSA FIES, the Family Insecurity Income and Expenditure Survey, there's 750,000 food poor families. They are the families who don't make beyond 9,000 pesos every month.
And with the 1.8 billion and the 69 billion ODA, you can feed these families.
Together with the ODA and the GOP counterpart, we can run the program safely for a year to a year and a half. But there are ongoing talks with DepDev and ADB, who's funding it, for additional financing. But we have to show concrete results first before they engage us with another round of additional financing.
But you're confident with the results based on the...
Well, the preliminary numbers show that hunger is on a decline by almost 8 percentage points from the pool of beneficiaries. The survey was conducted by SWS, commissioned by Globe and Mondenisin. So it's not the department that's saying it's working, it's a third-party group that's saying it's working. It's an intervention that is showing impact already.
Would you support legislation to institutionalize the Walang Gutom program?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are very thankful for that notion because it has to be a mainstay into the department's budget so that long when we're all gone, it's something that is there to address the modern scourge of hunger.
Yeah, I have filed po a bill. It's House Bill number 3809 to institutionalize the Walang Gutom program. Sana ho masuportahan ng departamento at saka mga kasamang kongresista na nandito.
Mr. Chair, and for the record, we are fully supportive of that measure and we are very thankful to Congressman Roman for taking the initiative in filing the legislation.
Kakausap po yung Regional Director Venus eh. Nandyan ho ba siya? Hi ma'am, thank you for the idea. At regarding the yung ayuda po, yung AKAP tsaka AIX, because this is, as I said, it's greatly felt in my district. The problem ho is really the administration, and the DSWD and I want to ensure that the beneficiaries get the full benefit of the program. Ang problema po, marami pong nakikihati, kumukuha ng kickback sa ayuda. Ano ho yung ginagawa ng departamento para matigil po ito?
Well, Mr. Chairman, a active information campaign is taken before, during the event. On stage, there are nakapaskil na mga wag kayo magpapapayag na may magkakaltas. We verbalize it paulit-ulit. Grievance mechanisms are also there. And when we do detect such cases, the harshest criminal liabilities are filed in courts. Again, I'd like to like to thank the good congressman for legislating stiff penalties for people who try to take a cut from whatever government support or social welfare there is.
Yes, while habang dito ibang kongresista, meron akong, it's actually my first congressional bill filed on my first term as congressman. Yung Contra Kickback sa Ayuda Act, it's our House Bill 606, basically imposing stiffer penalties for people who conspire to take kickbacks from the Ayuda, from the program, in a social assistance program, and also giving whistleblower protection and immunity to, witnesses who will cooperate with government. So sana ho masuportahan. On that note, maraming salamat sa mga for answering my questions.
Thank you.
We do support, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Kong. We move to the minority now. We recognize the Assistant Minority Leader, Rene Luis Ko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to DSWD. Ang unang tanong ko po ay tungkol sa mga programa na sumusuporta sa mga adolescent mothers. Aware po kami na merong mga ilang programa na ganito, and Mr. Chair, nananatiling concern yung adolescent pregnancy sa bansa. Noong 2023, may budget po yung DSWD sa Social Protection Program for adolescent mothers and their children na 10 million pesos. Then noong 2024, may lumabas po na guidelines para sa implementation ng psychosocial support and other interventions for adolescent mothers and their families na project or Project Teen. Yun po yung kanyang palayaw. But napansin po namin na walang nalaan ng budget for this program noong 2024 and 2025. May we know why po, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, we don't have a visual on as to why it disappeared. From my understanding, it was an initiative somewhere from both, I'm not sure, upper house or lower house initiative po yun. Pero one thing I can assure the good Congresswoman is we share her sentiments on making sure that there's a strong social protection mechanism for teenage mothers. It's called Protect Teen. So we've revamped the program to make it more holistic, na hindi lang siya monetary, but there are conditions to it, like making sure that they seek the first 1,000-day interventions. We're flashing the Enhanced Protect Teen program. While we want to give them monetary support, we want to make sure that it's conditional so that they reach out, stay in school, do the necessary health interventions, and it would be pleased the good woman to know that despite the disappearance of that 10 million, we are proposing we are going to propose a reallocation of funds from within the department's initial NEP to the committee to move 82 million into this program so that we can scale it up. Again, there will be no other departments that will be involved. Wala hong tatamaan. It's within our own clusters. We looked at where we can source financing, and it's within the department as well. So this is the scale up, and hopefully next year we can run it in a larger scale.
But to our knowledge po, yung 2024 and 2025, tama po ba walang budget yung Project Teen?
No, that 10 million you were referring to disappeared. It's a insertion or a initiative. I don't know where it came from, but we would do it in our own internal operating funds. So that's why our Social Technology Bureau took the initiative to work with the Samar provincial government to leverage our resources. Meron ho, pero maliit. Pero because of that pilot, we want to scale it up for next year.
We'd like a report po sana on the implementation of Project Teen. I'm happy to hear na may na-allocate naman na resources kahit papaano doon sa Project Teen. We would like to also support at in due time pagpopondo po nito sa DSWD, given na tumataas po yung adolescent pregnancy rates. Gusto natin ng support. Of course, extending it to, addressing it to the roots of the problem.
Yes. Mr. Chair, we would gladly furnish the committee the terminal report, the partnership program we ran with the provincial government. It's a small pilot. But again, looking for the support of the committee to allow us to move funds within the department into this program. So it's really not asking for more. It's not augmenting it. It's just us finding where to finance this program.
Okay. We'd also like to clarify po, the Project Teen, has it been implemented other than its pilot in 2024 and 2025 po?
The original amount was meant to do the pilot. Yan yung social technology na tinatawag ho ng aming departamento. Inaantay na lang namin yung terminal report, and then we will do the scale up already.
Okay. We'd like to request a copy po na the committee, may Mr. Chair furnish the committee the terminal report, and maybe yung slide and other reports po para paano po isi-scale up ito.
Yes, we will gladly do so, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much po. My next question naman po is in relation to solo parents naman po. Under RA 11861 or the expanded Solo Parents Welfare Act, each solo parent earning minimum wage and below is entitled to an additional benefit of 1,000 pesos cash subsidy per month. May report po kaming natatanggap from Gabriela Women's Party na hindi po lahat ng LGUs ay nai-implement ito. Pwede po bang makahirinig ng paliwanag po from DSWD, Mr. Chair?
The legislation on the solo parent, and I've had multiple discussions with the proponents, states that the LGUs implement it based on fund availability. Sadly, A lot of LGUs don't have spare funds to implement it. So we, as mentioned to the earlier authors of the bill, hopefully we can revisit it to somehow find fiscal space so that national government can mandatorily do what is prescribed in the law.
May data po ba yung DSWD on LGUs that is able to implement it and those that can't? Po?
We do, and we will furnish the committee accordingly.
Thank you very much. We'd like to request a copy of it, Mr. Chair. And aside from that, we'd like to make the manifestation na mahalaga yung bawat piso na natatanggap ng mga solo parents, lalo na if they're struggling, and then at the same time, no, supporting children. So at the proper time, we would also like to propose an amendment to the budget to include ensured funding po for the cash subsidy benefits for solo parents po.
And we will not object to that. We will support that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My next question po is in relation to rape crisis centers or Bahay Pag-asa. So, under RA 8505 or Rape Victim Assistance and Protection Act, inatasan po yung DSWD, DOH, DOJ, DILG, and other NGOs to establish rape crisis centers in each province and each city. And yung DSWD po yung pangunahing ahensyang nagpapatakbo po nito. And under RA 10630, meron din pong mandato na ipapailalim dito yung mga Bahay Pag-asa. Can I ask po, Mr. Chair, ilan na po yung mga natayong rape crisis centers at Bahay Pag-asa sa bansa? And ilan po dito yung aktibong gumagana?
Mr. Chair, the name has been converted. Hindi na ho siya Rape Crisis Center because the word rape is quite traumatic to repeat again and again. They're more not called as havens or shelter for women. We are currently running 14 facilities that house women who have undergone sexual abuse. And then this is separate to the Bahay Pag-asa, as we have discussed earlier on with Congressman Joseph Tan, na meron tayong 117 Bahay Pag-asa for CICL. So magkahiwalay ho yan na clientele.
Ano pong kasalukuyan status and yung functioning nitong mga shelters po?
Well, first is to provide immediate relief by removing them from the communities where the hostilities took place.
Okay.
Second, to make sure that there is enough emotional or psychosocial support given by our social workers, psychometricians, and psychologists. To make sure that they are rehabilitated and with the ultimate goal of helping them reintegrate back to another community that will make them go back mainstream.
Mr. Chair, to clarify, ang tanong ko po is, kamusta na po yung kalagayan itong 14? May plans pa ba to add more? Ilan po yung mga biktima na sineserbisyohan po nitong mga 14 shelters po as of the moment?
Mr. Chair, I don't have the disaggregated data right now. I have the complete data of all shelters. We will gladly submit to the committee the disaggregated data pertaining to shelters. One thing for sure though, I've been to these shelters. They are in good condition, but obviously we require more repairs and rehabilitation. A while ago, we discussed the increase in cost of care that we provide our clients. So additional funding for these crisis centers is always much appreciated. Lalong-lalo na may mga rehabilitation na ng facilities na kailangan gawin. This year, all our shelters, a majority of our shelters, we found internally generated savings or not savings, but funds na pwede namin i-allocate to keep them up to speed.
Okay, thank you. We'd look forward to that report, Mr. Chair. But I'd like to ask din, magkano po yung nakalaan na budget sa kanila ngayon? Ano po yung kailangan para yung rollout nila and maintenance ay maayos po? Magkano pa ang kailangan rather?
For all our shelters, the allotment we received this year is 2.9 billion. 2921 182 billion. We will furnish the committee with the disaggregated data that will pertain for the crisis centers for women. Now, for next year, we have received an allotment of 3 billion pesos, taking into account the adjustment on the cost of care. Tumaso kasi yung ibinibigay na cost of care.
So to clarify po, this 2.9 billion, this is for all
Care
types.
facilities. For all
So,
residential care facilities.
okay. And you do not have the data right now for specifically shelters for women.
Unfortunately, I do not have that, and we will make sure to submit it immediately.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, no, gusto po natin na may budget po dito. Nakalagay po sa RA 8505 and 10630 yung mga ganito ay kailangan pong budgetan. So in due time as well, we'd like to express support in adding funding po for the support, rollout, maintenance of these crisis centers. So we'd appreciate po yung report na yon kung magkano na po yung naka-allot, magkano pa ang kailangan para hindi lang suportahan ito pero mas marami pa po tayong matayo para po each province, no, each city as per mandated by law ay magawa. And lastly po, pwede po bang makahingi rin ng report ng list of the rape crisis, the shelters for women, no, at Bahay Pag-asa, including details, address, contact numbers po.
We will do as directed, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As I have no more time na lang po, I yield to the floor. Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll just request the Secretary to furnish us the request.
It's directed, Mr. Chair.
We now recognize the Deputy Majority Leader, Howard Quinto.
Mr. Chair, to the DSWD family led by Secretary Rex Gatchalian, magandang hapon po. No? Una sa lahat, nagpapasalamat po ako sa aking probinsya. Marami pong natulungan ng DSWD, no? Kahit po Sabado, minsan hanggang Linggo, hanggang gabi, nandyan po sila tumutulong sa akin at sa aming probinsya. And we all know now where they get their work ethics or work attitude from, no? Kaya po ganun kasipag yung ating mga frontliners sa DSWD. Anyways, Mr. Chair, my question is regarding the 4Ps program, no? Can you please walk me through it, no? Pardon for my lack of knowledge. How is a beneficiary chosen?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the good words from the good congressman, pero sinimulan ho niya yung work-life balance. Sa amin ho, work lang. So, nag-react ho lahat ng katabi ko. Sana hindi nyo na ho binanggit. Bigyan nyo pa ho sila ng idea. But before anything else, Mr. Chair, let me get to the bottom of it. Wala hong interference from anybody in selection kasi maraming notion na, si barangay captain, ganito, ganyan. Initially, it was drawn from listahanan. Listahanan has 3 versions. Listahanan 1, 2, and 3. It was undertaken every 4 years, no? 3 years. The last one being 2019. Si listahanan was conducted by the DSWD and then we do a proximins test to determine sino ang poor, sino ang non-poor. And that proximins test was developed by a set of consultants way before I joined the department. But because of the advent of the CBMS law that Congress passed, as mentioned a while ago kay Congressman Gila, the CBMS or the community-based monitoring system will be the new targeting tool for all government programs. We recently got hold of the first batch of CBMS data from PSA last Friday, and we are in the process of disaggregating it, cross-matching it, with the hopes that the list is inclusive and encompassing.
Well, it was mentioned earlier how they do graduate, no? Mr. Chair, you mentioned there are notions na meron pong mga interference with the local government, no, or local chief executives, and there are instances. Well, the reason why I asked this is because actually, yun po yung major concern sa aming probinsya. Marami pong lumalapit sa aking opisina na nagsasabi na bakit po sila natanggal bilang 4Ps member dahil po sa past elections. So, we just wanted to give some clarification regarding that.
All right, so Mr. Chair, the good congressman asked about targeting. So nasagot ko na, paano ka makapasok ngayon sa programa? Targeting, which is CBMS. The second is how we exit. A while ago, we flashed a table, and we can flash it again, that for the first time in any administration, our President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. instructed me to make sure na malinis yung listahan. That's why we embarked on an aggressive case management program. The department had what we call the SWD. It was discussed by Congresswoman Lim Kay Chong when she was our sponsor. SWD is a case management tool that wherein the case managers, yung mga links na tawag, would visit annually to look at your overall well-being. They make a report and then you are assessed on a 3-point scale. 1 being survival, 2 being subsistence, 3 being self-sufficient, then you're exited. So we have, for the first time, we've exited 1.4 million because according to our case managers for the past 2 years, maayos na yung mga buhay nila. But, as Congresswoman Luis Ro would know, kasi she sent me a constituent, sometimes may akala nila there were interference. So, nung pinadala sa amin, that particular case na binigay ni Congresswoman Luis Ro sa akin, I looked it up. I even told her I will send a validation team. But before I could send the validation team, it turns out that that person was being delisted, but the person, the case manager themselves, also asked for reconsideration. Kasi minsan, pagpunta niya doon, and I've been talking to a lot of case manager, off the bat, pwede na to i-exit. Pero recently, bigla na nagkaroon ng bagyo. And then nasira yung bahay. And sasabihin niya, nako, teka, kailangan natin ibalik to sa programa. So there is a validation tool in the central office wherein our bureaucrats in the central office, away from the localities, do the validation. Mr. Chairman Kong, there is no perfect program. I am not blind to say that wala talagang nangyayaring ganyan. But to the best of our ability, we try to address it. I was once a mayor, so I know there are so many intricacies or unknown variables in the local government. But rest assured, there are grievance mechanisms wherein constituents, partners like congressional offices, local government units, barangay officials can do the grievance 2 things. Bakit inaalis or bakit siya kasali? And we will gladly, transparently show the data or the case management tool. At the end of the day, the most powerful tool there is the social worker's case management assessment. More than any politico, more than anybody's voice, including mine.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chair. Maybe I could just suggest that maybe we can, I don't know if it's already available, maybe we can have all the list of our beneficiaries published online. And maybe we can segment it in a way that, if it's possible, I don't know if there's a privacy issue, but at least this will allow transparency with regards to the beneficiaries and also whether or not they've graduated already. So they can ask their children, paki-check mo sa website kung tayo ay beneficiary pa ba at kung ano po. Just a suggestion, Mr. Chair, if that's possible.
Mr. Chair, we'll look into it, subject to data privacy rules, of course. We'll make sure that we review the recommendation.
Yeah, perhaps they can, the beneficiaries can sign a waiver of consent, for their data to be published, if that's during the inception stages.
Well noted, Mr. Chair.
Lastly, Mr. Chair, nakita na natin yung mga natulong ng DSWD, and to see na nabawasan yung pondo sa mga programa ng DSWD, nakakalungkot, So I hope maybe we can add additional budget for these programs, especially the SLP program of DSWD. It was mentioned earlier by Congresswoman Ched Alvarez na marami natutulungan to, na sana kung pwede, dagdagan natin ito and we can scale it up. Right now, if I'm not mistaken, nasa 15,000 yung nabibigay to 20,000. Actually, kung titingnan po natin, maliit po itong amount at kulang pa po, With the inflation rate right now, maybe perhaps we can even increase this to 30 or even 40,000. But definitely, kakailanganin po ng DSWD ng mas madagdagan ang kanilang pondo. That's all, Mr. Chair. I hope and I'm sure my colleagues here will also agree na talagang kailangan po natin dagdagan ang pondo ng DSWD. Maraming salamat po.
We will surely not object to that, Mr. Chair.
We note that recommendation. Thank you. So we move back to the minority. We recognize Assistant Minority Leader Audrey K. Subiri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone, to my esteemed colleagues, and of course, to our dear friends from the Department of Social Welfare and Development, headed by no less than our very hardworking and tireless Secretary, Rex Gatchalian. I will not say who my favorite Gatchalian brother is. But anyway, I know all of you are very hardworking. Talagang trademark yan ng mga Gatchalian brothers. So I'm very happy every time I see any of you three. So, Mr. Chair, if I may ask a few questions to our good secretary. It has come to my attention, no, Secretary, that as of July 2024, we have approximately 600,000 indigent senior citizens on the wait list. And I can imagine at this point in time, we might be approaching maybe much more, 800 to 1 million senior citizens on the wait list. And I'm very concerned, no? This is a cause for concern for me because in our region, Region 10, we have about 13,000 indigent senior citizens on that wait list. And in Bukidnon, 4,760. And in our third district of Bukidnon, we have 1,057 indigent senior citizens on the wait list. So I would like to clarify a few things. First of all, if I may ask, for the exact number or an approximate number of how many are now on this wait list nationwide. And if I may clarify, when we say wait list, our senior citizens, they are already qualified, but they are just waiting to receive their pension, or they are still waiting to be enrolled. If I may ask for a clarification, please.
Mr. Chair, first of all, Congresswoman Zubiri can whisper to me which Gatchalian she likes the most. I know it starts with the letter R. But more than anything, Mr. Chair, kidding aside, for the longest time, the department has been pushing, together with Congresswoman Magsaysay, the notion of a universal senior social pension. Kasi we know on the ground that it's so hard to explain to our senior citizen but hindi siya qualified. Diba? So right now, in the books, we have 4.85 million beneficiaries of the program. We have a wait list of close to 1 million.
Wow.
These are senior citizens spanning across different LGUs who are already qualified, but we just simply don't have the funds for it. So again, we are appealing to Congress to augment the budget for social pension so we can adequately service the 1 million wait list. Mr. Chair, in addition to that, I think Congresswoman Zubiri will also wants to look into the targeting of it.
Yes.
As mentioned earlier, the CBMS, or the Community-Based Monitoring System, has already been online. Took online last Friday, and we can draw more data to clean up the data that we're giving you, because the data on poor senior citizen is drawn from Listahanan, which is quite old, 2019. So the CBMS will give us a bird's eye view of how many indigent senior citizens there are, how many are serviced, and how many do not have pension whatsoever.
So right now, no, Secretary, I can see your frustration, and I'm very glad to see that we're on the same page. The budget that the DSWD has asked for, do you think it will be enough to cover at least before we get to the universal social pension, which if I may add, I would very much like to support, no? But moving lang, naka-wait list na 1 million. Sapat na bang nahingi natin na budget para ma-cover natin yung wait list na yon?
Unfortunately, it's not enough. We asked for more, but because of tight fiscal space, we weren't granted that. But legislation will surely make sure that the allocations will be there moving forward.
Okay. I would like to manifest that I would like to very much support an additional increase to our budget, especially if this is going to go to our indigent senior citizens. As we all know, no, these are among our most vulnerable members of our society. And I agree with you, we need to increase the budget. And if an increase in budget is what it takes so we can cover the full wait list, then I think, Mr. Chair, I really ask that we act on this with urgency so we can help our senior citizens. Kasi yung iba sa kanila, baka mamaya naghihintay pa rin, tapos baka wala na sila, di ba? So kawawa naman ang ating mga senior citizens. They've spent their whole lives working for this. And now, thank you very much, Chair, Mr. Secretary. I would also like to ask, I noticed that the NCIP was removed from under the DSWD agency. However, as we know, the IPs are really also, aside from our senior citizens, among the most vulnerable in our society, especially in Bukidnon, where we do have a very large and significant IP population. And so what I would like to ask is, despite not having the NCIP program under the DSWD, do we still have any dedicated funds or culturally sensitive programs under the DSWD for our IPs?
Mr. Chair, the NCIP was a supervised agency, hindi ho attached. And if you look at their mandate, when they were with us, they were really looking more into ancestral domain issues rather than social protection. That being said, we have never stopped working for the betterment of our IP communities. They're embedded in all our programs. In fact, they are treated as a double vulnerability, meaning not only are they poor, because they are in cultural communities, that's another vulnerability that we have always given weight in. Case in point, in the 4Ps program, there is a special lane for IP communities. So meaning if you are tagged as an IP, you immediately get into the program, especially if you meet the conditionalities. To the same degree, in the implementation of AX or ACAP or SLP, that vulnerability is not lost in us. Now, going back to the CBMS again, see, the CBMS gives you granular data. And now it will give us a better bird's eye view of how many IPs are there, so that we can come up with creative programs that will target them. Recently, I was in Aurora, and the local government of Aurora, sayang umalis na si Congressman Angara, took the initiative of coming up with IP programs dedicated for their IPs. And we would always want to partner up with the local government units because minus the CBMS, they know where these communities are. And they know the nuances of each community. They know the differences of each community. So we're going back to Aurora to pilot a LGU national government initiative to come up with programs that is suitable to the distinct IP communities in that area.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. I'm so happy to hear that because now I know that I have an extra partner in my programs and projects for our IP communities in Bukidnon. And last, Mr. Chair, if I may add, no, since you mentioned mga ayuda like AX, I would just like to bring to your department's attention. Actually, this has been bothering me for quite a while. In some instances, in the provinces, when the ayuda is being given out, whether it be AX or ACAP, we have noticed that a lot of the people who are lining up, no, and these are supposed to be individuals in crisis situations, are very busy on their phones. So mamaya pag pinignan mo, magugulat ka na lang na, ayan, naglalaro na pala ng scatter. And so my concern is baka mamaya hindi pa nila natatanggap yung ayuda nila, nagastos na nila or naubos na. So is there a way that we can perhaps link up with maybe PAGCOR and get their database on who are our online gamblers so that we can make sure that, because I do see the benefit of ayuda, the AX. It really helps our people. Pero ayoko na masayang yung ating AX na mapunta lang sa mga ginagamit pang sugal. Sana mapunta talaga sa mga individuals in crisis who really need it for their everyday needs, their family. So is there a way we can do that to link up the databases para we can prevent this money from falling into the hands of all these mga online games as well?
That's something we've been working on ahead. We actually met GCash so many times, but the only biggest hurdle there would be us disclosing our database to GCash, which is a very powerful database. As we know, that database of the poor, when it falls in the wrong hands, they're the most susceptible to fake news or abuses online.
Yes.
So we are still working heavily with our with GCash and the service providers on how we can isolate. If there's such a thing. It's a tall order, but we are definitely with you in the crusade that social welfare should go to crisis situations, not to gambling.
Yes, I agree. Well, I think that is my time for now. But thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. And once again, I would like to commend you and your team, everyone who is here. And also, of course, I would also like to give special mention to the provincial directors of DSWD, the regional directors for Region 10, because I have to tell you, Mr. Secretary, they are so hardworking. Even during holidays, weekends, they are working around the clock. So thank you very much to our DSWD team. Andyan ba siya? Si Sir Romel, andyan ba? Andyan ka pala. Oh, tamo, hindi ko alam na nandito ka ha. Kahit wala ka. Pero talagang ganyan po ka-supportive ang inyong team. So thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. And I now yield the floor to our next speaker.
Thank you very much. We now recognize Representative Miro Kim po.
Magandang hapon. Good afternoon, Secretary, and to the DSWD family. Alam ko marami pa kayong ibang trabaho, so hindi na rin ako magtatanong. Although marami sana akong tanong dito kay Yusek Tapales, dahil sa dami ng magandang mga ginagawa niya. But I want to tell everybody, you know, the main concern of many members of Congress is really the pillar programs of the SWD. People think that the Secretary of the SWD is measured only by the output in terms of the number of beneficiaries, how many boxes of rescue boxes, or you have to call that something, no? Yung kahon ng pag-asa. Hindi ko alam anong, what's the moniker? Magaling ka dyan, Zek.
It's actually called Family Food Packs, FFP.
I think it has to be called something, because yung pag nakikita mo binibigay sa panahon ng baha, nag-uplifting talaga siya. So regardless if we set aside yung mga hindi deserving, but for most people who actually receive it, it's really an uplifting feeling where they feel the holding hand of government. So baka magandang bigyan ng magandang pangalan yan. So akala ng marami, yun ang pinakamabigat na trabaho na ginagawa ng ating secretary. The department is very fortunate that I think yung hardworking, alam na ninyong lahat yan. At tingin ko, hindi na kayo natutuwa na yun ang kanyang main character. Alam ko po yun kasi ironically, tuwan-tuwa po yung mga taga Valenzuela nung graduate po si Secretary, no? Nung nawala po siya doon ay tuwan-tuwa sila na napakagaling ng syudad, pero tuwan-tuwa din sila na para makakapagpahinga na sila. Ano po, ha? But really, I think for everyone's benefit is what Sec Rex brings to the table is not just that he's always there. And I want to tell the DSWD family, because he's always open to even the most technical of discussions. So in Marikina, when the proxy means test was applied sa pag-evaluate ng aming mga 4Ps, 65% of all our 4Ps beneficiaries were automatically removed for one very simple criterion or portion of that proxy means test. Checklist lang kasi yun di ba? Titingnan, may telepono ba, may kuryente, magkano, anong gawa ng bahay, may trabaho, ilan ang anak, lahat. It's just, and then titingnan lang kung anong score mo. So bumagsak karamihan ng mga taga Marikina doon for one simple reason, dahil ang bahay nila gawa sa bato at may second floor sila. Pero sabi nga namin kay Sec Rex, sabi ni Sec, parang hindi talaga siya pwede mag 4Ps kasi may 2 floors siya na gawa sa semento. Pero sabi namin, kailangan ng second floor kasi kung hindi, mamamatay sila dahil these are in flood-prone areas. At pag pumunta ka ron, hindi sila palitada, walang mga bintana, pero nagiging 2 floors. So babagsak at babagsak. But right there and then, instead of closing the door and saying that wala na ako panahon para dyan for 6,000 people when there are hundreds of thousands I have to deal with, sabi ni Sec Rex, we will evaluate. And in 2 hours time, we sent what our alternative was in measuring. Yung kinukwento ni Sec Rex ngayon, di naman siya ekonomista. Pero pag pinag-aralan niya yung Sweeney, lahat, etc., sabi niya, tama nga, may sense. So, in short, yung secretary ninyo, tingin niyo sipag lang lahat. But I think yung pagiging matigas niya, matigas din ang ulo niya . When he thinks something is correct, mahirap din siya mabali doon. Di ba? Pero, sasabihin ko na po sa inyo, pag nakikita niya may wisdom at mas maraming makikinabang at fair yung magiging result, nakikinig siya. So naibalik yung marami sa amin doon simply because of using a more updated and more sensitive test of poverty. So ako, more than anything else, it's not your sipag, it's not your ability to deliver, but really it's always your constant desire to learn and be on the job and not think that alam mo lahat. So ako, yun ang pagsaludo ko lang. Yun ang maraming occasions na you've always come to our rescue. Wala po akong masabi sa buong DSWD family. Dasal ko lang, wala sanang bad eggs na makakasira. Tingin ko yun na lang ang pag-iingatan natin bilang isang department. And it's very rare. I always say, if the President had cabinet secretaries like Secrex, wala tayong magiging problema sa gobyerno. Totoo lang. But on that note, Mr. Chair, nagdagan nyo naman. Hindi, joke lang. Sinira, ha? But frankly, I think, Secrex, you're a rare gem. I hope di ka mapagod at hindi mapagod yung mga tao ninyo. Guys, totoo lang, sabihin ko na sa inyo, slave driver talaga siya. Pero hindi kayo slave driver para kumita ng pera. Para sa serbisyo, para mas mabilis ang ating gawain, it's all about coming up with a better department. And frankly, I don't think the department has had a much better secretary in the last 25 years. So, Sec, congrats, Congrats. Alam mo, very critical ako na tao, So, the fact na sinasabi ko yan. Boss, salamat. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the kind words.
Thank you.
Birthday mo ba?
We recognize the Assistant Minority Leader, John Padiernos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating DSWD headed by Secretary Rex Gatchalian and of course my colleagues here. So actually po, very much well said, Congressman Kimbo. So hindi na ako kailangan magsalita kasi mukhang okay na yun, Sec, ano? But I came across, may quick lang po ako na tanong, Sec, kasi I came across this program of yours na minention na rin po kanina, ito pong Walang Gutom 2027 food stamp program. Because, sa sa ibang mga bansa talagang ginagawa na nila. I know you started this 2023, if correct. So that's
correct,
a
Mr. Chair.
very good program to look out for. But I noticed po dito sa ating survey conducted by SWS, na-curious lang po ako, ano po bang basis nito? Kumbaga, saang mga lugar po, paano po na-come up itong from 48.7% naging 41.5% po yung ating yung dito po sa Walang Gutom program.
Alright. Mr. Chair, the SWS, if you notice, they always run this national hunger survey. It's self-rated. Kasi remember, there's this ongoing debate. PSA does it with numbers, meaning kung ikaw ba ay kumikita ng lagpas sa 13,000, hindi ka na mahirap ayon sa threshold na sinet ng PSA. Now, meron din silang food poor na threshold, which is 9,000 pesos. We use the 9,000 pesos to target the beneficiaries. Ayon sa PSA, merong 750,000 na food poor families nationwide. So the program revolves around the food poor, not the poor, but the food poor. 300,000 na naka-enroll ngayon sa programa, spread across different areas with high incidence of poverty, high incidence of hunger, and malnutrition. The poverty is based on the FIES of PSA. The hunger is based on the other FIES, yung food insecurity ng PSA. And then the malnutrition is based on the Philippine Plan for Nutrition, yung PPAN. So we're now operating in 22 provinces, 300,000 beneficiaries. So Globe and Monde Nielsen offered to do a tracking for us. They commissioned SWS. This survey is among the beneficiaries. So, but the questionnaire is the same as what SWS uses nationwide, yung self-rated.
Yes.
Kasi lagi nga sinasabi, okay yung numero, pero mas maganda tinatanong rin natin sila sa personal nilang experience. We will gladly give to the committee the questionnaire that SWS uses. It's not our questionnaire, it's the questionnaire of SWS. So this number, the drop is among beneficiaries. Why are we doing this among beneficiaries only? Number one, we want to see kung yung programa ay epektibo bago natin siya palakihin ng palakihin. Pangalawa, we believe, and it makes common sense, na pagka among the food poor, mabawasan natin yung bottom 750,000, the national average on hunger will also go down. So that's our strategy. Limited resources, let's target it properly. Sana kung maganda kung lahat ng poor mabibigyan natin, pero limited ang resources. So that's why we focus on the bottom 750.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chair. Yung mga beneficiaries po ba natin, saan po ba sila nanggagaling? Can we request from the department? The reason I'm asking is, kasi po, I'm just wondering if doon po sa lalawigan namin, we have in Nueva Ecija, if we have this Walang Gutom program.
Yeah. Right now, we don't have one running in Nueva Ecija. Kasi to pick the geography, kung saan siya, the first, remember 750,000 yan. The first 300,000, para malaman namin saang probinsya kami mag-operate, if your province appears in the three that I mentioned. Are you in the province with the highest poverty incidence? Is your province in the highest hunger incidence? Is your province in the most malnourished or stunted area? If your province appears in 3 or 2 of those criteria, you will definitely be in the first geographic expansion. Masaya tayo to one degree that Nueva Ecija is not there, meaning it may have poverty or hunger, but it's not in the top. Now, how do we look for the household? We use listahanan. Listahanan kasi is the only database that we have. But admittedly, listahanan is very, very old. It's 2019. Kanina nabanggit ho namin na excitingly, CBMS went online last Friday, a portion of it. So we will now draw from the next, when we scale it up, the next 300,000, we will draw it from CBMS. So the geography I've answered, and how to choose the family, we will use CBMS.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And last question, maybe more of a recollection lang po kasi I came across this parang seminar, and they were talking about how important yung ating mga bata po from the day they were born until the age of 5. Diba? Kasi yun po yung nagiging problema natin, even though we have a good amount of workforce until 2050 compared to our neighboring countries. Ang issue po doon is yung ating food security, and yung 1 to 5, yung especially ages 1 to 5, yung mabigyan natin sila ng magandang nutrition and the like. So, ang tanong ko lang po, if meron po ba tayong specific plan regarding that, or is the department doing a program already in relation, of course, to the Walang Gutom program?
Mr. Chairman, this was discussed a while ago. Yan yung tanong ni Congresswoman Garcia. Stunting, a third of our kids are stunted. It's one of the worst in the world. And the President has made it #1 agenda for all the social development agencies. Now, there's always this notion na kulang sa pagkain. Tama naman yon. Pero as I mentioned, in trying to combat stunting, you have to look at nutrition specific, yan yung pagkain or yung inputs that you give, and nutrition sensitive, meaning meron bang sapat na clean water, meron bang access to stable food supply, meron bang child simulation centers or early. It's the environment where the pregnant or the child will grow up in. Tayo, we're looking at that golden window of 0 to 2. Other countries like Indonesia have already ventured into 0 to 5. But tayo, we have to focus first on 0 to 2. So it's not just DSWD alone. It's actually a concert of agencies like DOH, kasi they have to improve the supply side of health facilities also. So we're now working with them, and admittedly, it's a tall order. We have to make sure na hindi lang may kinakain, which is the case is walang gutom, but the overall environment in rearing or childbearing is conducive to solve stunting once and for all. But Mr. Chairman, as mentioned a while ago, the President has made this his top priority. He has given us all marching orders to work together to try to dent the growing number of stunted children.
Mr. Chair, last question on that topic. I just wanted to know if we have enough budget to support this program of the President, especially for the ages 0 to 2, and hopefully actually 0 to 5 ang target sana po.
I can't say that it's enough, pero I mentioned a while ago a program called Philippine Multisectoral Nutrition Program. It's PMNP. It's an ODA between DOH and DSWD. Yung DSWD side is the nutrition sensitive, wash facilities, child rearing facilities, while DOH does the specific improving health capacities. Sa site namin, tapos na kami. It's operating in 235 communities. So that dance between specific and sensitive should happen. I'm sure DOH will probably give you what they've done. Pero there are moves to expand that program, to reinvest. Kasi maliit yung loan. So even those things we cannot fully comply with in the 235 poorest or most stunted provinces or communities.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, quick manifestation lang po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we acknowledge that millions of our fellow Filipinos continue to rely on the programs and services of the DSWD. And as mentioned by many of our colleagues, carries many commendable programs, from feeding programs for children, assistance for families in need, and pension for senior citizens. Not to mention po, yung mga nakita ko po dito sa inyong mga presentation, ito pong Project Lawat Binhi for yung mga small farm reservoirs natin and gardens, yung and disaster response and rehabilitation. And yung pong pag-abot program, actually I came across that a while ago. It's nice to see that na hopefully we can, especially in the NCR in area, yung mga nasa lansangan po. Kasi we still continue to see a lot of, especially kids po, na sana po matulungan natin, and yung mga kalahi and other programs. So these are true lifelines that countless Filipinos continue to depend on and draw strength from. So I cannot overemphasize the big role of this department, na marahil isa sa pinaka nararamdaman ng taong bayan. Sabi nga din po ng ating mga fellow representatives, ito po yung departamento na nararamdaman na diretso po kayo sa tao. At dahil sa silang agaran at unang tinatakbuhan sa oras ng pangangailangan. So rest assured, this representation fully supports the department and its proposed budget. And as mentioned by Representative Howard Ginto, I do manifest also the increase of the budget, dahil ito po talaga yung pwedeng mag-iba ng yung maliit na bagay po, or for some it's malaking bagay na po. So I commend the whole department for their hard work and dedication in helping serve our Filipino people. Special mention ko lang po, Mr. Chair, ang ating USEC Pinky Romualdez and also ASEC Baldir Bringas for all the support and help in ensuring that timely that we get the timely assistance to our fellow constituents my constituents in Vaisia. So yun lang po, maraming salamat po, Sec Rex, and Mr. Chair, yield the floor.
Thank you. We take note of the manifestation.
If I can
Yes,
request
Secretary.
for a 1-minute suspension, I will come back and do it another round.
Yeah. Hearing suspended. Thank you. We now resume. We call on Representative Carl Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, hello. My first question is, what investments are being made in digital platforms to improve efficiency, transparency, and speed in service delivery?
Mr. Chair, as mentioned a while ago, it's a very valid question. The President's instruction for all line agencies is to make sure those that we can digitalize, we digitalize. But digitalization is paired with streamlining, cutting the unnecessary steps, cutting the unnecessary forms and requirements. First off the bat, when we launched early this year, all our permits, we give permits for minors traveling abroad by themselves. We give permits for the setting up of foundations or social welfare and development agencies or NGOs or people's organizations. Those are now fully automated. We recently launched the DSWD Helps portal. It's available in your eGov app. So meaning you don't have to fall in line. You go online. You can get all these permits already from us. That's one. Number two, the new programs, such as the food stamps program, is no longer manual. It carries with it a electronic benefit transfer card where the food credits are loaded. So meaning they just go to the retailer, tap the card, they get their food inputs. We are in the process of automating the AIX. We already have a working prototype for the guarantee letter. It's taking a bit more time because we want to be thorough and we want to make sure that this lifeline, when we do digitalize it, will not suffer kinks. So basically, the pathway is towards the digitalization, including in 4Ps, where e-wallets are already being introduced.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For 4Ps, how is the DSWD measuring the effectiveness of the 4Ps in breaking intergenerational poverty?
Well, as in all, it's built in the law that the impact assessment isn't done by DSWD, though we have our own internal monitoring, which looks at the number of graduates, the number of completion rate, cohort survival rate. We leave it to the PIDS or the PIDS to do the impact assessment as prescribed by law. And so far, the recent PIDS studies show that we're doing quite well in terms of education. For early childhood nutrition, we are doing quite well as well, but there are mixed results when it comes to the other health indicators.
Meron po bang mga exit strategies na hinahanda?
Yes, Mr. Chair, as mentioned a while ago, the President has instructed us to make sure that the case management is quite aggressive. That's why for the past 2 years alone, we have exited 1.4 million households that have been deemed by our social workers or municipal or city links as self-sufficient or level 3. That's the largest number of graduates. And when I say graduates, they're not force exited. They are actually of a better economic lifeline already. Or well-being.
Merong mga skills building initiative?
That we discussed a while ago. We were talking about how the law prescribes for a convergence of departments to take care of after program initiatives. But clearly, there is still much to be desired in tightening that. Kaya nga ho, may panukala na amendahan yung batas to make it more, to make it stronger yung post-program care. Also, the department is working with the World Bank and other technical experts to try to make investments on our own for post-program care. Kasi ang nangyayari ngayon, we refer them to the other agencies, Mr. Chair, but unfortunately, they also have their own priorities, admittedly so. So we are looking at trying to come up with a stronger post-program care initiative that is embedded within the department.
Okay, thank you. For the QRF, how is the department enhancing disaster preparedness in warehousing, logistics, and good prepositioning amid increasing climate-related disasters?
Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier, the President's instruction is for DSWD to be omnipresent. Meaning, bago pa mangyari sa sakuna, we do the stockpiling, the prepositioning. Right now, we have a national stockpile of around 2.3 million family food packs. Notedly, before Krising struck, that was 3 million. We continuously produce from our hubs in Metro Manila, and in Cebu. And as mentioned earlier, we are not given a lot of capital expenditure to build warehouses. So what we do is we synergize with local government units, and wherein we borrow spaces from them so that we can pre-position the goods. After all, it's a joint effort to make sure that disaster response is done in a timely manner.
Ano yung mga lesson na natutunan natin from recent typhoons na nagpapa-improve sa response speed?
Mr. Chair, I served for mayor for 9 years, and we know that disaster response really is in the realm of the local government unit. Social welfare is devolved. The agency, DSWD, comes in as augmentation. We cannot step in immediately and take control of the situation because that's overreaching and stepping in the toes of our local government units. What we do is to provide the necessary logistic supports pag kinulang sila ng family food packs, pag kinulang sila ng pondo para sa emergency cash transfer. One thing we learned though, which is in the realm of the committee or Congress, is to revisit the amount of QRF or quick response that's embedded in the department. As mentioned a while ago kay Congressman Almario and the good committee, na right now we have 1.2 billion pesos. But it sounds big, but in reality, that's, when we had Crising, Emong, and Dante, that wasn't enough. Meaning we have to replenish, but it takes time to replenish. So what we were saying, sana pakinggan yung departamento na yung seed money or the initial capital for QRF be increased to 3 billion. That way we can do our augmentation for disaster response faster and more timely without having to contend with the documentation. It will not cost the government anything because the quick response is prescribed and statutory. We just want a bigger share of it at the start of the year.
And then, there's only one DSWD Regional Resource Operation Center or RROC in my region, Region 8, for stockpiling relief goods and items. This is located in the 1st District in Palo, Leyte. Would you consider the shortage of DSWD RROC in Region 8 a hindrance to fast relief operations in far-flung districts, especially in my district?
Mr. Chair, as mentioned a while ago, disaster response really falls in the realm of the local government units. They have their own quick response funds. They have their own resources. But because of the mandate of the President to make sure that the national government supports our local government units, we have been embarking on a partnership agreement with a lot of local government units. Ayaw na ho namin na gamitin pa yung pondo sa pang-upa because that MOE can be used easily to buy more goods or use it for emergency cash transfer. So what we've done is partner up with LGUs to build hubs, spokes, and last mile warehouses. We come close to 1,000 now. And as mentioned to the good congressman, we will entertain and we are open to adding more with the help of the good representation in securing more space for our family food packs. Right now, the pre-positioned goods in the whole Region 8 is at around 100,000 plus. And in Leyte alone, that's 60,000. Again, let me point out that for the first time, the country's national stockpile has breached millions. Before Crising, it was 3 million. Our goal now is to move it up to 4 million. That means more goods to pre-position everywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In that case, I would like to manifest my full support for the DSWD budget, not just because it has performed outstandingly the past few years, but also because the Filipino people, especially those who are truly in need, deserve to feel and they are seen and heard by our government. Sana rin po, pag tumaas po yung capital outlay nyo, sana ay malagyan po ng warehouse or QRF warehouse yung distrito ko. Especially cooperative naman po yung mga LGU and mga mayors ko. Sana ma-take note nyo po yung, especially in the 5th District of Leyte.
Mr. Chair, the regional director of Region 8 is around. And we are instructing her to link up with local government units who may have spare space so that we can pre-position goods.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We move to the minority. We now recognize Representative Paulo Henry Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating butihing secretary. I also join Kong Audrey and Kong Miro in saying that our good secretary is my favorite among the Gatchalians. No? Not only that, he's also the best looking and the youngest looking among the brothers. Kaya lang pag nasa Senado ako, baka mainis si Kuya. Oh, pati si Kong Kenneth pa lang dito rin. Oh. Depende siguro sa kaharap ko. anyway, I commend the leadership of Secretary Rex in the DSWD, especially in the timely and rapid delivery of relief goods during the recent onslaught of the typhoons. Yan sila Christine, sila Dante, sila Emong. We firsthand experienced the swift response of the DSWD in delivering the much needed relief goods. At nabigla ako, ang ganda nung packaging ng relief goods. Binuklat ko nga yung isa eh. Nag-random check ako. Talagang matutuwa yung makakatanggap. This is a far cry from the other administrations. Yung iba kasi, inaamag na yung bigas. Yung iba ano. Pero ito, hindi ka mapapahiya pag pinamigay mo eh. Itong relief goods ng DSWD ngayon. At dahil nga lang nabulunan ang DSWD dahil na-max out yung capacity nila to deliver during the typhoon, we took the liberty of picking up the relief goods from your warehouses. Yun naman ang parang ambag na rin namin para medyo makagaan po sa inyong napakabigat na gampanin nung panahon ng kalamidad. At wala akong masabi sa ating secretary kundi puro pagpupuri. At yun, wala naman ako masabi kundi yun lamang, except for a few shall we say concerns or experiences that I think it is beyond his control. Wala naman siyang kinalaman dito. Let me just cite a few concerns. Nung pong panahon ng kampanya, habang bumabaha ng akap sa ibang lugar, kami naman po ay nakatanggap ng tagtuyot. Nakadanas ng tagtuyot sa AX at akap. Kahit na meron naman ng talagang nakalaan para sa amin. At ang alam ko, during the campaign period, yung pong social services ay hindi naman po hinihinto during campaign period. Tuloy-tuloy po yan. Kaya lang hindi may paliwanag na dahilan, bigla pong na-pull out ang aming AX. Ayun. Meron din pong ibang insidente na yun pong isang nominee namin sa Sagip Party List noon. Siya po ay nag-identify ng lugar. Yung kanya pong na-identify na lugar, parang kalaban ng administrasyon. So we got a call from the powers that be na kung pwede ilipat po yung AIC sa lugar na yun dahil kalaban po di umano ng present administration. So yun lang po ang yung aming mga concern. Sana po hindi po napopoliticize yung ating delivery of basic goods. At meron din pong mga munisipyo, mga LGU, mga districts na ginagamit ang social services nyo as a political weapon para, halimbawa, if you do not subscribe to us, if you do not declare your allegiance to us, hindi kayo makakatanggap ng AIX basic services like burial, food assistance, or what. So, ang concern ko lang po, Ginoong Secretary, how do we insulate our basic services, yung pong binibigay yung mga serbisyo from further politicization?
Mr. Chair, the guidelines for AIX and other social welfare is very strict. If there are such incidents, let me look into it, and I will gladly work with the representation from Sagip Party List to isolate where it happened, which local government units, so that we can address it accordingly. But rest assured that the institutionalized guidelines for the AIX or social welfare programs are very
along poverty levels, no? What share would you want to give us regarding budget for Mindanao from DSWD?
Mr. Chair, we don't look at Mindanao as just one holistic, monolithic local government unit. We would rather look at it from a perspective all the way sana to barangay or municipal level, whatever data is available. As mentioned a while ago, we are very, very excited in the DSWD because of the onlining of the community-based monitoring system. The CBMS will trigger and show us where poverty is highest, where hunger is highest, where there are concentrations of cultural communities. So in trying to target our programs, we would like to use the CBMS and look at it from a granular level. Wag ho as Mindanao as a whole, because we all know that Mindanao LGUs aren't built equally. There are cities, there are rural areas, there are GDAs, there are not non-GDAs. So mas maganda ho, mas granular yung data all the way to barangay level. Unfortunately, CBMS doesn't run a barangay level breakdown. They run it on a provincial level or a city or municipal level. So rest assured, we will use that scientific targeting as means to come up with programs or as a means to target our programs like 4Ps, Walang Gutom, social pension, and other programs there may be as prescribed by law.
Well, be that as it may, it is really important to have a factor on poverty incidence in Mindanao. Because whatever decision you have to consider the data itself. The data speaks for itself. Even here in Congress, you were here before with Professor Miral. The congressional committee that does the research has a 15% share of Mindanao with regards to the Philippine budget. No, so I would like encourage Secretary to factor in the poverty incidence in Mindanao with respect to the share of Mindanao, because you know I know that you know about the poverty in Mindanao. It's really going up, no? And especially in BARM, we have 48% poverty line in BARM, BARMM. So we have to factor in, I guess, no, for the next season. I know you'll be there. Okay. So may I continue with my questions first? So, okay. Just my suggestion only. Please factor in regards to your data, come up with a realistic approach regarding Mindanao with regards to poverty incidence and the share of budget for Mindanao. Okay. The second question is about, this was asked by Audrey, Congresswoman Audrey, about senior citizens. I reiterate our request for more budget for Region 10. 12,000 are not yet being given the benefits of senior citizens. No, I just reiterate with Congresswoman Audrey here a while ago. Secondly, have you factored in malnutrition in schools? I know DepEd is doing that, but it's not enough, no, DepEd. Have you factored in malnutrition in the elementary schools? So we say in Region 10, no? where our outstanding director, Ramil Hamon, is here. Director Ramil? Yes. Have you factored in malnutrition in elementary schools in Region 10? Because the malnutrition data is rising up, no? People, young students, grade 1 and 2, would go to school without lunch, and their counterpart classmates will give them share of their lunches. So that is thing that we have to know.
Mr. Chair, I'm not responding because I would rather wait for the end of the questioning before I
Yeah,
do.
that's the, can you factor in malnutrition, how you can help? Because you know, you bring the goods, you have the capacity also to make a difference in these elementary schools.
Mr. Chair, first of all, we always factor in poverty whenever we do our approaches. That's why I went back to the default, which is CBMS. CBMS will give us a better eye view. And I guess if you add, I'm not guessing, I'm pretty much saying that if you amalgamate all the results of CBMS, we will see a greater chunk of it falling in Mindanao. I'll give you a case in point. The Walang Gutom program, which will segue into my second, which is the food stamp program of the President, 50% of the beneficiaries hail from Mindanao. So of the 300,000 running right now in the cohort, 151,000 of them, of these households, are in Mindanao. So there by itself, you can see the weight that we give to Mindanao. It's always been data-driven for the department. Poverty incidents. Now, in Walang Gutom, we also look at malnutrition because the intervention is on a household level so that we can target the mother, the pregnant or lactating mother, the child who will go to school, and hopefully they don't go to school hungry. So that by itself is already a contribution towards ending hunger or malnutrition, as the case, whichever case may be. So as well as mentioned a while ago, when we were identifying the geographic scale up of Walang Gutom from the pilot, we looked at three things. The family expenditure survey that will determine poverty of an area, the food insecurity survey of PSA that will determine hunger, and the Philippine Plan for Nutrition, which will determine stunting. So all these three things will be put together in expanding the Walang Gutom program. And a lot of the beneficiaries, like I mentioned, 50% of it is in Mindanao.
Thank you for that, Secretary. I'm just asking it because in the schools, Parent Teachers Associations, PTAs, really do their feeding in their children. So maybe we can help. The DSWD can help in giving food packs. No, and that's one of my things that I have requested DSWD in Region 10. That food packs can be given to our PTAs, where they share in the making of the feeding. They will be buying the vegetables. You have the rice and some, and then we can do the feeding for elementary schools because you know these elementary schools are from rural areas. No.
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, the food packs I don't think is the right intervention. First of all, the food packs are drawn from the quick response fund, so they're meant for disasters. But more importantly, those are preserved food items. They're canned goods. I don't think their DOH or FNRI or NCC will like it when they say that we're using it. But there is another food security intervention that we're doing. In our disaster portfolio, we have the cash for work called Lawat Binhi program. I think we can flash the Lawat Binhi picture so that the good congressman can see it. The Lawat Binhi program empowers communities, impoverished communities, to do urban gardening, to build small community reservoirs, to make sure that there is food security in these far-flung areas. This is part of our overall thrust to address food insecurity, which inadvertently benefits the children in our schools. We have cohorts everywhere wherein it's done in schoolyards or in communities near schools. So sila na ho yung nagtatanim, and it's their paid cash for work, so that's additional income, and whatever they draw from these community small-scale farms goes back to them.
Well, it's sort of an emergency measure only. No, PTAs come to us, ask for assistance and everything, but we do whatever we can to help them. No, thank you for the response, Secretary. My last question is about hospice. You know, in Cagayan de Oro, we have this a house being run by NGOs, and they have 100 patients of leukemia patients, terminal ill, and they get solicitations from other private sources. And one guy, this president, got awarded with DSWD because of his work. And the patients are at 100, supported by NGOs. Can we replicate that, or if you adopt that system where we can bring the terminal ill into a hospice service program so that they can be there until they die. Because, it's really something that families are, resources are already exhausted, no? Having the medicine, everything, but then there's nothing to be done but to wait for the end, no? So, is there a program for that? Maybe we can have a program for that.
Mr. Chair, we maintain a inventory of around 76 care facilities nationwide. Some of them are for elderly people who no longer have families or for hospice care. And nationally, we have around 4 of them. It's clearly not enough. But again, I appeal to Congress that they augment our budget so we can build more of these care facilities. But last night I was coincidentally with the ABSNet, which is the umbrella organization of social welfare and development agencies or foundations or NGOs as they're colloquially called. And we all agreed that it's time that we put in special provisions in the budget that maybe we can use portions of our funds to finance residential care facilities of the private sector through state subsidy or cost of care. Meaning, if we endorse clients to them, then we pay for them. Kasi, Mr. Chair, clearly building more facilities by the public sector will be very costly. But there are existing capacities in the private sector. But obviously, they're hard up for cash as well. So we are enjoining the committee and Congress to look into special provisions that will hopefully allow us to do cost of care transfers to care facilities, as we mentioned.
So that depends on the law that will mandate it, so that you can have more budget for it.
Apparently, first, to augment the budget, and second, to allow us to do so. COA right now, I believe, has a very stiff hurdle on us doing fund transfers to foundations and NGOs for obvious reasons in the past. But I think the department is ready to engage the private sector again so that we don't have to keep on building care facilities left and right because they're very, very expensive to build and to operate. Sayang nandyan na ho we can actually exhaust their capacities or synergize with them.
Yes, thank you, Secretary. I'll do that. We will file a bill on that so that your portfolio can be increased.
And if you can introduce a special provision this early in the GAA, if that will be allowed, for cost transfers or cost of care transfers from our existing programs for residential care facilities in the private sector.
That would be very nice. I would really recommend to the committee to endorse that. Okay. One last, I would just like to mention for the record, where we have this, they call it Leukemia Parents and Patients Organization Incorporated. That's located in Bulwak, again, River City. They have 100 patients, and I just talked to the president now and asking for help on them. Thank you very much, Secretary, and for that, I am now enlightened for what we have to do in Congress, and rest assured of our support, and even recommend for the increase of budget for DSWD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, thank you. We go back to the minority. We recognize Representative Elijah San Fernando.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sa DSWD family, magandang hapon po. Isa po kayo sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno na sinusuportahan namin dahil sa mahusay po ninyo na paggampan sa inyong trabaho, lalo na itong mga nagdaan na bagyo at habagat. Pero dahil po pangalan namin kamanggagawa, diyan tanong ko po tungkol sa manggagawa. Una po, top 3 po sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno, ang DSWD, pagdating sa dami ng bilang ng mga job order at contract of service workers. At mula po dito, ayon sa report, may 12,000 job order positions na karamihan po dito mga manggagawa for at least 10 years na nagsisilbi as city and municipal links for 4Ps. At bawat city and municipal links po ng 4Ps humahawak ng 100 hanggang 400 na households. So ang tanong po natin, una, ano po kaya ang masasabi nyo patungkol dito sa napakalaking bilang ng job order and contract of service? At pangalawa, doon ho sa ratio ng city and municipal links to household ratio.
Mr. Chair, it's a very good question that we've discussed with Congressman Tino. He had the same sentiments. Parehas ho ang kanilang concern. And sang-ayon ho ako na dapat ibigay natin sa mga manggagawa ng DSWD ang rightfully na dapat para sa kanila. Una po, sa tulong ho ng Department of Budget and Management at sa utos ng ating Pangulo, yung ratio na yan bumaba na ho. Since 2023, ang ratio na lang ho, nadatnan namin yan, nasa 400, 500. Now we're down to 100 to 200. In fact, na ilang pagpupulong na ho, meron ako sa mga 4Ps city links natin nationwide, nagagalak ho sila dyan kasi natututukan na nila yung mga kaso. Pangalawa, ang good news ko, sa tulong ulit ng DBM at sa utos ng ating Pangulo, yung 12,000 na binabanggit nyo ho, 4,000 to 5,000 niyan ang naaprubahan lang last month na maging regular na. And ang pangako sa amin ng DBM na patuloy nilang i-convert ang mga contractual positions into regular positions the moment ma-comply namin yung mga dokumento ng first 5,000. So hopefully when we get back to Congress next year, sana all 12,000 ay regular na. Yan ang pangarap po namin para sa kanila.
Ayun, maraming salamat po doon. Kaisa niyo po ako sa pangarap na yan, Secretary.
Ganda, Mr. Chairman, di na ho sa pangarap lang pala, kundi nangyayari na as we speak.
Ayun. Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Sunod po, doon naman tayo sa staffing vacancies. Taas po ng staffing vacancy natin, 11.6% sa Office of the Secretary, 20.1% naman sa NACC. Ano po yung mga measures natin to fill in these vacancies more quickly? Tama
Mr. Chair, I cannot speak for NACC at the moment because I don't have their data. Pero nandito ho yung ASEC nila for admin, si ASEC Luz. Pero para sa DSWD itself, wala hong 11%. The current data is at 7.84%.
7.84.
Okay, ito ho ay kumbaga operational in nature, meaning yung iba dyan nag-resign, tapos papalitan na in the process. Kasi meron ho kaming sinusunod na mga guidelines on publication to give everybody the equal opportunity or the equal information to be able to apply for this position. So yung iba naman ho, nagko-comply pa ng mga dokumento, pero rest assured these are operational. Ibig sabihin they're part of day-to-day operations na pag may nag-vacant, we post immediately.
Thank you po. Kasalukuyan po naman, may mga pag-uusap among lawmakers pagdating po sa pag-institutionalize ng staff to beneficiary ratio. Ito po yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina. So, suportahan niyo po ba to? Halimbawa po nito, bawat municipal or city municipal link, hindi dapat lumagpas halimbawa sa 200 na households. So, suportahan po ba ng DSWD dito?
101%. Sa katunayan, kasama ho yan sa agreement namin ng DBM. Kaya nga ho, sa punto na to, ang average na lang ho, hindi na lumalagpas ng mga... Anong ratio? 1:200 ngayon. Pero syempre meron hong mga vacancies, kaya pagka may vacancy, umaakyat sa 300. Pero we are one with you because mas natututukan ho ang mga kaso, lalo na yung case management nila for exit, kapag maliit ho yung ratio. And we are striving to make sure that all vacancies are filled up para ho masigurado natin na mababa at mamanatili nating mababa ang kanilang ratio.
In line with that, ano pa po ang tingin nyo na suporta na maaring maibigay ng Kamara, whether in budget provisions or policy reforms, para matulungan po ang inyong ahensya na makapag-recruit, retain at proteksyonan yung welfare ng ating mga social workers na nasa puso ng pag-deliver ng mandato ng DSWD? Baka meron po kayong mga wishlist o kung ano man. Patulong man ho kami.
Mr. Chair, every time na bumabalik ho ako dito sa Kongreso, ang apila ko, wag lang ho yung 4Ps ang tignan natin, kundi yung buong departamento by itself. Marami sa aming mga kawani, for instance, sa protective services namin, sa promotive services namin, ay hindi pa rin ho regularize. Ang lagi ho namin sinasabi, kung contractual sila, sana sa madaling panahon ma-regularize na because the cost is actually the same. May benepisyo yan nagkakaroon lang ng security of tenure. So yun ho yung isa sa advocacy namin at patuloy kong ipaglalaban yan because nasasayangan ho ako sa institutional knowledge na meron ang department. The longer they stay with the department, the more experienced they become. And it's time that we give to our social workers and our development workers what's due them. Alam ko ho, we give heavy weight to social workers, pero marami rin ho kaming development workers who are equally as dedicated, who have spent years in the department, who know the programs very well. So sana ho, wag lang yung 4Ps ang tignan natin, but maybe you can help us fight for our entire department's manning.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Makakaasa po, DSWD, na ang kinatawang ito ay makikipaglaban para itaas ang budget at maipaglaban natin yung karapatan ng mga manggagawa sa DSWD. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield the floor back to our honorable colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Maraming
you
salamat,
very
Mr.
much.
Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Assistant Majority Floor Leader Mark Anthony. Oh, sorry. Deputy Majority Floor Leader Jose Bong Teves Jr. Assistant Majority Mark Anthony Santos. Representative Larnie Roque.
Good afternoon, Sir Chair. Good afternoon po sa pamilya ng DSWD, most especially po sa ating former congressman, now secretary, Sir Rex Gatchalian, my boss po in local government the last time. I was very, very sad when not sad now because I'm so proud of you and what you have done for the department and for the rest of the people who are working with him. You are all very blessed to have him. First of all, no, marami na rin pong natanong tungkol sa mga tinanong na po ng mga taga Mindanao, Region 10 ang a lot of my questions. Pero meron po akong napapansin na hanggang ngayon, ako lumaki naman po ako ng Manila pero dahil po sa pangyayaring na kapag-asawa ko ng taga Mindanao, hanggang ngayon may problema pa rin po tayo sa mga homeless na mga tao sa daan. Aside from akala natin matutulungan natin sila by giving them yung limos para lang hindi na sila masagasaan sa daan, meron po ba kayong direct connection or programa na pwede nyong makausap ang sino man within that area? Kung police ba, traffic enforcers ba, sino po ba ang pwedeng magtanggal sa kanila sa kalye para hindi po sila endangered ang life nila, and at the same time hindi din po sila magiging sanhi ng aksidente na magiging kasalanan patuloy ng makakabangga sa kanila. Ang gusto ko lang po malaman, minsan kasi parang temporary lang ang nabibigay nating tulong sa kanila. Hindi din natin nalalaman bakit sila nandyan sa daan. Minsan bata yan, mga 5 years old, may bit-bit na 1 year old. Meron yan matatanda pero walang kasamang kahit na sino, baka biglang atakihin yan sa daan. Meron naman ding mga medyo alerto na mga bata na medyo aktibo pa pero wala sila sa mga eskwelahan. Sino po ba talaga ang tutulong sa atin para ma-assist talaga sila ng sakto na hindi na sila babalik dyan kasi minsan marami silang mga dahilan. Homeless sila dahil posibleng tinanggal sila ng pamilya nila sa bahay nila, nag-away, nawalan talaga sila ng relasyon. Minsan ang bata abuse na pala siya mentally, sexually, sa lahat po ng klaseng abuse na daanan niya, ayaw na niyang umuwi. So saan sila pupunta? Para naman siguro mapabago natin ang mga buhay nila at sino rin ang tutulong sa kanila. Ang mag-a-address ng, minsan di na talaga sila tinatanggal. Andyan lang sila, nakahiga na lang sila sa daan, naghihintay na lang, pero walang pumapansin talaga sa kanila. Matagal na po itong problema, as much as ang ganda po ng programa ng DSWD sa mga walang gutom, gutom po talaga din sila, pero all at the same time, yung pagiging homeless nila minsan, hindi din nila ginusto. Minsan, ang iba dyan, meron ding mental concerns or disabilities na wala na rin nag-alaga sa kanila. Pinabayaan na rin sila ng mga magulang nila dahil hindi na nila kaya ang problema ng anak nilang may disability, mental ba, social, psychological. Marami po sila. Minsan din naman po, tinitake advantage ng maraming grupo dinadala sila sa isang lugar, nanglilimo sila, nasisindikato na. So how do we address this kind of issue na matagal na? Bata po tayo, Secretary, may ganito na pong problema ang ating komunidad. Medyo nabawasan pero kung pwede lang, baka meron po kayong maibibigay din po na mga solusyon para totally hindi na natin sila mapapabayaan while they are on the streets. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Secretary and Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, the Congresswoman asked a question that I'm very thankful for because I've managed to answer it a while ago, but let me re-emphasize. It's a program that we really like. It's called the Pag-abot Program. Una ho sa katanungan, sino ba talaga dapat ang nag-aalaga? I come from the ranks of the local government unit and really social welfare is devolved to the local government unit. Napapangasiwa yan dapat ng mga city hall. Pero kami, nauunawaan namin na hindi nila kaya pag sila lamang dahil they're saddled with so many things to do. That's why pagpasok ko sa departamento, we institutionalize the Pag-abot Program. It's a line item in the budget. Bago hong programa yan. Ano ba yung Pag-abot Program? We commissioned our own team that goes around the major thoroughfares of NCR. At since 2023, umiikot ho yan. We have around 100 plus social workers. They reach out, convince, and we bring them to a temporary shelter. By the way ho, yung temporary shelter na ginagamit namin ay isang dating Pogo Hub sa Pasay na kinonvert na ho namin. Ngayon, when they stay there for a month, what do we do with them? First, wala hong mga ID to. So we use technology to get their biometrics. Bakit ho importante yan? Para pag bumalik ho sila sa lansangan, malalaman namin at ma-assess namin kung yung intervention na ginamit namin ay tama at angkop. Pangalawa, pagkatapos nila mamalagi sa aming pasilidad ng isang buwan, sinisigurado namin na maiuwi namin sila sa mga community nila na may kaakibat na economic grant at minomonitor ng mga field office namin, kaakibat ng mga local government units sa probinsya. Now, tatanungin nyo, ano na ba ho ang impact o ano ang assessment dahil may nakikita pa rin ho kayo sa lansangan? Sa aming talaan, ang na-profile na ho namin, kulang-kulang 12,000 individuals na nakatira sa lansangan ng Greater Metro Manila area, of which 6,000 to 7,000 ang sumama na sa amin. Bakit hindi ho sa pilitan? Even if we wanted to, it's still a rights-based approach. The Commission on Human Rights has protocols on this. Social workers have protocols on this. Kadalasan, kinukumbinsi ho namin sila pero meron talagang ayaw sumama sa amin. So may motto nga sa loob ng departamento, ang sabi ng mga social worker, pwedeng kulitin pero bawal pilitin. So ang role na lang namin, balik kami ng balik sa kanila. And in fact, one of your colleagues, si Congressman J.C. Abalos, joined one of these reach out operations wherein he witnessed firsthand how hard it is to convince. Clearly, what we're doing is an intervention, but it has to be holistic. And hindi namin kakayanin to without the necessary support from local government units and from other partners in the community. But what we can tell you is almost 50% of those profiled are no longer in the streets. At patuloy namin silang i-reach out, babalikan at babalikan. Pangalawa, we are now in the process of expanding to other metro areas. Metro Cebu is something that we're looking at. The northern corridor of Metro Manila, we're looking at that. Kasi itong problema ng homelessness is something that we see very prevalent in highly urbanized areas. So we're in the process of expanding, making sure that we employ rights-based approach in trying to reach out to these individuals.
Salamat po, Mr. Secretary. Okay na po ako, Mr. Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you. We go back to the minority. We recognize Deputy Minority Leader Laila De Lima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues and also the DSWD family, especially the Secretary. I'd also like to greet Yusek Sulit, a former co-worker in the Department of Justice, and of course si Edu, who used to frequent DOJ sa mga ambush interviews niyo noon. Okay, good afternoon again. I know may overdose na kayo ng commendation and praises from many of us kasi well-deserved. So may I also add to that, I wish to really commend the secretary, the entire DSWD, dun po sa pag-rescue. You know, the very a quick, decisive, and compassionate response in rescuing 160 children from that church-run facility in the municipality of Mexico, Pampanga. Grabe naman po talaga. Imagine, it's supposed to be a child care facility, but what we had was abuses, all sorts of abuses committed against the children there. So I think dapat po siguro DSWD should also monitor the progress of the case or the cases that will be filed by the DOJ. Kailangan ho maging mabilis din po yan. And also with respect po dun sa Typhoon Crising, I wish to commend also, aside from the Secretary, the regional directors for NCR and Region 4A. Dahil po dun sa napakabilis na response ninyo, nung meron pong mga umaangal na mga communities in Quezon City and also in Laguna, immediately I communicated to the regional directors, and the next day, the relief goods were brought to them. Action po kaagad. Now, I know that many questions have been asked already about the 4Ps. And I am glad to see that for 2026, ang budget po ng 4Ps is 113 billion. Unlike yung sa 2025 GAA, nabawasan pa. It was really very unfortunate. Now, of all programs of government, bakit ganun? Bakit yung 4Ps pa ang bawasan ng budget? But of course, we also know, Mr. Secretary, that there are problems with respect to the implementation of the 4Ps. And I'm sure that your department is very much aware the challenges lie in the implementation of the 4Ps, because I think everyone would agree, and you know, hindi naman po ako bias as the principal author of the 4Ps institutionalization law, but I do believe that compared with the other ayuda programs of government, 4Ps is the best because it's institutionalized, it has conditions, it has safeguards. But implementation is another matter. Meron pa ring problema. Can you tell us, please, what exactly yung mga na-validate nyo na po at your level sa DSWD na nagiging problema dun sa implementation on the ground of 4Ps? And the next question would be, what do we do to address them para tunay na ma-plug na natin yung mga loopholes and gaps in the implementation of 4Ps?
Sir, let's start off with the targeting.
Yes.
Kasi that is where everybody asks, paano ho ba kinukuha? So, initially, within the department, when we were still running listahan, nandun pa lang ho may problema na eh. Because, for instance, some beneficiaries would appear in listahanan 1 but not in listahanan 2, then reappear in listahanan 3.
Yes.
There's clearly a error in the saturation drive. Pero as PSA would tell me, there's always a 30% inclusion-exclusion error.
Alright.
Pero syempre, if you're going to put a face to it, that's one person not getting their grant. 30% is a very big number.
Yes,
So
it is.
now, with the advent of CBMS, we're quite optimistic that before we roll out CBMS as the targeting tool, which law prescribes, we will do the cross-matching first. We have USEC MAPA of PSA and I agreed na there should be a transition period wherein we look at the beneficiaries of 4Ps, babangga natin sa CBMS to make sure that they fall in the poor category. Kung wala sila doon, we shouldn't haphazardly do the disenfranchisement without looking at the other tools that we have like SWD, which is the social welfare indicator survey, that case management tool that we use. We want to make sure na accurate before we disenfranchise anybody. We don't want mass swaths of beneficiaries disappearing from the database. That's one. Number two, I keep on mentioning SWD. SWD is a proud child of DSWD and its social workers. For the longest time, nandyan siya pero hindi naman ginagamit. But the President, when he instructed to make sure that we clean the list, that became our default. Yan yung kaninang kinikwento ni Congressman Kimbo na it's more humane because it looks at social adequacy and economic independence. So mas human yung dimensions niya. But SWD itself, kailangan na hong repasuhin. Kaya nga ho, meron tayong consultants ngayon from the academe who are working at making SWD more granular para talaga na-detect natin yung changes in their lives. We have made sure that the department does SWD annually para masigurado natin that we track down or we track the progress of the life of our economic well-being of our beneficiaries. Third, the family development sessions. That is the crown jewel of this program. No other conditional cash transfer worldwide can be proud of their own FDS. Wala nga sila nun. In fact, a lot of countries who had conditional cash transfers ahead of us are now looking at our conditional cash transfer because of the FDS. But the FDS, after 17 years, kailangan na rin ho repasuhin. In fact, I've been going around talking to the beneficiaries, and they're saying na yes, it's good, but sana it's in tune with the times. We have commissioned Masayang Pamilyang Pilipino, again, from the academy, to look at the curriculum of our FDS to make sure that it's current, it's updated, and it's relevant. We're also looking at arming our city links, making sure that they have the supplies. They're the lifeblood of our program. Marami sa kanila, walang mga lapel, walang mga supplies, notebook, Manila paper. So we've addressed that by making sure that quarterly they get supplies from the department. May pera naman, so bakit ayaw natin gamitin para sa kanila? Last but not the least, there are 14 systems from targeting all the way to payout in the program. 14 unique software that do not talk to each other. So that's why the compliance, yung payout, will take 75 days to the most.
So you're addressing that already?
We've already procured consultants through the World Bank, and by next summer, the goal there dapat same month crediting pagdating from compliance. So that's the plan that we have.
Do you encounter problems with respect to the conduit banks?
Actually, we're only using land bank as it is.
Yes.
But we've already, as mentioned a while ago, this is the age of e-wallets. So we've also come up with a program to migrate them to GCash. Lalong-lalo na yung mga sa GDA. Because, Mr. Chair, can you imagine sometimes it takes them almost 8 hours to get to the nearest ATM there is. But yung kapitbahay nila happens to be a GCash merchant. So we're looking at these innovations to make it easier for them to get their grants immediately.
Okay, second point. So those are very good initiatives of the part of the DSWD, trying to plug really all those gaps in the implementation of 4Ps. Now let's go po sa Bahay Pag-asa. Ano po ba, well, I understand that COA has flagged the slow pace or low utilization of the Bahay Pag-asa. That's the BPA project. Lost opportunities for better facilities, reintegration, and support to LGUs. Given the COA's findings, how many BPAs or Bahay Pag-asa are fully functional today? And how many meet the standards under the Juvenile Justice Welfare Council?
As mentioned a while ago, it's 117 Bahay Pag-asas operating. And the reason why JJWC cannot use that fund is because in the law, it has to be the LGUs build the Bahay Pag-asa, and we provide the technical assistance for the standards and the funds to help them maintain and operate the Bahay Pag-asa. Unfortunately, not a lot of our LGUs are capable of building their own Bahay Pag-asa. We share the sentiments of not lowering the minimum age of criminal liability, and our position is to
again, please?
Not to lower.
Oh, yes. Definitely.
Because of international commitments, because the science says that the kids are not yet fully developed to discern what's right and what's wrong. But we also believe in a stronger restorative justice program. And we can only do that if we have these Bahay Pag-asas. So what is the department's recommendation? If the LGUs cannot do it, maybe we can get off by doing regional Bahay Pag-asas as a start, as mentioned a while ago. That way, we can somehow do the necessary steps in complying with what's prescribed in the law. But again, we need to help our LGUs.
I suppose for the success of the Bahay Pag-asa program, you would be needing more social workers, psychologists, house parents, probation, diversion officers, and aftercare. So does your budget cover those?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, these things should be incorporated in the local government MOEs rather than our MOE.
Yes.
Social welfare is fully devolved.
Yes.
So again, my default will be we have to help our LGUs, whether it's through the other programs that will capacitate them, like the LGSF, which isn't in our purview. But again, the answer lies in the LGUs. I come from the ranks of the LGU, so I would know that they know their clients better than us.
Yes, but the DSWD would always be there to
provide
oversee.
technical assistance, to monitor, and to regulate.
Exactly. I don't know if the stamp program has been touched already. I'm just wondering, why is the Philippines borrowing heavily for basic food security programs instead of building sustainable domestic funding when it comes to this food stamp program. Kasi based po sa research, to expand the covered population of up to 750,000, the government secured the Reducing Food Insecurity and Undernutrition with Electronic Vouchers Project. They call it, the acronym is Refuel Loan, worth $770 million from ADB, with 34.94 billion pesos Philippine government counterpart. This is heavy, the borrowings for the basic food security programs. And tungkol po sa feasibility ng food stamp program, was there a study made?
Mr. Chair,
yes.
again, this is probably one of the programs that has been piloted, studied so much, as we know that the multilateral agencies like
Yes.
the ADB will not allow lending or
Yes.
borrowing if it doesn't go through rigors of the pilot's impact assessment. We will gladly share to the committee the multiple impact assessment and redesigns for Refuel. The food stamp was conceptualized in 2023, and it's only late last year that we scaled it up because we had to study it carefully. In
Yes.
fact, the studies are the first of its kind in the country that looks at the food behavior patterns of our poor Filipino families. No administration has ever invested in it except the Marcos Jr. administration. Now, Mr. Chair, in as much as I want to answer the lending question, our job in the department is to create programs to address needs. I will let I'm sure there's more opportunity for the economic team to come in, and I leave it to them to explain the lending side of it because it is not part of my job description at this point in time.
Yes, that should be all. That's all I have because I know some of my questions have been touched already. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Minority Leader Laila de Lima. Just wanted to add a little bit po, Sec Rex, on the query of Representative de Lima, particularly with regard to the juvenile justice system and making sure that there's enough support on the part of the DSWD to help kids in terms of the restorative justice in the youth rehabilitation centers. I worked with several youth rehabilitation centers in the past, and there seems to be a shortage of social workers who can help facilitate the court trials for the kids. So, ang nangyayari daw po, even they're required, social workers are required to accompany the kids whenever they have a set court date. However, given that there's a shortage of social workers, some of them po nade-delay yung court dates nila. Only because there's no social worker who can accompany them in the set court trials or the proceedings. So I was hoping to ask po what the current funding level is for the support that the DSWD provides these youth rehabilitation centers.
We don't. Madam Chair, the social welfare is devolved, and it's in the purview of the local government units to provide their own social workers. But as mentioned a while ago, there are initiatives from the department to arm their social welfare assistants, but obviously in the law, it doesn't provide or recognize social welfare assistants to accompany them. Clearly, there is a shortage of social workers, even in our own department. And that's why we really need to work with CHED to make social work something relevant so that more kids go to do social work as a four-year college degree. Madam Chair, it goes back to what is devolved to the local government units. This is a responsibility of the local government units. Our task in the JJWC, an attached agency, is to provide technical assistance. In some cases, provide MOOE in terms of equipment to augment. But nowhere does it provide that we provide them the social workers. So I was really hoping that we help our local government units gain that capacity by being able to hire more social workers.
We'll probably raise it to the ILG as well when we actually finished already with the ILG before, but hopefully they can allocate more within their local government funds.
Madam Chair, again, speaking as a former mayor, I was blessed to run a city with a bigger budget. But when you have fourth class, fifth class, sixth class municipalities who barely have enough to pay for their electricity or something else, we have to face the reality that we have to do something with the share of the NTAs. It's the root of everything. We can push our LGUs again and again and again, but if it's like squeezing blood out of stone. Kung wala talaga, hindi naman ho sa ayaw nila eh. Hindi sa ayaw nila eh. Wala lang hulaman minsan ho yung bulsa. Me coming from a local government unit. And I will do disjustice to LGUs if I don't say that right now. I don't want more burden on them na, oh, kumuha kayo with an MC. It's not as simple as that. We really have to look at the systemic issue why they cannot bring in more talent into their employment pool.
Thank you, Sec Rex. It resonated with me when Representative De Lima brought that, because having seen the situation among kids, sometimes they're in the youth rehabilitation centers for over 4 years only because they're not able to secure court dates and there's no social worker who can accompany them in said court hearing. So yun na po, we'll have to look at that. As you mentioned po, it's the whole system that we have to look at. And since it's a devolved function, it's a function devolved to the LGUs, we'll have to, of course, provide the resources to the LGUs as well to be able to hire more social workers.
Madam Chair, just as a point of information, I don't want to be coming here and saying na walang sagot sa problema. We brainstormed heavily with the JJWC Executive Director, and one of the things we were looking at would be hopefully proposing regional bahay pag-asas that's nationally ran, rather than doing it on an LGU level. It's one of those things that's on the table for us to be able to solve this problem of not having facilities to cater to our CICLs.
I totally agree. I was also discussing about it.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Pa.
there are existing RRCYs.
There are 15 RRCYs where they bring their clientele to us, but it's still not enough. In fact, konti man sila, but female CICLs, wala nga hong pinagdadalan eh. Kadalasan, I was just in Kawayan, doon sa Region 1 and Region 2, they still bring them to Metro Manila sa RRCY namin here or sa shelter namin or sa Haven namin shelter. So we really have to devolve this regionally, I would say.
I agree with your observation as far as local government units are concerned. In our case, we have several, just a few cases. It's maybe less than 5. And I don't think it's practical if you build one bahay pag-asa and manned by a lot of personnel. And it really appears a lot of cost for just a few numbers. That's why we're thinking about it before. Why not merge these children with the existing RRCY, considering that we, in fact, are hosting RCCY in our province. Just
Mr.
thinking
Chair,
about it.
we're looking for solutions. That's correct. But it's in the law na may mga bahay pag-asa, and we don't want to run across where we put victims and perpetrators in one facility. That's counterintuitive and counterproductive. But again, I leave it to the best judgment of the committee, but we're putting forth the notion of creating regional bahay pag-asas. It's nowhere in the law, but it doesn't preclude Congress from looking into that as a stopgap measure kesa wala ho talagang pinaglalagyan ng mga CICLs plus the accompanying support staff for them.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, po, Representative Gomez.
allow me to interject. Madam Chairman, there are a lot of programs in the LGU and programs from the DSWD that really complement each other. As much as the DSWD would like to help the LGUs, the problem is really a matter of budget and funding. Same goes with the LGU, especially with more than 1,000 municipalities all over the country. Most of them don't have enough money to fund devolved programs. And as much as the DSWD would like to help them, ganun din yung problema. So it's really a matter of, Madam Chairman, of putting more funds for the DSWD to help the LGU. Kung merong 100 pesos ang DSWD, kulang yung 100 pesos. Talagang kailangan nila ng malaking pondo para tuluyan nila matulungan ng mga LGUs. That's speaking from a mayor to another mayor. We understand this problem so much and so well. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Representative Gomez. Thank you so much, Sec Rex. We'll look into that. That's not currently factored into the NEP, right? Definitely not, and it's not part of the proposals at the moment. But there's that perennial problem actually in terms of how do we operationalize restorative justice for the youth. So we'll look more into that, but we'll be happy to work and collaborate po with the DSWD family to develop and brainstorm a solution for this perennial issue. Thank you very much po. With that, we'll move to our next interpellator from the part of the majority, Vice Chair Christopher Son. Yeah.
Mayong hapon kanatong tanan to our DSWD families, our colleagues, mayong hapon. Our district in 2nd District of Southern Leyte is 3 to 4 hours away from the regional office in Tacloban, DSWD. Being always hit by typhoons and earthquakes, especially one of the biggest typhoon that hit the Philippines, yung Typhoon Odette, landed in my district. I would like to request sa DSWD na malagyan kami ng satellite office at warehouse so that ma-preposition na talaga yung mga tulong na pwedeng ibigay sa district at sa neighboring district ko rin sa probinsya ng Southern Leyte.
Mr. Chair, the regional directors here will get in touch with the representation from Southern Leyte to try to address his concern. Kami naman ho, we're ready to expand our footprint, but we really need help with the space.
We have already the land, Madam Chair. So hopefully, matuloy at ma-include sa programa nyo for the NEP or for the coming GAA na masama sana para mas malapit yung tulong sa tao.
Well noted, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully, with the help of the committee, a capital expenditure allocation is put in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another concerns, just like what happened to the San Juanico Bridge, na may problema na hindi pwedeng makadaan yung malalaking sasakyan. Ganun din ang nangyari sa the other bridge that connects the mainland, Mindanao, and the Panaon Island, which is the nearest port. Nandun yung nearest port going to Mindanao. That consists of 4 towns. Due to the situation sa tulay, the cost of living sa tao doon tumaas. Being the mostly 4th and 5th class municipality sila, hindi kaya ng mga munisipyo at LGUs na matugunan yung problema sa pagtaas ng cost of living. Ano po bang pwedeng programa na mabigay natin sa ating mga constituents?
It will fall in the assistance to individuals in crisis situation. That if there's economic hardship in the family, suddenly yung kinikita nila nawala or hindi nasasapat sa kanilang gastusin, the social worker would always classify them as an individual in crisis that's pwedeng ipasok in one of the many items in the AX program.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So pwede tayong magawa ng AX program. Ipa-assess natin yung 4 towns, yung mga nangangailangan.
Mr. Chair, again, if they come to our nearest DSWD office, they can be assessed for whatever reason, whatever menu item is available for their need.
Thank you, Madam Chair. DSWD have been a good partner, if not the best partner, on our government programs. Isang tawag lang, action agad, especially si Sec at saka yung mga RDs natin. No? Yung puso ni Sec ay nasa pagtulong talaga sa tao. And mabuhay po ang DSWD. And this representation, support for the approval, and kung pwede, for the increase of your budget. Daghang salamat ug maayong hapon na itong tanan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we move on. We recognize Representative Attorney Cherviel Luistro. Vice Chairman Loreto Amante.
Magandang hapon, Mr. Chair. Unang-una po, Mr. Chair, nice ko pong malaman po. Actually, this is like the concern of Congressman Laarni about po doon sa mga pabahay, doon sa mga centers. Actually, this is about naman po sa mga individuals with special needs. Mr. Secretary, meron po ba kayong mga programa para doon po sa mga naulila na mga special child? Kasi may mga instances syempre na naunang mawala yung magulang. So, sino pong mag-aalaga sa kanila? Sino pong kukupo po sa kanila? Mga tiyuhin, mga tiyahin. Baka mamaya hindi po makayanan po yung behavior ng naturang mga special child. Baka mamaya maltratuhin. So, nais ko po malaman, Mr. Chair, kung, o Mr. Secretary, kung meron po ba kayong center para po sa mga naulila ng mga special child nating mga kababayan?
Mr. Chair, we have around 76, 74 care facilities catering to different sectors. Meron ho. Pero let me just emphasize na ang thrust pa rin ng departamento is to de-institutionalize children. Studies show na hindi healthy for kids, lalo na yung naulila na mawalay sa kanilang families. The most suitable pa rin is to house them with their immediate relatives. Pero I do understand na pagka may pagkakataon talaga na wala ng kukup-kup, then the state will come in as the parent of the state to take care of these children. Whether it's DSWD or we refer them to a private care facility. One thing for sure though is we are now accrediting all of them for alternative child care, fostering, and or adoption. Kasi as the law states sa NACC law, finding these children a forever home is the goal at ang isang institusyon, whether it's a shelter, is not a forever home. So in the case of NACC, yung National Authority on Child Care, merong special matching list na inuuna po natin yung mga may special needs na mga bata to find them adoptive parents. Kasi there are multiple avenues, whether domestically or international, na may mga pamilya, lalo abroad, that's looking for taking care of children with special needs. Kaya wherever we house them, we make sure that they're in the pool or that facility is accredited for adoption or foster care.
Yan lang. Thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. Pero ako po, Mr. Secretary, nagsulong po ako ng panukalang batas na kinakailangan po ang ating pong gobyerno, at least kahit papano, ay meron po tayong center para po sa kanila do sa mga naulila ng mga special child at ganyan din do sa mga abandoned. Na kung saan ay supposedly dapat kinakailangan meron tayong isa sa Luzon, isa sa Visaya, isa sa Mindanao, at meron po din isa sa National Capital Region. Para at least kahit papano, baka mamaya wala pong center para po sa mga taga Mindanao, kinakailangan pa nilang pumunta ng Visaya or ng Luzon para lamang ma-accommodate nitong center coming from our government. So sana po, Mr. Secretary, masuportahan po nito itong panukalang batas pong ito.
We currently maintain around 26 child caring facilities for children of varying needs. Pero syempre kulang po yun, and we will happily support the measure being pushed by Congressman Amante, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now recognize Deputy Majority Leader Eliza Micaela Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Sec Rex and the whole family of DSW. Gutom na ba kayo? Well, first of all, I would like to manifest my support on the budget of DSWD. I think all of us here in the House of the People express our support dahil naman po kitang-kita naman po kung ano man po ang kailangan ng aming distrito, agad-agad naman po ang mga RD
of course, my RD, si RD Venus, palagi naman po nakasuporta. Weekend man yan, holiday, palagi naman pong one text away, Secrex, right? So just one question, because it was raised by several representatives from the House regarding individuals taking advantage of the programs of the government like AIX, AKAP, 4Ps, right? Meron daw pong mga individuals that taking advantage of these programs. Meron daw po nakikipagkomisyon, nakikihati, which was raised earlier this morning. So I would like to ask a census, meron na po ba tayong nakasuhan ng case or nahuli take advantage of these programs of the government?
Mr. Chair, it's a valid question. We hear it all the time, and we provide grievance mechanisms, especially in the age of social media. In fact, lagi namin inaanunsyo na mag-complain sa amin, pero we really get very few details. Meron lang kaming natatanda ang case, yung nag-viral na buntis na kinaltasan siya 2 years ago. And yung case na yun has been filed already, and we are monitoring it. But Mr. Chair, madalang kami makakuha ng detalye. Marami kaming nakukuha na broad strokes. Pag in-engage na ng grievance mechanism namin, which we maintain, there's very scant details. Now, meron kami rin kinasuhan yung mga nag-repack ng goods. We have 2 or 3 of those pending cases. And they've been filed. We always say na ang para sa tao, para sa tao. So sana, kung meron kayong alam ng mga detalye, ang panawagan namin lagi, there are grievance mechanisms installed, meaning yung Facebook account namin, our regional offices are also ready to investigate.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair. That was only my inquiry because madaming kami experience na ganun, madaming nagsusumbong, but then again, we have to be very specific, no? So thank you. Curious lang ako, Mr. Chair, if meron ba tayong census ngayon na nakapag-file ng case. But aside from that, I'm very supportive of the budget. Again, thank you very much, Secrex, and the rest of the DSWD family. Thank you very much po.
Thank you. We recognize Representative Julius Cesar Vergara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po. Magandang hapon po. At tatlong question lang ho. Yung DSWD po ay totoo po ba na they will no longer conduct enumeration or surveys for the 4Ps?
Mr. Chair, that's in the law passed by Congress. Bumalik na ho siya using CBMS, which the good representative knows kasi naging local chief executive rin siya. So the PSA is now tasked to do the saturation and the survey for all government programs that will tap into the CBMS.
So, maraming salamat po, Mr. Secretary, sa unang tanong. So, para maintindihan po nung iba, kasi tanong po sila ng tanong kung paano mangyayari. Hindi yung sa inyo pong departamento, hindi alam.
Mr. Chair, we assure you that we are working closely with PSA kasi sila na magiging depository ng data for all national government or even local government kung may CBMS sila programs. Last Friday, they gave us portions of it. Kino-cross-match na po namin ngayon.
Salamat po. Pangalawa po ay yung food stamp program. How can the districts avail of it or be part of the program?
Mr. Chair, as mentioned a while ago, it's not on a district level. Ang ginamit natin na pagpalaki ng programa ay yung indicators ng hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition. Sorry, poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. Ang ginamit ho namin dyan yung food insecurity survey ng PSA, yung Philippine Plan of Nutrition ng DOH, at yung FIES, the Income and Expenditure Survey ng PSA. Kung yung isang probinsya ay nag-a-appear sa 3 hanggang sa 2 nun, doon tayo nag-expand. And then we will use the CBMS to locate the household. Kanina po, Mr. Chair, natanong rin ho yan ng kapwa niyo representante mula Nueva Ecija. Wala ho doon ng Nueva Ecija, which siguro ngayon ikagagalak natin. Ibig sabihin, hindi ganun kasama ang economic indicators or ang life indicators ng Nueva Ecija.
So maraming salamat po sa sagot. At yung sa question po nung implementation ng Magna Carta for public social workers, doon sa distrito po namin ay hindi pa po fully implemented. Third district of Nueva Ecija.
Mr. Chair, the Magna Carta that we release is a memo circular for internal ng DSWD. And I assure you that it's fully implemented in all DSWD offices. Meron lang ho kami mga natagpuan na may konting confusion on the provisions like hazard pay, pero ina-address na po namin yon. Fully paid ho kami sa lahat ng pending na mga claims ng Magna Carta. Now, for other public social workers not part of the DSWD, it's the LGU that will pay, but if they need certification, we will certify. I think there's a misunderstanding or misappreciation that MC applies to the DSWD and we pay our social workers.
I see. Sa hazard pay po?
It's the same, Mr. Chair. It's built in the same Magna Carta. And all the benefits thereof in that memo circular that applies for public social workers. In fact, hindi lang nga social worker yun, pati in exposure ng mga development workers. But it again applies to the department. Now, yung mga public sector social workers and na magki-claim ho nito, we can provide the certification, but it's the employing agency that will pay for the hazard pays.
So, ipapaalala ko lamang po yung sa pagkakaintindi ko po sa bayan ng Laur, Natividad, Gabaldon, Santa Rosa, hindi po implemented. Tapos partial implementation sa siyudad ng Cabanatuan, Palayan at Bungabong.
Mr. Chair, let me clarify again. We do not pay for the benefits of the local social workers. The Honorable Congressman is correct that there are benefits entitled to them, but we will only provide the certification. Kami po ay nagbabayad ng hazard pay at benefits nung aming mga social worker. Pagdating po sa mga local social workers po, it's the LGU that will pay. Pag kailangan lamang po nila ng sertifikasyon, doon lang po kami papasok. Pero ang fund source po ng mga benepisyo na nakasaad sa Magna Carta ay nasa employer po, hindi po sa DSWD.
Opo. So, nililiwanag ko lang po, Mr. Secretary, dahil sa isang bagay. Marami po kasi kumisan magpo-post sa Facebook at magtatanong, pagkatapos sisiraan pa yung LGU, mayroon na po yung nalalaman po nila. Iba ho talaga yung impormasyon ngayon sa mga bata. Kailangan po talaga ng konting tulong sa informasyon po. Yun lamang po ang punto ng aking pagkakatanong.
We appreciate the question of Congressman Vergara, Mr. Chair.
So, ay napuhay. So, ay nako. So, yeah, Mr. Secretary, maraming salamat po. At ako po ay natutuwa lang ho sa DSWD. Thank you po.
Thank you. We now recognize Vice Chairman Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Presiding Chair. Raman Nava, who has been defending the DSWD since the 15th Congress. Yes, and that was the scaling up of FourPs. And so many questions. He stood up for 3 days non-stop. Chairman Mika, thank you very much. Let me just therefore acknowledge and welcome the Honorable Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, the outstanding Secretary. We have here, Rex Gatchalian. When I say outstanding, it is in a superlative tone. The USECs here, and I would just like to mention USEC Edu because he was with us in Congress. I had a very good coverage in the Philippine Star. Yan. And all the other USEC and ASEC, I know all of you, and I thank you for all your services to the nation. And of course, we have here with us the exemplary performer in Region 10, your director, there he is now. Excuse me, nandun na siya. Pakitindig naman. Ramel Hamen. Ayan. With a request not to transfer him. But he wants to go back. Okay. So, Mr. Secretary, the Department of Social Welfare and Development is the principal and primary instrumentality of government to provide social welfare to our people, especially the country's poor, vulnerable, and disadvantaged. And that is why I am just happy to thank you, because the poor, the vulnerable, and disadvantaged in Cagayan de Oro City, because of the proactive leadership of R.D. Ramel Hamen, we have been able to give and be felt by giving assistance and support to our poor and disadvantaged Cagayan de Oro. Who are these? Fire victims. Immediately, even before the fire, we already have the DSWD. Because you have increased, because before it was only 50,000 stock in Region 10, now 103,000 packs. So immediately, before the fire, this is already there. Before the floods, andyan na rin DSWD. Shear line, all of this. That is why they are always thankful, because immediately there is assistance given. Government is immediately felt through the DSWD. And that is why we are here to thank you, Secretary. And of course, we thank you because not only that, the food packs, you have always given us a good share of the AIX, Secretary. And also a good allocation on our livelihood program. Yeah, so, and then you've already said that you're going to increase to give already. We have 733 senior citizens already listed, found to be deserving to be included. Thank you. 13,000 lahat yan sa Region 10. So therefore today, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair, we are here because we are really concerned about the budget of DSWD. There is an increase, all right, but if you will look at the protective services of individuals and families in difficult situation, there is a big reduction. Can you confirm that? This is really a big reduction, which will mean that we have less support and assistance to those in need. Can you confirm that, Secretary?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. In fact, if the good congressman would want to see the table I put up a while ago, we'll pull it up again. Mr. Chairman, this is a table that's not yet there. This table, not this table, yung isa, yung una. The gap.
Ibang table, hindi ito?
Mr. Chair, we have a table that will show the gap. Basically, the table will show you that around 7 million families or individuals are endangered of being displaced because of the reduction in the protective services.
So is the table there already? 7,000?
Yes. 7 million.
7 million. Because now, if you can see, 2025, you have served 6.6 million. That's very good. But then, with the budget given to you for 2026, you will only be serving about 3,000. So now, we are going to miss out 7,000. 7 million.
7 million
7 million will be missed out. And so therefore, Secretary, how much do you need to be able to give what is due to the 7 million Filipinos, poor, disadvantaged, vulnerable?
Mr. Chair, we humbly submit this table for the consideration of the Appropriations Committee. Kasi dito ho nyo makikita na sana ibalik lang kami sa original level. Now, if ACAP is no longer considered because there is no line item for it, as earlier discussed, consolidating it in AIX would not be a problem. We will make sure that we cater to the needs. So we are more than ready to consolidate everything to AIX, yung amount na nawala ho.
So how much is that? Because we'll talk of figures here.
70 minus 20. 50.
So, because we have here the chair herself, Mika Swansing, the chair, is present to make sure
Mr.
that you'll be heard.
Chairman, we would humbly seek the augmentation of this line item by another 50 million on top of what we have. 20 plus 50B. Yeah.
Plus
50B.
50B.
Because the math there is we're losing the ACAP, which is 26 billion, correct?
Yes.
And then we're missing around 15 to 16 billion in the side of AX. So if you put that together, that's close to 50 billion. Oh, that's 42. So Mr. Chairman, 42, pero sana kung kaya 50. Pero 42 is what we're missing.
I am
Huli,
also,
no?
that's quite a big sum. But the good news is the President has said the 280 billion for flood control will not be given. According to him, it will be given to education, health, and social welfare. You see? So therefore, there's a chance, but the chairperson is here. So we always, make sure that the chairperson will be able to be the one. But 50 billion is really necessary to continue with your services. Yes, thank you very much. So, Madam Chair, 50 billion lang naman yon. So, now let's go. We need a home for girls. This is the request of our RD. Do we place in Manolo Fortich, the area of Congressman Arnie, and also Governor Roque? And it's only 48 million for the home for girls because the one Cagayan de Oro is already dilapidated. What can you say about that, Secretary?
If we will be given the capital expenditure, we will always welcome that notion, Mr. Chair.
There's an increase in capital outlay from 2025 to 2026.
Mr. Chair, that is for another line item for service delivery. It's not, we didn't get anything for centers. So it should be lodged in centers. But
Okay.
we will welcome that, Mr. Chair.
I got it. Now, also the Region 10 Regional Data Center, only 52 million.
Data center. It's part of the IT.
Field Office 10 Regional Data Center.
Mr. Chair, we'll gladly look into it and try to fund it within the allocations given to us for ICTMS.
Thank you. And also now the regional warehouse at Lunocan, Manolo Fortis. I am working for the region because the region needs to have this regional warehouse. Only 280 million. Is that part of the increase?
Well, Mr. Chair, unfortunately, there is nothing allocated for the creation of a repacking center in Mindanao. But when Secretary Pangandaman visited our facility in Luzon, she concurred that we need one in Mindanao for quick response. But as mentioned in earlier budget hearings, the location that we've identified together with the technical experts is in Butuan City because of the land that has been given to us by the LGU and facilitated by Congressman Joboy Aquino. And at the same time, it's logistics proximity. The property is beside the Butuan Airport and in close proximity to the seaport, which will make it easier for us to shuffle goods around. But that being said, I understand that there is a need for a hub also in northern Mindanao.
That's correct.
It may not be a repacking center, but it can be one of those hubs where we store goods more than the prescribed number that we do right now in Region 10.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman, Secretary. So finally, I have a letter given to you during our pre-conference. And I will not mention the amounts, but these are for Sustainable Livelihood Program, SLP, and then the AIX also. So just kindly look at the figures and if it's possible, if it can be included for 2026.
Mr. Chair, I have that copy of mine, and I think Congresswoman Alvarez will yield her the appropriation for her district to your district.
we that for
No, Mr. Chair,
Chiding.
kidding aside,
But
we will
I'm sure
look
you're
into,
going to add
we will
for both.
always make sure that the needs of every LGU, every province, every region is taken seriously. We will look into it.
On that note, Mr. Chairman, in the proper time, I, as the congressman of the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro, the city of golden friendship, the city, the gateway to Mindanao, in the proper time, I'm going to move not only for the approval of the budget as presented, but the augmentation of the budget of DSWD to the tune of 55 billion. 50 kasi yung ano para sa ito sa mga iba, tsaka yung mga buildings pa. 5 billion yon capital outlay. Thank you.
Thank you. We take note of that recommendation from Grupos. We recognize Representative Richard Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, congratulations, Mr. Secretary, on a job well done. No, thank you so much. I only have 3 points. I was listening a while ago regarding prepositioning of goods prior to or expected typhoons in different places. As you all know, as we all know, our region, Region 8, karamihan ng bagyo doon nagsisimula. And with our Yolanda and Odette experience, the prepositioning system is very important. And I'd like to ask you, Mr. Secretary, if you can have an MOA with Ormoc LGU. Kasi ang layo ng Tacloban to Ormoc, it's about 120 kilometers away. So at least days before, expected na pumasok yung bagyo, prepositioning of your goods can already be
Gladly,
placed
Mr.
there.
Chair,
Yes.
as long as the LGU can lend the space,
Yes.
kami na ho bahala maglagay ng laman.
What we do now in Ormoc City, when I became mayor, we actually accommodate your staff, yung mga nagde-distribute ng mga mait, ng mga akap, not just for the 4th district but to other districts as well. And we have space for your prepositioned goods. So if you can come up with a MOA with the mayor,
Yes.
who's a friend of yours, we would gladly have that in Ormoc
Mr.
City.
Chair, we would gladly do that. In fact,
Yes.
the Undersecretary for Disaster Response is behind me.
Yes.
She will immediately get in touch with the good mayor so that we can check out the space immediately.
That way we will not have the Yolanda experience, no? So thank you so much for that. Second, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chairman, I'd like to thank you for accommodating us, for doing benchmarking regarding your schools, regarding your fantastic school, no? And because of that, we are able to build our own school already. And one of the courses that we are now offering for the City College of Ormoc, which is a very scarce course, na naghihirap tayong maghanap ng tao, especially for the kind of services that you give, are social workers. So we are offering that course now. And what we want to ask from you, Mr. Secretary, is if you can assist the newly built City College for Ormoc for technical expertise, no? Maybe if you can take a look at our curriculum, kasi kayo talagang nakakaalam nun no? That would be very beneficial, not just for Ormoc, but for other municipalities as well. Kasi pahirapan talaga maghanap ng social worker. That's why we're offering that.
Gladly, Mr. Chair. Again, the Undersecretary in charge of standards and capacity building is behind me.
Yes.
She will get in touch with your school administrator to make sure that we review those things so that we're aligned.
Yes.
A symbiotic relationship is something that we look towards.
Thank you so much. It's actually the LG of Ormoc who's running the school. So thank you so much for that. And then, Mr. Secretary, I'm going to hand you a document kasi merong complaint na dumating sa akin. Kinorso sa office ko, but I think the best department to take a look at this is your department, because this is regarding a Kalahi Seeds program, yung kalsada na pinapagawa ninyo. I don't know if it still exists, but it is a Kalahi Seeds program.
Gladly, Mr. Chair, if I can get hold of that folder, we will look into it and revert back to the good congressman for the results of the investigation.
Yes, just a short story about this. Meron kayong 140 meters na kalsada na pinagawa, pero dineclare po ito ng Mayor ng Merida na ang ginamit niyang funding is a local government fund, the 20% development fund, no? So, in short, may double funding, but please take a look at this. It's not under my menu to do this, but sa inyo.
I won't preempt,
Yes.
but Mr. Chair, I just want to put on record also na merong counterparting ang LGU sa
Correct.
Kalahi.
Yes.
We will make sure that it's whatever documents are given to us will be validated, and we will revert back to the good congressman on our finding.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, just in case in the future, ma-augment yung budget niyo, we have spaces to develop a center for boys and girls. Right now, we already hold that. But, you know, with the increase in population, pati yung mga boys namin, saka yung mga juvenile delinquents namin, dumadami rin. So, just in case you have extra funding for that, we have the extra space for that program.
Well noted, Mr. Chair. We'll
Yes.
keep that in mind.
And again, lastly, isa na lang, with regards to repacking center, you have in Luzon, I think you want to put up in Mindanao, but please do not forget the Visayas.
We
Yeah.
have one already in Cebu.
Yeah.
But again, once we wrangle and finish the Mindanao hub, we were looking at sub-hubs, like
Yes.
where the normal typhoon routes are. We're looking at the eastern seaboard, Region
Yes.
2, Region 5, Region 8, to make sure that that side of the country is well fortified in terms of disaster response.
Cebu is a good place for repacking.
We do have
Yes.
none right now, but we believe that we have to do smaller repacking centers in the eastern seaboard of this
Yes.
country.
Well, Tacloban is there or Moc is there, ready to work with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Madam Chairman, this representation in the future, if in case we are going to augment the budget of the DSWD, I'm here to support that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman, can I ask someone to give this to the Secretary? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, thank you.
We now recognize Deputy Majority Leader Marialana Samantha Talinio Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, Mika Swansing, maraming salamat po. And of course, Secretary Gatchalian, congratulations to the implementation of the 2025 budget. That's why we have so much support for the 2026 budget. Pero dalawang questions na po siguro yung natanong kanina na was also my concern, which was the implementation of 4Ps and at the same time, the distressed children, no? Not only in Mindanao, but of course all over the Philippines. Pero for my last, I guess there's only one last question I could actually ask. It's my last concern is actually the credibility of the PWD IDs. In reality, there's instances na the unseen disabilities, such as psychosocial, learning disabilities, there are some establishments that do not actually acknowledge it, the PWDs. Why? Because its credibility is questionable. There are instances that people that do not actually have those disabilities have acquired the PWD IDs. I know some people that actually have PWD IDs that don't even suffer from those disabilities. So what is the action of DSWD to actually address that issue? Because the credibility and actual disabled individuals that do suffer said disabilities somehow are entrusted by facilities or services that they could avail even or because of that issue.
Mr. Chair, that question is very valid. At the moment, before I discuss the action steps, denial of any PWD ID is illegal. There's always a presumption of regularity when they are presented these IDs. If there are establishments who deny them the basic benefits and discounts entitled, we would gladly take it on and refer it to the necessary local agencies to help us whip these establishments to order. But we also know that the whole story to this is that maraming establishment natatakot sa fraud. And we met DILG, we met DOH, we met the Restaurants Association, we met PWD's group a couple of times. I myself sat in those meetings. And the idea was to come up with a unified ID nationwide. Now, there are 3 points of potential fraud in the system. First, some scrupulous individuals issue certifications haphazardly. DOH committed to issue a guideline na bawat disability merong specialista na pwede lang mag-issue ng certification. That was the agreement in that meeting held late last year, and DOH was tasked to come up with a memo circular addressing that. The second point of fraud, or the second access to fraud, will be in the local government unit. Minsan may masamang empleyado, may barkada siya, ipiprint niya na lang yung ID para sa kaibigan niya. That will be addressed by DILG because there are existing administrative sanctions to faking or to issuing IDs of national or government IDs haphazardly. That's a matter of implementation in the sanctions of the local government unit. The third one will be fake IDs altogether, the ones sold online. That we will address by coming up with a unified ID with a live database that will tell the establishment when you scan it whether it's a live ID that's in a database or not. In fact, 35 LGUs are part of the pilot. We're about to wrap it up soon. And when we wrap it up, we will work with BIR in rolling out this unified ID in an orderly manner for all establishments.
Thank you very much, Sec. Actually, we have been working with the ILG and DOH as well in actually addressing this issue. Alam ko naman po, the PWD IDs are very useful. Ang gusto ko lang naman ay para makita at mabalik nga po sa mata ng publiko.
Give us that space, pupunuin ho namin. For instance, right after we visited Nueva Vizcaya, we flew to Aurora the day after. And right then and there, at that time it was Vice Gov who I spoke with together with the mayors. They offered additional space. So within the week, we were able to raise the inventory in Aurora from 10,000 to 30,000 family food packs.
Okay, so we take note of that. Anyway, there's a recommendation by Congressman Rufus to allocate additional funding for maybe for that capital outlay later on. Second is in Region 2's allocation for disaster response and management program, in the 2.4 billion allocation, is there already a earmarking of four provinces, or is it still in the lump sum so that we would be able to know already?
Mr. Chair, I'm not very sure. We don't have one singular line item for disaster for 2.4 billion.
Okay.
Ang meron ho dyan will be the quick response.
Yes, the quick response.
The quick response is 1.250 but it's demand or need driven. Ibig sabihin, wag naman sana magamit, pero pag tinamaan ho kayo, the department stands ready. Doon ho namin kinukuha yung family food packs na pambili. Doon rin kami nag-i-issue ng mga emergency cash transfers pag kailangan dahil may state of calamity. Meron ho kaming disaster resilience fund, which is how much? I think, Mr. Chair, the good congressman added the two numbers kaya nabuo niya yung number. Yung Disaster Resilience Fund, doon naman namin kinukuha yung MOE namin to pay for our disaster employees. And also, at the same time, we have a resilience program I discussed a while ago, yung program Project Lawat Binhi, where we build small community reservoirs. We will gladly furnish this committee and the office of Congressman Cayton the allocation or where these food security and water security reservoirs will be in Nueva Vizcaya. We're very positive na meron sa Nueva Vizcaya.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for educating me on that matter. And one thing more, sir. In relation to the regularization of FourPs workers, it's already been addressed since the positions are embedded in the law. However, there remain significant employees under contract services, like in Nueva Vizcaya. There are employees deployed in programs such as AIX. These personnel are frontline in social protection delivery. And in our province, I've seen them working extra mile. So may we know the department's position on the possible regularization or institutionalization of these workers, sir?
As verbalized a while ago, kasama niyo po kami dyan.
Yeah.
Our employees deserve what's due theirs. Nagpapasalamat po kami sa DBM kasi sa 4Ps, 4,000 hanggang 5,000 na ang for regularization, with the promise of continuously regularizing them kasi 12,000 to 14,000 ho yung mga case manager. Now, tama ho kayo sa AIX because it's a hindi pa ho siya legislated as a mainstay program and we're asking Congress to look into that. But DBM has also promised some positions to be regularized in the AIX program, 500. Pero if the Congress will push and help us convince our good friends from DBM, nandun ho si Director sa likod, ayaw na nga tumingin sa akin, we will, it's not her bureau, but it's part of the DBM family, we will more than happily provide names due for regularization.
Okay, sir. So for sure, there will be a legislative measure of that matter. So once again, thank you so much, Sir Secretary, for visiting once again, and rest assured the Congressman of Nueva Vizcaya will support all the DSWD program, including the appropriation or budget, especially if there will be an increase. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We recognize Deputy Speaker Raymond Mendoza.
Mr. Chair, sinabotahe ho siya ni Yusek Tanhusay, nakita ko.
Maayong hapon, Secretary and the officials. I'd like to confirm na sabotahe ni Yusek Tanhusay. And I hope he does justice to his work there, being the former TUCP spokesperson so many years ago. That being said, sir, bilis lang because everyone is actually listening and then natanong na naman ang dapat tanungin, no? Kompleto naman. First and foremost, I'm so happy with the DSWD. The 4Ps is my baby, considering that I was the chairman and the principal author at the time was passed. And number one, we strongly support the 4Ps program, the TUCP, for its continuance, and dapat no abolition to that effect. If ever there is some kailangan i-amend, then dapat i-amend. I heard that you were talking about the 7 years. There's limitation. When I was the chairman at the time, we don't have these facts and figures in front of us. We're actually groping in the dark. But ilang years na ba yung 4P, sir?
17 years.
Hindi 17 years.
17
When it was passed by, when it was passed,
13.
when it became institutionalized, it was, I think,
2019.
2019, correct. Yeah. Of course, it was long time. It started with GMA yata. If I remember it right, 800,000 ang start. Now, it has ballooned to something na maganda naman. It was so, if ever, yung amendment at 7 years, then so be it. We will support that amendment because at that time, we thought that kailangan lang ang daming report when I was sharing it again na abuses, di ba? So, wala naman yan. What's the poverty incidence ngayon, Mr. Secretary, please?
15.5%. The latest data given to us by PSA, 15.5% of our population are classified as poor.
Thank you. 15 na ngayon. Good. Kaya ba natin in 2028 as promised by President na single digit?
We're part of the group that's working towards that direction. I don't think it's a choice. The President gave his instructions, so we cannot say no. We have to do what he wants.
Madalang salita, it may or may not happen. But of course, dapat from 15, it should go down close to that level. Then we'll be happy by 2028, Mr. Secretary, correct?
Mr. Chair, when the President started, it was at 18. Now it's at 15, and it's also reflective in the number of our 4Ps beneficiaries.
Thank you, sir. Ito yung food poverty threshold, which is 9,000 pesos, correct? From
According
PSA.
to the PSA.
Yes, the 2023 PSA data. Alam mo, Secretary, we're always for minimum wage increase. Muntik ng increase na problema lang sa BICAM last time in 19th Congress. Anyway, we try again. With 9,000 pesos, it's about 300 pesos a day, di ba? And then if you have 695 with the latest increase minimum wage, so 695 less 300, it's 395 pesos. So my question is about 300 pesos a day. So my question is, yung 395, kaltasan pa yan sa SSS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, water, electricity, rent, etc., etc., etc. That's why I know this is not the proper agency, but I hope we can solicit or get a support from you. We need your help in coming up with your agency task to eradicate We cannot, well, kung di kaya ma-eradicate, at least to bring it down to the level of single digit. But then again, it's very difficult to talk about bringing down the single digit considering that the poverty wages, it's only NCR is actually above, are you aware of this, Mr. Secretary, that it's only NCR is actually above poverty threshold. And the rest of the country, sa minimum wages are actually below poverty threshold. Example lang, Barn is 10,008 something. And then yung poverty threshold is 12,000. So kulang 2,000 pesos. Thank you for the province of Cotabato for your help, Mr. Secretary. That being said, so sa Cotabato, for example, 430. So you have a nominal wage of 11,000, but the poverty threshold is 12,000. Again, the question, sir, is simply lang, how can we do this na considering tayo are now supporting actually below poverty threshold levels, Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Chair, I will not dare question the wisdom of our Deputy Speaker, who is a labor expert. If I can just inject to the discussion and put it on the table, I believe that Secretary Balisacan in the DBCC macroeconomic hearing in the Senate said that he will revisit all these thresholds because, like as pointed out by Congressman, by Deputy Speaker, how a lot of the prescribed minimum wage is not suffice to be able to meet the daily requirements prescribed for a family to call themselves not poor. So I subscribe to what he is saying. He clearly ran his numbers, and I think the DBCC has also taken cognizance of this.
Thank you. Just to be clear, I know you're not the proper agency for this, but we really need your support on this, Mr. Secretary. In the last waging, hike, we passed it in Congress, we passed it in the Senate. Nakaproblema lang sa BICAM. And those who oppose it are actually the person that you're talking about, yung economic managers. Very frustrating, and at the same time, ay wala na magawa if they have the ear of the president. That being said, sir, I hope I can elicit support from you on how are we going to come up this seemingly problem na sabi nyo, we eradicate poverty, but in the first place, minimum wages in this country is actually below poverty threshold. In the meantime, kami sa TUCP with more of a statement na we'll work with you trying to find out na kung pwede, how are we going to get there. Problema talaga to us as we filed it. Salamat lang kami, yung isang committee chairman sa Senado na palitan, ayaw eh. So dito, we're working with the speaker and we can find common ground with that, Mr. Secretary. Yun lang, Mr. Secretary, I am happy that you're a bit supportive. Please, go ahead, sir.
Well noted, Mr. Chair. And I will always make sure that the department shares the position of a decent earning for every single Filipino family.
My time is up. Other than that, you have my full support, and of course, of all the agencies, dapat naman increasean, full increase, more budget for DSWD. Agad salamat, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair.
We recognize from the minority, Deputy Minority Leader Percival Setanya.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the DSWD family and to Secretary. Pasensya na po, I know this is a long day for you, pero rest assured that you have the support of the House in the important endeavors that you're doing for social development. And in recognition of our human rights, alam ko pong mahaba ng araw na nakaupo tayo dito at bihira makalabas para makain. I would just ask a very brief set of questions. In fact, this is not more than 3 questions. So, isa pong pangunahing concern na na-erase sa atin ng ating mga constituents, lalo na po yung mga victim survivors. Nakita po sa pag-aaral na ang Pilipinas ang maituturing nating gold medalist, not in a good sense but in a bad way. Gold medalist number 1 nangunguna when it comes to live stream sexual abuse trade based on the National Study on Online Sexual Abuse and Exploitation of Children o ASAEC. Ito po ay mismong UNICEF at ang IACACP po ang nagsabi na tayo ay epicenter. So ang tanong po ng taong bayan ay DSWD being the lead agency on social protection, what are your current initiatives in terms of addressing OSAIC and respond to the needs of the children victim survivors, Mr. Secretary?
Twofold, Mr. Chairman, and that's a very valid question. In fact, we've been working with the International Justice Mission, who also pointed out that the Philippines is the red hot zone for these really bad activities. One, the president is on the verge or has made it his priority to make sure that this scourge is eradicated from the country. The first attack would always be proactive. There's this prevailing culture in our country that's called no touch, no foul. Marami sa mga magulang minsan dina-downplay, sabi nila hindi naman ho na physical na nahawakan, so wala yan. So we have to eradicate that bad mindset. Maling pag-iisip yon. So that is something that we are now carrying in our different parent effectiveness program. In fact, sa family development sessions, we all know that OSAEC is very prevalent in our poorest families. We are empowering our poor families to understand na hindi porket hindi nagalaw physically, walang krimen o walang mali siya. Kasi nga, uulitin ko, the prevailing culture of no touch, no harm, principle has to be eradicated. That culture has to be stopped. Kaya nga marami pa rin iniisip nila pag pinicturean lang, okay na lang yun, hindi naman na galaw physically. So we want to make sure that our poorer families are empowered and know what children's rights are and what's right and what's wrong. There are studies that show that poorer families, the perpetrators tends to be family members as well. Uncles, titas, neighbors, or close extended family. We want to make sure that the approach is proactive. Number two, if in the event that this happens, the department is aggressive in its rehabilitation and reintegration program. We want to make sure that our victim survivors get the necessary psycho-emotional support in our many care facilities. Also, we have already verbalized together with the Department of Justice to address the fragmented approach in handling victim survivors. I believe an executive order is forthcoming wherein a new commission, not a commission, but a special body will be created tasked to monitor the progress of every case from the time that it's handled all the way to the reintegration. Ngayon kasi the criticism with the system, it's fragmented. Somebody handles the first instance, papasa ulit sa DSWD, and then papasa namin sa DOJ. There has to be a holistic, systemic, straight-line approach in dealing with these cases.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Siguro po ang gusto rin nating malaman, ano po yung actual programs natin for the victim survivors at kumusta po yung investment natin in this area?
Mr. Chair, we know that no program is perfect. While we do have heavy interventions in our shelters, we are still developing new programs like the Project Safe that again deals with it in a proactive manner. Investments will be made in parent effectiveness, in redeveloping the family development sessions to inculcate in our families the issues pertaining to OSAIC. Ang nabibiktima ho kasi dito, paulit-ulit kong sinasabi, yung mga mahihirap na mga pamilya at yung mga mahihirap na bata. The data shows that the poorest families are, the poorest children are the victims of OSAIC or even trafficking. So we'll make sure that we invest heavily in proactive measures to empower our parents, to give them the informed information na the no touch, no harm principle doesn't apply here. It shouldn't be the case.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And perhaps as a very important reminder to the DSWD, pag po pinag-usapan ng OSAIC, doble po at mas matindi ang trauma ng isang batang victim survivor. Kaya po napakahalaga na meron talaga tayong direct investment para po sa support for our victim survivors. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We recognize Vice Chair Sheila Garcia. We recognize Vice Chair Brian po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, this is the first time I've actually ever registered for round 2. And the only reason why is because nakalimutan ko kanina. Dapat magpasalamat talaga ako sa DSWD because for the first time in over a decade, Pangasinan was hit very badly recently by Typhoon Krising. And thank you to DSWD responded so quickly to the needs of our kababayans out in Pangasinan. I wanted it on the record that the secretary and his team were able to help our kababayans, lalong-lalo na in my hometown, the city of San Carlos. Every single family that was registered by the LGU as a severely affected family was given a food pack right away. And until now, we still have maintaining efforts with DSWD to address the needs of those who are still submerged or recovering. Kaya nagpapasalamat po ako because this isn't the first time. Even when the public market of San Carlos burned down, DSWD within a week responded immediately to all the vendors who had lost their livelihoods. Kaya I would be remiss, Mr. Chair, if I didn't thank the DSWD for their services. And this stands as a testament kasi hindi lang to isolated case. Ginagawa to ng DSWD for provinces and cities around the country. And this is a testament to our secretary and his team. Kaya I manifested that I would like to have a second round just to say thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the kind words. I'm sure the people behind me, all the implementers, are happy to hear that the good congressman pointed out positive observations in disaster response.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
No more? No more.
I wasn't going to say anything. I just wanted to echo Congressman Poe's thanks to the DSWD for the excellent work in helping so many of our kababayans. And I'm also here to thank all of you, and especially Secretary Gatchalian, for all that he has done for the 1st District of Batangas. I'm sure that any agency under the leadership of Secretary Gatchalian will make very wise use of taxpayers' money, and we are very blessed that Secretary Gatchalian has taken it upon himself to lead DSWD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the kind words.
Thank you. Madam Chair? Okay.
Thank you very much, Representative Brian Poe, Representative Leandro Leviste. So, there being no other interpolators, ako pa sec. But good things naman. Good, no.
We're ready.
Oh, yeah. Sir po, as you can see, all throughout the deliberations, the 7 hours that we've so far spent in the budget hearings, there's a resonating recognition on the part of the House that we are incredibly grateful for all the work that the DSWD has done in our respective districts and localities. And ako po, I would hindi ko patatapusin yung araw na to without commending SecRex, the people behind the good work that we're able to do in the 1st District of Nueva Ecija. Of course, to our beloved Regional Director, nandiyan ba siya? Ayan, RD Venus Reboldeta. I love you, RD. You know that. ARD pa lang po si RD Venus. Katrabaho ko na po siya, Chief of Staff pa lang po ako. And for so many years, she has supported our district. Not just mine, but also SVCs as members of the Central Luzon. Of course, to our provincial team leader, kay Ma'am Au, Ma'am Aurelia Senayo, and to our team leader in the 1st District of Nueva Ecija, kay Sir Ever Giovanni Perpose. Thank you very much po, and to all of the good people in DSWD for fighting the good fight, doing the hard work, ensuring that the social services reach the most geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas and those who need our help most. So thank you po, RD Venus, and to the whole team. And SecRex, you know this, I'm so grateful to SecRex. Sobrang bilib po talaga ako sa kanya kasi may malasakit po yung secretary ninyo sa inyong lahat. Even to all the field staff when I'm not gonna say the particular sec, you know what I'm referring to, but when there was an incident involving the safety of the field personnel in Nueva Ecija, Sec Rex, nagulat ako. Sec Rex was the one who personally called me to facilitate and kami yung nagtrabaho directly to make sure that the staff are taken well care of. So Sec, ibang klase, saludo po ako for a secretary to care that much for the welfare of all, as in everyone in DSWD, including their respective localities. Maraming salamat po. And when you have a secretary who really cares, nagmamalasakit po, it resonates across the whole agency. And yun po yung dahilan kung bakit ang masasabi lang po namin on the part of the House, thank you at maraming salamat po at saludo po kami sa DSWD family. So, yun po yung part nung akin. And then I have a few questions.
First, Madam Chair, thank you again for the kind words.
Apa, hindi. All good things naman po, actually. And it's actually working with the good secretary and the DSWD to figure out how we can better recalibrate the budget of the DSWD to whatever the needs are pa that are not there in the current NEP. Siguro po, Sec Rex, this was also mentioned several times by the members of the committee. It's with regard to helping, what do you call this, magkaroon po ng plantilla positions para po sa mga AICs na field workers natin. I would strongly advocate for that po. We have a lot of caseworkers under AICs who have been serving the agency for over a decade. I would pay special, isa special mention ko na lang si Sir Ever. Sir Ever, who's catering to our district, he's been with DSWD serving under AX for 12 years and yet hindi pa po siya regular. Hindi man lang po siya plantilla, no benefits for the last decade. So, ang dami pong kasong ganon. And it's, again, it was repeated again and again by my colleagues. So when you said, Sec Rex, that you would like to ask for help to appeal to the DBM to create more positions, regular positions that can be offered to the workers, the case workers under AIX, we fully support you po. Please do let us know lang po, Sec Rex, the magnitude by which, the scale that we're looking at, how many workers po ba under AIX that would need to be AIX? Kasi 4Ps po, di ba? Ayos na yung 4Ps given that it's already institutionalized by law. So sa AIX po siguro tayo kailangan din mag-focus.
Madam Chair, our HR person is getting the exact details. Ayaw ko magkamali kasi the golden opportunity na ho to. But suffice to say though, for the time being, DBM has approved the conversion of 584 positions to plantilla. So, but let me give you the divisor of how many contract of service or contractual employees we actually have working the lines para sa protective services sa CIU namin, sa Crisis Intervention Unit.
Thank you very much po, Sec Rex.
Madam Chair, with your kind indulgence, we'll get back to you. She ran out to make sure that the numbers are correct so that when we do state it for the record or submit it to the committee, it's an accurate number.
It's okay po, Sec. I have a few questions. We can go through the other questions first and then get back to this. But definitely the 584 positions are not sufficient. I think that's not even sufficient for Luzon alone. You still have Visayas and Mindanao. So yes, this is really a golden opportunity for us to be able to address this gap. So sige ba, if ready now, or I'll move to the next one po.
So we have around 5,000 working the lines for our crisis intervention unit, of which only 500 plus, as I mentioned, are now due for regularization. So we are appealing to the kind hearts of our legislators or policymakers to find fiscal space, hopefully, to be able to convert more of these hardworking people into regular positions.
May I ask po, Sec Rex, the 584 positions that have been converted, that's part of the unfilled positions within DSWD?
No, these are
that was
new
added?
conversions.
Okay.
It came together with the 4Ps na conversion of almost 5,000 positions.
Okay. If I may solicit the response, or not response, insights of a representative from DBM. Sorry, Director, kanina daw iniiwasan mo na ng tingin si Sec Rex. Sorry, I'll kind of shine the spotlight as well. Just so we have an indicative amount as to how much we're talking about if we're able to create the additional positions for the roughly 5,000 employees under the CIU.
Madam Chair, right now, we have not received a request from the DSWD for the creation of position under IX po. We have some other requests po, but not.
Madam Chair, I don't want to be arguing with our very friendly director who's handling us, but it was dated February 7, 2025. The request was transmitted to DBM. I don't want to put director on the spot, but Madam, maybe she's not, kasi iba yung portfolio ata ng director natin doon sa plantilla. But we have transmitted it as early as February 7, 2025. But again, not to behoove the issue, DBM has been prompt in acting on our other requests. Baka ito ho, we can give them a little nudge.
Thank you. Of course, I agree with you. Our very lovely director, Director Benjilith Zuniga. So we'll just, if we may throw that question to the DBM, perhaps if not now, if you could please provide us that information, perhaps within the week, kaya po kaya just a high level estimate of how the amount we're looking at, if we are able to, kung kasi po 5,000 ngayon, meron ng 584 na na-convert, so siguro yung remaining na lang po na roughly 4,400 plus na positions, hindi man natin magawa lahat in 1 year, at least we're able to do it in a staggered manner po.
Yes po, Madam Chair. We'll coordinate po with our OPCCB for the data po. Thank you.
I thank you very much po, Director Bench. Actually po, I also know there are several measures that have been filed here in the House to institutionalize AIC. So similar to 4Ps before, it's easier for us to be able to regularize the positions once na-institutionalize na po yung AIC. So maybe we can try both routes and see, diba, how we can best address that gap at the moment.
Definitely, Madam Chair, and we'll also be providing you the rough estimate from our end. I believe our HR has that number.
Perfect. Ready na po ba to disclose?
Not now, but we have around 30 to 31 items we committed to submit to the good committee. We were keeping track of it. This will be item number 32.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much po, Sec Rex. Thank you very much po, Director Zuniga from the DBM. The next question po would pertain to 4Ps. That slide po that you showed, Sec Rex, there was once the staggering of, maybe please flash it again po. Yung may 1 million, 1.8 million na mag-exit mandatory graduation exit in 2026. There you go. Sec Rex, here po, just wanted to ask, kasi for 2026, there's that big figure of 1.9 million out of the 4 million beneficiaries of 4Ps who will be doing the mandatory exit. If I understand that correctly, tama po ba? Ganun yung interpretation natin.
Madam Chair, let me just point out that this slide was done before the latest updating. The current inventory of the 4Ps now stands at 3 million. So tama ho kayo, 1.899 out of the 3 million. So it's pretty much force exiting almost the entire program.
So just to understand po, Sec Rex, because right now there's 113 billion lodged under 4Ps for FY 2026. Has that considered this mandatory exit?
But Madam Chair, it has, but we don't envision the program to go below, hopefully, the poverty incidents. Kasi we did a rough table estimate. At 15 point something poverty incidents, the number of 4Ps beneficiaries should be at around 3.4 to 3.5 household. So even if this exits, and hopefully the new CBMS when it comes in, nasaan yung data kanina? The new, kasi yung CBMS partial binibigay, mari-replenish naman ho. So meaning there are already earmarked poor. We just don't know if they're new poor or they're part of the number. So there's 1.7 poor tagged already based on the new CBMS. We are now in the process of cross-referencing it. But Madam Chair, if I may just share, the President's SONA stated in not so many words that the exit of the program should be based on the economic well-being of an individual, of a family. Sayang naman yung pinundar natin kung hindi pa tapos yung progreso, pipilitin natin sila lumabas because of the 7-year cap. As mentioned a while ago by Congressman Mendoza, he was the one chairing that committee, wala naman yung 7-year cap sa initial program. So the amendments being pushed now, and it's, I believe, certified urgent or will be certified urgent by the OP, will be to remove that 7-year cap. Kasi it's going to waste whatever investments we've made. So it has been imputed, but that amount given to us, that 112 billion, ang vision niyan is 4.4 million or 3.5 million households.
Thank you, Secrex. I think I just wanted to understand because the 113 billion that's there, the assumption is there would roughly be parang stable levels, diba? 4.4 million all throughout the year.
Correct.
However, diba, there would be gradual exit and there also hindi naman agad-agad ma-onboard yung mga new into the program. So I just don't know kung yung 113 na yon, diba, stable ba yung levels niya all throughout or, diba, just wanted to see lang
Madam Chair,
how much is really required.
For the longest time, I actually had this discussion with Sec Mina the other day. For the longest time kasi nakapeg yan sa 4.4. The Vice Chairman Raman knows this very well. But because the President's instruction is to be aggressive with case management, yung mga pwedeng mag-exit na. So if you look at the first two columns, by the end of this year, we would have exited 1.4 already. So that's why 3 million na lang yung natitira sa current inventory natin. Now, dun sa 3 million na yan, 1.8 or 1.9 ang matatanggal pa. Pero again, we are saying that they're not yet ready. Most of them are not yet ready to exit the program. That's why the move to have the law amended, hopefully in time before these families, household exit. So the amount given to us, ang vision nun is at around 3.5 to 4.4 million families. So we are really advocating na one, wag ho natin hayaan na ang 2 milyon na mahihirap na pamilyang Pilipino ay if-force exit dahil lang sa 7-year cap. Sayang naman yung ipinundaran ng gobyerno sa kanila. They will just slip back into poverty or as it is right now, they're poor. And then masasayang lang ho yung mga investments made. Number 2, the exit should be in that column, yung self-sufficient. You exit because your economic status has improved. So if it's fiscal, how do I put it, fiscal space that everybody's looking at, baka kasi matulog yung pera sa amin. Kasi yun yung notion na, kung maliit na yung bilang, bakit ganun pa rin yung hinihingi? Ang sinasabi ho namin, there are mechanisms already in place like CBMS to replenish whatever number of families needs to go back to the program.
So just wanted to clarify po, so itong 113 billion na to assumes that there's that either those that are slated to mandatorily exit would not be exiting given their current financial situation, and likewise those that can exit will be replaced right away.
Yes.
So we'll be able, the assumption is we'll be able to maintain that that target level of 3.5 to 4.4 million households all throughout 2026 po. Despite all
Actually,
of these movements.
Madam Chair, I stand corrected. It's only worth 3 million household.
The
Not even
the 113.
amount, yes, given to us.
Okay.
Of the total 112 billion, 98.4 billion are earmarked for grants. The others will go for administrative expense, for PS, for MOE, for supplies and all that. So yung amount na nandyan is just suffice for 3 million household. Now, you might be asking, paano yun? Di-short ka rin pala pag ginawa nyo yung 3.4. Madam Chair, again, they're paid in arrears of every 2 months. So some of them, let's say the last pay period of this year is not due or won't be obligated or dispersed until the first quarter of next year.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that, Sec Rex. I think that's a really important thing for us to align on. That what's the assumption? What's the assumed number of beneficiary households that fed into the computation of the 112 billion? Kasi I think medyo malaki po yung range ng 3M versus 4.4, right? So it's very important, at least we're all aligned, that the assumption that was used to compute for the 112 billion is the current levels, which is 3 million households.
That's correct.
Noted on that po, Sec. At least aligned tayo on that. You have something to add po? Yeah, go ahead po, SVC
Yes,
Garcia.
if I may, Madam Chair, maraming salamat po. Good afternoon, Secretary Rex, and to the whole DSWD family. In line with the questioning of our chair, isa sa pwede nating gawing basis, and I think Secretary Rex knows about this already. I think we've discussed with you, kasama si Governor Joet ng province of Bataan. Since demand-driven or the data-driven yung ating basis for the poverty incidence, and we're dependent on the CBMS, which takes time kasi sinusurvey pa yan nationwide. If you remember, I think we've discussed na isang pwedeng basis na hindi na natin kailangan magpa-survey is the electricity consumption, which is the data is readily available with the electric cooperatives and Meralco and other utilities distribution. For example, nagkaroon tayo ng PEG ng 50 kilowatts or 100 kilowatts and below, yun yung poverty level. We can have a recurring data on this as opposed to yung CBMS na it takes time before we get an update. So, tapos dahil exact science po ito, malalaman kagad natin kung sino yung poorest of the poor sa ating community. So I think that's one data we can rely on.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, after that discussion with Governor Joet and Congressman Abet, I went back to the department through the idea at our 4Ps implementers. Meron silang na-point out na very valid na notion. Marami sa mga to wala sa pangalan nila yung metro. So they're basically ghosts sa mata ng Meralco or ng utility. Kasi either they don't own the house, nakikibed space sila, or wala talaga silang access to power. Which is part of the social adequacy things that we are looking at. But definitely, there's something to chew on doon sa notion na gamitin ng utility bill as a means to target. Yeah. But Madam Chair, I would like to state for the record that Bataan is one of those most sophisticated CBMS run. Nung hindi pa uso CBMS, Bataan nagpapatakbo ng CBMS. And I'm a firm believer, and I'm sure si Kong Abet will also agree na the CBMS talaga gives you kasi a granular picture that goes beyond just poverty, pati yung food insecurity nila. There are telltale signs there that will give you a better idea kung ano yung pamilya. Kasi maring mababa yung kinukonsumo niya, pero you need other dimensions to look at. Like kumakain, meron ba silang access to running water? But yes, definitely, meron ho tayong, there's something to look at in that data set.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of cleaning up the data, and local electric cooperatives can take this initiative para mas maging klaro and recurring for free. Kasi nakatali sa electric consumption a lot of the poverty data that we're looking at. And it's recurring, libre siya. It can be one of the basis. Tapos, gusto ko na idagdag, Madam Chair, in our briefing with the DBCC, just to bring it out there, sinabi ni Secretary Ralph Recto, when we hit middle income status, magbabago na po yung criteria natin sa poverty incidence. So I just want everyone to know para aware tayo moving forward dun sa mga bagong criteria So, thank you, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat, Sec Rex.
That's a really important point raised by SVC Appet, because essentially our poverty incidence will go up because the threshold will go higher. So very, very important for us to consider that as well when we look at our targets and metrics for the next year. We would like, before I move to my next question, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our Majority Leader, the Honorable Ferdinand Alexander Marcos. Thank you very much, Majo, for being here.
Madam Chair, not to be disrespectful, if I can ask for another minute to excuse myself really briefly.
Go ahead, Pasek. The timing is perfect. Thank you, thank you. We'll suspend, budget hearing suspended. Budget hearing is resumed. So my next question po, Sec, actually it's not a question, it's more like an alignment lang. It was mentioned as well several times with regard to the social pension for senior citizens. So I know that Sec Rex is aware because we've been working with him on this. It's in the House, we've actually passed the Universal Social Pension during the 19th Congress. And we are, hopefully po, that will be refiled again for the 20th Congress. And if that is operationalized, at least that will address the concern with regard to the social pension for senior citizens po.
We are fully supportive of that concept of a universal social pension. Leave it to the policy experts, but we will always support that.
Thank you very much, Sec Rex. Kasi ngayon talagang, even though we augment it and we increase it, it's really not sufficient to cover all of the senior citizens.
And Madam Chair, and I'm sure everybody has gone back to the districts, mahirap ho ipaliwanag minsan sa mga senior natin ba't hindi sila kasama. It's very hard to explain kasi may pension ka, may nag-aalaga pa sa'yo, hindi ka indigent. So it's a bit difficult for implementers to actually be able to explain it.
Yes, I agree. And you know naman po, Sec Rex, the sentiment of the seniors when they share it with us. So that's the reason why we're really pushing for the universal social pension. So it takes out that whole idea of subjectivity in the identification process of who will be part of the social pension. So yun lang po, I just wanted to highlight that because that's something that we've been pushing for here in the House since last Congress. The fourth, actually, Sec, is with regards to the QRF, yung request po ng DSWD to increase the starting fund that's already there in the QRF. So nakita mo naman, Sec, after you raised that, I conferred with the DBM as well. And we'll look into that because we were looking at the utilization for the QRF, and it's really DSWD that's one of the main agencies that not only fully utilize what's there in the starting fund, but actually get several replenishments. Last time po, naka-7 for 2024, I believe, 7 times po nag-replenish yung DSWD. So, I won't commit just yet, but that's something that we will seriously look into, only because of what you raised po, that upon the utilization of 50%, there's that mandatory reimbursement, and that actually kind of delays the process for the rest of the disbursements po, right? Ay baliktad, 1.2 ngayon, tama? It's
Madam-
1.2 and
yes.
then half of that.
Madam Chair, it's not mandatory. It's a call of responsibility. We really need those funds to be able to act fast. I will state this for the record, and hindi dahil nagsisip-sip ako kay Director ng DBM, kay Bench. Mabilis naman ho sila umakto, pero syempre meron pa rin hong period where we will collate the documents and all that. While all of this is happening, padating yung bagyo. Case in point, last year, we had 7 successive na bagyo. And we had to procure, but our procurement is in a framework agreement, so that means we just draw down. But in order to draw down, we will need to a CAF, a certification na may available funds. And in order to do that, we'll have to replenish. So that replenishment, even if mabilis yung DBM, will take probably an average of a week to 2. Mabilis na ho yun. Pero who is there to say na walang bagyo? Like this last krising, 3 yun sabay-sabay sa isang linggo. And that tapped us out. No, if you look at the history of DSWD, the national stockpile at this administration is the largest there is in history. When this administration walked in, the national stockpile of family food packs was less than 500,000. At one point before Krising hit, we had 3.1 million, yet that tapped us out pa rin. So now we're planning to raise it to 4 million upon the instruction of the President, so that while we are acting and responding, hindi kami natatap out kasi sunod-sunod eh. Sometimes in the department, we would just shake our heads na kailan nangyari na 3 in 1 week. So kahit na 1 week to 2 weeks yung turnaround time, that's 1 week of 2 weeks of disaster response pa rin. So for the longest time, we've been lobbying to increase the startup capital namin. And pangit man pakinggan, ganun rin naman yung suma total sa dulo. In fact, mas malaki pa yung kinukuha namin. So that gives us that response capability na mas mabilis and mas massive.
I agree, Secrex. I looked at the data actually. So last year, your startup capital was around 1.2 billion, and then the final utilization post all the replenishments was around 7 to 8 billion, right? Was it more?
Almost 10.
So the replenishment, so
Humabol
7.
pa ho kami. And the reason why may 10, we even had to resort to asking the Office of the President for contingency funds. Kasi at one point in time, sunod-sunod na talaga and we couldn't cope anymore without the cash. We can cope, but if we have the cash, we can do it faster.
Noted po, Secretary. So that's one thing that we'll seriously consider on the part of the committee. It's actually not, it's not an augmentation. It's really just putting what's already there from the NDRRMF and moving and lodging it straight to DSWD. So it's not actually additional funds required. It's really just putting up the additional startup capital. So I conferred with the DBM, and there seems to be no, technical impediments in doing that. So that's something that the committee will seriously consider po. Thank you very much. And then lastly po is with regard to the AIX levels. So that's something that was already extensively discussed. And rest assured po, on the part of the House, we recognize the critical role that AIX plays in ensuring that social services and protective services are brought to the ones most in need. So we are in support of that. We can't commit just yet on how much we can augment, but we will take a look at the fiscal space and see how much we can add into AIX, especially in light of the discontinuation of ACAP.
And Madam Chair, we've already submitted to the committee the number of potential displacements. We're talking about 7 million households that will, individuals that will be deprived of potential needed social welfare in the time of a crisis.
Thank you, Secrex. That's actually quite a staggering number. Not quite. It's a very staggering number at 7 million. That's individuals, right? 7 million individuals who could potentially be displaced by the current reduction from the previous GAA levels of 43 down to the current 27, if I recall correctly.
Correct.
So we're with you. Several of our colleagues here today have expressed the same sentiment. And again, given ample fiscal space, we will look into how much we can add into AIX because we know how important it is, the same way that 4Ps is such a cornerstone project for the DSWD.
Much appreciated, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And before we wrap up, Secrex, I ask this from whenever we have deliberations, because there may be other projects or programs that have been proposed by the agency, but may have been underfunded or unfunded in the NEP. We've talked about AIX already. We've talked about the QRF. We've talked about the other programs po. So I just wanted to see po, if we're able to find ample fiscal space, which other priority programs of the department would you like us to look into for additional funding?
Madam Chair, again, as explained to us by Sec Mina, this is a zero-sum game. I don't want to be depriving other department. What is our gain is somebody's loss. But if tatanungin nyo lang ho kami, the President has been lauded for quick response in times of disasters. Time and time again, Pulse Asia, SWS, independent survey firms have said one of the strongest suit of this department of the President is disaster response. That number can improve if we fund that Mindanao repacking center that's long been envisioned. We have one in Luzon, we have one in Visayas, but the dream of having one in Mindanao is left unfunded. That is the first one that we would wish for. It's a 1.5 billion expenditure. Of course, we won't be asking for the entire 1.5 kasi inabsorptive naman to construct that. Will take time. So at least that will come to fruition. It's a legacy project of the President to be able to say that we now have a repacking hub in the 3 major island groups. Number 2, the President instructed us to make sure that we're innovative in social protection. Hindi naman ho pwede na while the world is moving, kami static yung programs namin. Walang Gutom is one of those innovations. The second innovation is Pagabot, the reach out to families in street situation. The third one was Tarabasa, which is trying to reformat the education assistance. There are more innovation programs that we wanted funded, like the taking, as mentioned a while ago, the taking care of families with children with special needs. It's a pilot that we are running. We were hoping to get that funded. It doesn't require a lot of money, actually. Oh, it does. Every peso is a lot of money. But taking care and protecting our families with special needs is something that we were advocating for. Last 2, total naman tinanong nyo na ako, Madam Chair. Pangalawa, Protect Teen. It was mentioned a while ago. The scourge of teenage pregnancy is something that we have to look at. And last but not the least is the, ano pa gusto mo ito yan? The improving of no, siya kasi ho yung may hawak ng innovations namin. Silang dalawa dito sa tabi ko. Taking care of our care facilities. It has been noted a while ago na we run 76 care facilities nationwide, but there are more LGUs giving us land to be able to open facilities for women, for girls in conflict with the law, for hospice care. That's a whole lot of things, a lot of facilities. But Madam Chair, kung hindi lang mapagbibigyan, this is something that I mentioned a while ago. Last night I had dinner with our social welfare development agencies. These are the foundations. They run their own facilities. If we just can't build, please allow us to be able to pay for cost of care when we refer to the private sector. It's a PPP for social protection. Rather than building a care facility from scratch, why don't we use the existing private care facilities who probably do it better than us? I'm sure si Majo knows this, yung Kalipay, for instance. They're very good. They're very, very good. But because of the history of this department, the traumatizing history of this department in PDAF, we are now barred from endorsing clients and paying for the bill of the clients. So hopefully we can revisit that and put that as a special provision. It will cost us much, much less in terms of referring them to a private institution and then just paying for the cost of care. So that's something that we might be able to revisit.
If we're able to explore that special provision po, Secrex, which would be the source fund? Like which program?
Patid po nung sinabi nyo kanina yung AIX. if we can revise the guidelines to be able to say na care facilities can take on AICs for their clients because those individuals are in crisis situation. When you have an older person who's nobody taking care of, we can treat it as a crisis situation. Pero why do we have to give the cash to that individual when he's staying in a hospice? Might as well just pay for the bill of that person.
So parang may pagkamaip yun dating niya, di ba? But just for a different kind of facilities.
We were saying last night, if
Yeah.
we can pay for private healthcare using MAIP, this one is for cost of care to endorse them to care facilities.
We'll take that into consideration, putting in that special provision because the fund is there anyways, right? It's finding.
You will increase AICs.
Well, the majority leaders here, we will work on the part of the house to see what we can do. But we recognize the criticality of these programs, and it really, that's our job here in the House to make sure that the most critical programs are funded. And nakita ko naman po, napakaganda ng utilization rates ng DSWD with regard to 4Ps, AICs, ACAP, etc. All the different protective services programs. So we are in support of that naman po. And we'll see what we can do po. We'll look at the fiscal space and we'll get back to you po. And if there, with regard to these requests po, Sec, especially doon sa QRF, we'll have to formalize the requests po kasi if that's okay. So if we may request the department, yung mga nabanggit po natin kanina, so yung sa QRF, yung dun sa yung paglipat lang from the NDRRMF lump sum to the QRF as an additional startup capital, please include that in the request. If you may also please include yung AICs, kung okay lang po. How much? A while ago you mentioned 43 billion, just to close the gap between the 2025 levels and what's there in the NEP. And then AICs, QRF, and then the special provision po for the care facilities for us to be able to tap AICs to pay for the expenses there, and the Mindanao Repacking Center po of 1.5 siguro, given that not the whole 1.5 can be and should be funded for 2026. Tignan lang po natin.
Multi-year,
If you have like a, kahit po ano lang, indicative MICA, like if we put it into the MICA, how it's gonna look like and how much we need to fund in the first year. As you said po, it's gonna be a wonderful legacy program for the president. So if we can, we'll try to see if we can start it in 2026 po.
We'll do as directed, Madam Chair.
And the other two also po, the taking care of families with children with special needs.
Yes.
And the teenage pregnancy program.
We'll do, Madam Chair. We'll
And-
formalize everything and submit it to the good committee.
Thank you very much. And if possible po, Sec Rex, I know it's quite a bit of an ask. If you may please provide it to us within 48 hours.
We'll do, Madam Chair.
But only because we need to put this under the deliberation of the Budget Amendments Review Subcommittee.
Kaya nga,
So,
Madam Chair, kanina ayaw namin yung work life eh. Tinuturuan natin sila ng itong mga to eh. Work lang dito sa DSWD.
work.
Walang work life.
Ilang oras na ba tayo dito? I think we've been here for 7.5 hours. We started at 9 in the morning and now it's 7:30. And thank you very much, Pasek. I just wanted to align on all of those because essentially those are the main points that we need to take a look at in terms of looking at the potential adjustments to the budget of the DSWD. And again, grabe po yung it was a resounding, recognition on the part of all of our colleagues who interpolated here today. Maraming salamat po sa DSWD for the wonderful work that you're doing. Several colleagues have said everyone in DSWD go the extra mile. So maraming salamat po for working with us to serve the Filipino people, especially those who are in crisis situations and those who are most in need of our help. Maraming salamat po, Sec Rex.
Madam Chair, thank you to the entire APRO committee.
Thank you very much. And given that it seems like there are no other interpolator who wishes to interpolate. Very quick. Oh, okay. Before we formally close, Representative Sandanya.
Alam ko po ilang tumbling na lang, 8 hours na. It's a full work day. Again, congratulations to the DSWD family. And I would like to express this representation support for that very earnest request to invest in adolescent pregnancy. In my previous life po as commissioner of the NYC, we helped the DSWD in developing the youth development sessions as part of the FDS. And we cannot overemphasize the importance of both prevention and care. Mahalaga po na ma-prevent natin and at the same time, yung reality po ay dumadami yung mga batang ina at kailangan po nila ng matinding social support. So, Madam Chair, I would like to express my strongest possible support for possible financial budget intervention in this particular area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Sandanya. So, we note the manifestation, and again, we will do our best on the part of the committee to be able to find additional funding for the said priority programs of the DSWD. And
Madam Chair.
kakayanin.
Oh.
Kakayanin. Ano naman eh, we'll work on it. We'll see what we can do. Hindi pa ako makakommit, but we'll definitely collaborate on these priority programs po, Sec. Thank you very much. Given that there are no other interpellator who wishes... Parang hindi pa pagod yung DSWD family natin. It's been 7.5 hours, and I know that we have closely scrutinized every single program. I don't think there's a program that was left untouched in today's hearing. So thank you very much po, Sec Rex, for the 7.5 hours, and to the whole DSWD family for being here. Thank you for invaluable insights, and we assure you we will take all of those incredible insights into consideration as we look into how we can further augment the budget of the DSWD for fiscal year 2026. And with that, may I solicit a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we terminate the budget hearing on the proposed budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development and its including its attached agencies. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
There is a motion to terminate the budget hearing on the proposed budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, including its attached agencies. The motion has been duly seconded, and with that, the motion is carried. The budget hearing of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, including its attached agencies, is
Madam Chair, if we can just point out to include supervised agencies. Baka pabalikin ho sila. Sumenyas ho sila. We have 2 supervised agencies.
Yes, we'll amend the motion. So,
Madam
including
Chair,
the
I
supervised.
move that we terminate the budget of the budget hearing on the proposed budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. It's including its attached agencies and supervised agencies. I so move, Madam
Akala ko
Chair.
mag-o-object si Sec Rex sa ruling. Parang nagulat ako.
Ako eh.
It has been moved and seconded. The motion is carried. The budget hearing of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, including its attached agencies and supervised agencies, is hereby terminated. Maraming salamat po. One more motion, please,
I
from the
move
body.
to suspend the... Oh, sorry. Madam Chair,